Test one, test.
Wake up. Microphone on. Good morning. This is the workshop meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, July 15, 2022 at 10 o'clock a.m. to be continued until all items are complete. And I'd like to call the meeting to order, and the mayor will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thanks everyone for returning. Seems like we just spent the night.
Yeah.
I think there's plenty of coffee brewing if anyone starts to doze off. And if not, I'll throw my little football at you. All right. This is my therapy ball. So anyway, I guess we're going to get started with Ms. Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just walk you all through a few new documents that have been generated since we last met. The first one is, if you could take a look at the draft copy of the budget summary. If you see that, you'll see that based on the conversations that we had on Wednesday, that the amount available to fund decision modules has grown slightly. We're up to, if you follow that, 657,246 at the proposed millage rate of 5.50.
What does that represent?
That represents funds that are available to the commission to allocate against decision modules.
No, I'm sorry. What's the purpose of the increase? Didn't you say there was
Should things that we took out?
Oh, things that
Yes,
okay.
what we did was when y'all made decisions Wednesday,
Yes.
we tracked them.
Yes.
And that's what ended up with the pot. Yes.
I just wanted to let you know that on each page, I wrote the changes that we made. I know I used to do a memo.
I think that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, on each page it has the changes.
Yeah, so that, is step one. Okay. Then there were a lot of other questions that were asked about vehicles and such, and there's another handout that has photos of different vehicles, the mileage, the year, those kinds of things, so that people can, talk about that when we get to those kinds of issues. There were questions regarding different vehicles and what they're used for and that kind of thing. And then we also included some T&D issues, and then some issues related to the manhole. And again, just so y'all understand how I handle things as the manager, yes, we put things in the budget that we think we need, but we always, once you adopt it, go back and, let's just say, value engineer. So we figure out if we can do without something or reduce it or bid it and kind of bring down the cost. And thanks to your conversation Wednesday, we took a look at one example I'd like to just call out regarding the speed safety issues there. And I think it's highlighted on one of the pages here, where you see the manholes and that kind of thing. We've done some checking, and it was absolutely a safety issue, but the wrong technique of applying some sort of speed barrier system. We actually got the T&D people with the police department, and they've worked out a procedure where we won't need that expense. What they will do is they will call them when they need to do maintenance, which is probably twice a month, because there's limited room. You have water coming in off the intercoastal. It's a tight space, so we won't be making the purchase of, I think it was $45,000. That's gone, and we can do it a different way. So you just kind of sped up the process by asking those questions, but those are the kinds of questions we always ask as a team once we get, the budget set. So that's one thing. I want to make sure you all saw that, and we'll cover those at your convenience. Also, there was a discussion about this document. You want to walk them through that?
Sure.
And then there was also on the very back page, I remember I talked about the stormwater projects and the fact that we had numbers in the capital plan, and when we went to check the engineering, again, the numbers went up because costs are going up that fast in terms of doing these things. So on the back sheet is a new summary of what we're recommending the cost per project be. So you want to walk them through this other sheet, Kathleen?
Okay, so yes, I'm sorry, I did not have time to provide you with the little report I usually put in there, but just very quickly looking at the general fund, we're at 75% of the year. So we're kind of right on target because our total variance for revenues is 25%, meaning that we have still 25% left to collect. And actually, you have to remember that a lot, especially our state revenues, are like 2 months in arrears. So it's like by the time we get to year end at September, we still have 2 more months of revenue that's going to come back to this year.
Yeah, they pay late.
This isn't all residents that haven't paid their taxes yet.
Oh, no, I was talking about, I would say that we've received the bulk of the
property tax is
the property tax, the ad valorem. I'm trying to think. I think
It's
we
the
got
state.
one more payment after June. This is through June 30th. So we did receive one more payment after June 30th.
Okay.
what I was speaking to is like intergovernmental revenues, like the infrastructure surtax, those types of things. They're always 2 months behind, so we still have 2 more months coming. And I really do anticipate that a lot of those are going to be higher than we budgeted, because I remember, if you remember when we were going over general revenues the other morning, I said the estimates that came from the state last year were really low because they didn't know what how COVID was going to affect everything and all that jazz. Okay, and then just looking at the departments, trying to see if anybody looks. All the departments are under 75%, so that's a good sign. And right now, the general fund, his revenues are exceeding expenditures by 1.7 million. But the thing is, we don't keep receiving the ad valorem, so the next 3 months are usually a little bit slower as far as revenues increasing. So any questions on general fund?
Just out of curiosity, I know that it's the cheapest to pay your ad valorem by November. Mm-hmm. Do a great percentage of the people pay early?
They do. I did figure that out. I'll look for that calculation. I think so we budget at 95%. That's why you budget ad valorem at 95%, because a lot of people do take advantage of the, you save 4% if you pay in November, 3, 2, 1, all the way down. And I believe when I did the calculation, we are receiving about 97% of what we should.
Great, thank you.
So I guess what I'm trying, we're receiving a little bit more than we budget, because we're budgeting 95%, but we're receiving like 97, 98%. So that means that, no, not the vast majority are not paying the first month.
I'm gathering if we're getting more than we thought we were.
Okay, so the question now becomes, how do you want to proceed? We went through all the funds yesterday, and you guys made some trims on those things. We can go back into that if you'd like, or we can say, okay, we're pretty good there, and then go to the decision modules. And then we have to cover the capital fund, and we have to cover the CRA fund for the end of the day and set a tentative millage rate. That's the mission. And obviously, if you decide to add things like for pay raises or something like this, that's going to, impact this millage rate if you go above the bubble that's been built here, which is the 657,246. So we'll track it. We'll keep track of it. And these ladies have got their computers set up and all the formulas ready. So we'll proceed however y'all decide you would like.
One of the things I'd like to see as we're moving along, and I know we're going to be cutting some things and adding some things, and I'm sure that their staff here can, if we ask, okay, what effect will that increase in the millage have on the average household? In other words, is it going to raise the average individual's taxes by $20 a year, 30, 100, or whatever? I think that type of a, scenario would be helpful in order to help all of us to understand the effects it might have.
Well, I'm going to respond to that, because this is always one of the hardest things to make residents, or to have residents understand, is there really isn't an average person in Flagler Beach. You have people that own vacation homes here. You have people that just built new homes, and maybe this year they got the Homestead Exemption. You have people that have lived here for 40 years that have had Homestead Exemption all those years. So it's, it's very, and one thing I will say, just for those that may be newer to the tax system, if you're a homestead, if you have the Homestead Exemption, that means that this is your permanent residence, and you receive a $50,000 Homestead Exemption. The other piece of that is that the property appraiser cannot increase the taxable value of your home more than 3%. So you need to check that. If he does, he may have made a mistake. But basically, that's one of the great things about being a Floridian and being homesteaded here. You know, you have that savings, especially in an area like ours where we saw property values go up 14, 15%. So if you're living in your home and you've been homesteaded for, you know, even just the 1 year, if you were homesteaded in 21 and you're homesteaded in 22, you should only see a 3% increase to the actual taxable value. I was looking on the property appraiser's website, not to carry on too long, but just said a couple of random houses that had been homesteaded just recently, some of the newer ones that have been built, and like, okay, so their taxable value goes up 3%, but their actual, what they call the just value, I saw some of them going up 33, 34% in 1 year. And that's, you know, and we all, and as Susie, I'm sure Mayor can attest to that, the just value on the property appraiser's website is nowhere near what the real market value is. So, you know, those are just some things to take into consideration and to think about, because yes, there is no average taxable, you know, average person, because some people live in homes that are only valued at $150,000, and some people live in homes that are valued at $700,000, $800,000, $900,000. And, you know, the increase.
So what we will do is we'll pick a number.
That's what I was.
Let's just pick a number.
Yeah.
Let's just call it 300,000.
We were
Okay.
same. I was going to say 350.
I always take 500.
But the thing
Okay.
is, if you've owned
Tell us what number to pick, and then we will run the calculation and just
You can
say
do it based on
if.
homestead and
Yeah.
not homestead.
Yeah.
Okay, we
Right.
want to use that?
Would that,
I mean,
would
just,
that
I,
help?
Okay.
I think we just need some type of a gauge for people to understand
Yeah.
this is how it's going to affect your bottom line.
Okay.
Because I just think it's important.
Right, I
don't
used to
understand
remember, I
the
used
mill.
to do that.
I know.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Understand how the bottom
Right.
line is going to affect.
So
That's the only thing I
one
like to
last
do.
thing for the residents. So the increase in taxable value to your property is the increase that is going to be multiplied again. That's going to be your increase. That's one of the big factors. Okay.
Yeah, but I think we need to pick a reasonable
All right,
number.
you
I
want
saw it was,
Okay, if you
I don't
give
know
me
if
a
it was on
minute, I can
Flagler
do
Live
that.
or in the newspaper, but
Okay.
they
Yeah.
did that figuring how it would affect the county's taxes.
I saw the one
And they
about
used the
Palm
$250,000, and I was like,
Coast. Okay.
yeah, that was good a few years ago, but not now.
Yeah. I guess I dated myself with 300,000.
Only by a year.
By a year. Last year, that would have been good.
Maybe a year and a half.
Okay, so are we going to proceed with the modules, or do we want to continue going through the budget?
Well, you have all your
Pleasure.
departments here. Are they here to review what we did, or is it for the modules?
It's mainly for the modules. We had a staff meeting after Wednesday. We sat down, we looked at the questions, and that's why we put together this additional sheet on vehicles and things like this. If you have any questions with that, we're here to answer those. And then, of course, obviously the main event is the modules.
Yeah, I understand that. But given that we just got all this, can we do a fast walkthrough? Not the pictures, I understand
Sure.
those. I can do that quick.
Yep.
But these other sheets that we got,
Yeah.
did people think it would have some value?
Sure, I think so. It
Yeah,
shouldn't-
we Kathleen, didn't you do a summary sheet?
I'm sorry, I
Of
was
the-
working
of
on
the
that
cuts?
calculation. What now?
Didn't you do a summary of the?
No, what I did with the cuts is I wrote them on the bottom of each page.
Okay, so
There's
go
a
to
little
this
box.
budget
In
summary.
which of
This
This would be the long
The
sheet.
big one?
summary.
The log summary,
the
yeah.
long one?
Yeah,
With the holes in it, so you can put it in your notebook.
the one with the holes in it is called budget summary. And Kathleen, for your convenience, took notes and put them in the box.
So for example, the next page after the budget summary in your packet that was handed out is page 13, which is the commission department. And down in that little box, I wrote the changes from the workshop. So the first 6 numbers are the account line. And so for example, 304,900, that was the one that was in there in error. So I deleted that line. That was a savings of $2,600. Equipment less than $5,000 was reduced from $11,640 to $3,000. And then we also reduced operating supplies because we're not going to purchase those tablets. So that cut $18,240. And you can see I just kind of do a little summary there showing what it was and how it, so the bottom line where it says new budget for 715 should match the last column. Okay.
All right, so, okay, now if I look back at our page from, I'm a very visual person, so.
I know, that's why I tried to do it that way, Jane,
Yes.
so that you could see.
Okay, so, okay, I understand the commission. Okay.
Okay. Human Resources, we cut $5,000. I think that was Mr. Whitson's decision to cut $5,000 from the training. And general government, the reduction to that one was $55,000.
You go, I'm sorry, I
Okay.
have to find the old page.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I know that we're going to be here a long time, but there's
Okay.
no point to this if I don't understand.
Okay, so back to Human Resources, page 16.
Okay,
The original, the budget on 713 was $118,027. We reduced it by $5,000, so now it's at $113,027.
okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. The next page that was updated is general government.
Wait a minute,
Okay.
mine is 5,000, okay.
Which is page 19. And the reason for the adjustment to that fund is that is where we are budgeting the transfer from the general fund to the pier, showing the subsidizing of, what we have to do to keep the pier going from the general fund. And so that amount was reduced by $55,442. And that's because you gave us direction to cut back on the pier expenses. So I redid all
Remember
the
when y'all said that we have to take the budget and say, okay, assume the pier would close in May, and so reduce all of the expenses. That's what that reflects.
So that was the savings.
Did that include, I'm looking at the insurance. Won't that be decreased as well?
No.
It won't?
The
You still
insurance
leave it at
bill
the
is the
same?
insurance bill.
Yeah, it'll be the same. The insurance on the pier, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
already been reduced because of,
Oh, okay, so this reflects a reduction?
yes, sir.
Okay.
We had that going in because we had already made that decision.
Okay, all right.
So the reduction is the transfer to the pier fund.
Right, there's a reduction in the transfer. It's actually, the transfer line is the second line from the bottom of the page. So it was at like 119,000 and now it's 63,000.
Okay.
And yes, it would be a lot higher if we hadn't have gotten that adjustment to the insurance. So the next page that was changed is the library department, page 23. And in that one, we decided not to go ahead with the carpet replacement. So that was a $20,000 deduction. And then also, we reduced the cost of the LED lighting by $5,000. So that was a $25,000 savings. So it went from $196,000 to $171,000. Okay, the next page, page 41, is the stormwater fund. And that was the error that we spoke of where the $100,000 for the resiliency study or sea level rise, it was in there twice. It got put in professional services and then also in improvements. So we took it out. And that brings the return, if you flip to page 42, that brings the return to the fund balance for stormwater up to $224,000. Ready?
Almost. Okay, so this is, All right, thank you.
And then the last page is 45 and 46 are the adjustments that were made to the pier. And they're detailed out there, and they amounted to $45,442.
So that particular reduction was based on cutting back on the
Yeah, I
workshop?
just literally went in there and, said all the bills, like utility, I did utilities, the contractual services, which is for cleaning and things like that. I did utilities, telephone, other current charges, which was the one Commissioner Cooley brought up, the $7,000, so I reduced that to $4,000. And let's see, what's the other one? Oh, and then also I adjusted, that was the big savings, was I adjusted the operating supplies because, we're not going to be buying more items for the bait shop, I imagine. I mean, I did it that way, so.
In the cleaning, that didn't deduct the cleaning of the bathrooms, correct? Because they're going to stay open.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
but-
the bathrooms will stay open so that
Well-
we may need to.
So I think
will
we need,
be
I
okay.
think we need to clean them.
Yeah, I mean,
Really?
I'm trying to see.
I don't know if you portion that out over there.
Okay.
Her portion.
Is it just one?
Yeah,
We
one
should,
contract?
I mean, I don't always follow that purchase order, but I think Holly does when it's broken out on the bill.
But it's not.
It's not,
I know,
well,
it's not a lot of money.
Yeah,
that-
it would be a minor adjustment.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
It's a pretty good deal for what she's doing.
okay.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it was in there for,
Yeah, it is in there and, possibly we may have to adjust it, but,
So our total cuts right now are what, I calculated 249,124, is that about right?
oh, I didn't do a total, sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to see where how much we've, cut.
So we were, well, for the general fund, the $100,000 in the stormwater fund, that's.
That's a separate.
Yeah, that's a separate
Okay.
item.
Right.
So we went from we were at what, 563, I have it in here, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we returned $103,682 to the general fund. So yeah, you were close, because
Thank
the
you.
other was for stormwater.
Yeah, the other amount was a grant.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
it was double counted.
Okay.
So that catches you up on what the adjustments that you made are, and we can go whichever direction you want to go.
Commissioners, do you have any other items you want to cover before we move on to modules? Or
Are there any comments from any of the department heads on the utilities, sanitation, all those that cover the pages we already went through?
Yeah, but I think they're mostly related to the decision modules.
We're gonna have to get moving on this.
I know.
Yeah, we did not really
gotta start rolling.
change the only utility fund, I think, that was changed was the stormwater, and that was just because of the
Right,
error.
well, I'm not so much changes, the budgets themselves. The
Yeah.
department heads were not here because we did it a day early.
Yeah, right, we changed the schedule. I'd like to just take a brief minute, if I could, call Rob up and have him talk about some of the issues with fuel, so that he can kind of give you a feel for what's happening in his world, which is pretty dramatic.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning, Rob.
So I watched on TV the other night. I was not here. Obviously, I apologize. I was not here because I didn't think I needed to be here. As far as fuel goes, we all know the situation we face there. I know you talked about an increase in the sanitation budget or the sanitation fees. I just want the public to know that I'm, doing my best to try to keep the fees as low as I can by recycling and cutting back wherever we can with idling trucks. Anything with the amount of time the trucks go to the roll-off station or to ELS to dump. I'm trying to cut back as much as I can to burn less fuel and save fuel. But That's definitely a heavy equation in my budget. I think the numbers have been adjusted for that. One thing that you guys discussed the other night, my building. Yeah, my building is kind of a mess. It's not used by any city employees as such. It's used by the throwers as their break room. Just to be very blunt and open about it, I yell at them to keep it clean. I go in myself and clean it. A couple of my city guys go in and clean it. It can be spotless as it can be, and the next day it looks like a bomb went off. That's just the nature of the game. You know, as far as spending money on the building, yeah, that would be great. Is it required? No. You know, we can keep it clean. Those guys don't spend that much time there. I don't want to spend money where I don't need to spend money. So at the end of the day, I live here too, so I want to watch what I spend. I don't want to just, if I don't need to spend that 50 grand, then we can push it off till next year and see where the recycling, you know, goes and heads to. One thing that I do want to talk about, and I'll get to most of it in the FTE module, is by moving, and this has to do with the budget, by moving a person over to recycling, running the recycling department, and then having another driver, that driver's responsibility will be working the weekends, which will drastically cut my overtime down. That's my biggest overtime expense is Saturdays and Sundays, not so much holidays, but Saturdays and Sundays because we run 7 days a week. So I know it's not in the budget, but by moving that new hire that would replace the FTE, that would cut down almost $20,000 a year in overtime. Yeah. So that would more than pay for half of the wages of a new hire. Plus the FTE that's already in place, getting wages as an employee, he would be gaining some wages off of the money that comes in from recyclables. So it's kind of a wash at the end of the day. But as far as the 50 grand goes, that's up to you guys. We can wait a year on that, and I can keep cleaning my building. And like I say, my office is here. It's quiet for me to come over here and work when I have time. That's up to you guys. I don't need that this year. You want to push that off till next year and see where recycling goes, I'm all for that. So.
Okay, Rob, just very quickly, because I know we got to move on, because we're talking about this, and I know you're talking about additional recycling funds coming in. Just very quickly, do you project any other kinds of things that you're going to do in order to save money?
Well, like right now, real quick, and I'll make it as quick as I can. I have 20 yards of semi-smashed, what they call UBC, aluminum cans over at the yard. I generate a 20-yard can every 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. That's approximately 3,000 pounds, 3,500 pounds, depending on water weight and other things that vary into the kind of cans that are in there. So with the money that I asked for a compactor, for a baler, which is a pretty minimal amount, the amount of revenue that I have coming in for the aluminum more than doubles, if not triples. I'm touching it now. Myself, my guys, we're sorting it by hand. It's the only way to sort it. I went to a huge MRF down in Collier County at the convention a couple weeks ago, material recovery facility. They do 600 tons of trash a day, and it's all done by hand. They have 2 robots, and the robots break down every hour because they get a Walmart bag wrapped around them, or they get so you look in the screen where we were watching, and there's 20 people pushing stuff off the belt. That's how it's done. There's no other way of doing it. So what I'm saying is, by myself our department taking the aluminum to the next step, we're touching it, we're putting it in a can. We might as well put it in a baler and bale it and then put it on the ground. And I watch the market. The market changes every day, every week. It goes from 60 cents a pound to $1.30 a pound. It's up and down. So at that point, I can sell the material when the number's up. Material goes right here locally, so it's easy to do that. The same with tin. I can bale tin. I can bale cardboard. And then we're working on a company to take plastic to that we can bale. That's in the process, so that'll come out here in the next coming months.
Okay.
So that machine is, if that's what you're asking, that machine will raise revenue for the enterprise fund and help offset cost of other things. So this is a department that's building. It's not a department inside of a department. It's part of my department, but it's building. Every week the numbers go up as far as what we intake for Recycle Day, and my tonnage goes down. Doesn't go down drastically, it goes down increments every week. I see the numbers go down and what I'm taking to the landfill at $46 a ton. So that adds up pretty quick. A tippy cart full of glass weighs about 160 pounds. I get 8 of them every 3 days from fins. Sometimes
Just
more.
for fins.
Just from fins, yeah. I mean, it's incredible the amount of glass, and they're all working. Every day I talk to another either restaurant owner or, my guys leave bins behind that have the wrong stuff in them. That makes the resident call me on the phone, and I explain to them what we're doing. They didn't know, they haven't been here for a long time. They're a new resident. Short-term rentals, I even have short-term renters call, hey, I'm here for a month. What can I do? Cool, that's awesome. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
It does. I just wanted to basically kind of highlight some of the things that you're doing, because as we look at your budget and you're saying, I don't need money here and I don't need money there, and I'll sacrifice it. I mean, that's an area, and I commend you on being able to cut some things out so that we can at least save some money in some other areas.
The building is not the prettiest place, but I can wait on that. I really, that's up to you guys. I don't,
All right, I appreciate it.
You'd rather have the baler than the locker room?
Yeah. Clorox goes a long way, so.
All right. Thanks a lot. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Cooley.
Well, just a comment, and this has nothing to do with your department. It's more of just a reflection of all of what we're looking at. And when we're going through the budget, and Rob's being very smart about it, because he's going, okay, well, if we can't do everything, because currently right now we're looking at basically what I'm going to call the kitchen sink budget, is we want to do big pay raises, but we also want to do computers and vehicles and remodels and all this other stuff, and you can't do all that at once. It's not even responsible. It needs to be incremental. So we need to do kind of like what Rob's doing, where he's going, look, if we can't do everything at once, which we also shouldn't do, let's take this off, let's focus on, a particular thing, whether it be pay, getting the pay adjustments done, but we can't do everything. And I like the approach. If we can do the locker room, as far as to what he said, as long as recycling is intelligent and it's a benefit to residents and it's not a financial drain, then that's a win for everybody. If it starts becoming a financial drain, then we can't go full speed with that.
Yeah.
Because that's not what we ended recycling for a little while because of that.
That's why
It needs to make it. In order for recycling to continue, in my opinion, it needs to be of benefit. If it's not, then we can't move forward with it.
I think it's a classic example of we have someone here that's working his tail off in order to make sure it works. And I think Flagler Beach right now is the only place that's recycling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not to drag this out, but when I went down there, I had a phone call from the head of sanitation from Collier County, which is a huge, where the MRF's at. And she talked to me on the phone for 45 minutes about what we're doing, even on a small scale. We are the only city literally doing this. They have 2 recycling managers in the city of Naples. They don't recycle anything. They give it to a third party. It may or may not go to the right place. So this is not fun. It's a lot of work. I'm not doing it for a hobby. You guys all know I got a garage full of cars I can play with that I would rather do, but it's not an overnight thing. It's gonna, in a year from now, I will bet the house on it that it's going to be doing really good and thriving. But right now, it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of learning curves for myself and my department and the city. But we are truly doing the right thing, and it's going north. It's not going south. So, and I'll let you know if it's getting ugly, but I don't see it doing that. I don't see it doing that.
Okay. That's all I had.
Yeah. So again, he kind of dived into the decision module a little bit,
no,
but
I kind of thought he would.
But
you know me, I babble.
Well, no, there's a great briefing. So those are the kind of things that, with every department, we need to take a look at. And yeah, I mean, there were a lot of things that you all didn't even see, because we didn't even put it on the table. So the things that are there are things that either I felt were important or the department head felt, needed to be addressed. And this business of his work facility, the condition of it had been kind of kicked around several years. So I said, well, let's put it out there. And the bottom line is, if he says he can wait another year, that's fine with me.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thanks, Rob.
All right, thanks, guys.
And my last comment on that is down at the conference, Flagler Beach was recognized as a pretty incredible city because of the glass recycling machine and the fact that we're even doing any recycling at all. And to Commissioner Cooley's point, if it starts costing dollars, I can tell you right now, this is the first guy that's going to tell us what's going on. It's going sideways. So let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, and so to make a note, then in the sanitation fund, it's not going to make a huge difference, but we'll go ahead and take the 50,000 out for the renovation.
Okay.
Okay, so see, Steve, cut. You didn't catch me there. Anyway.
Or phase it. You know, maybe there's a couple of things that Rob can come back and say, look, I'd like to do this now and it's not going to cost much.
Yeah, if you want to leave something in there and just let me know the number and we'll try it, or you can just take it all out and we can try again next year.
I'd like to phase it.
throwers know how to use a paintbrush, so.
We were mentioning yesterday about the showers. Actually, Commissioner Bryan, you were saying how, do the guys have showers over there? And do they?
Shower in the shop, but it's not really used, so. That could be fitted very reasonably for a couple $100. I mean, it needs a new faucet and a shower stall.
So I guess to that point, maybe we should put a few bucks in that.
I'd like to leave some dollars in there.
Okay.
For them.
All right, what do y'all think about leaving
$5,000
$5,000 in there and then we can make the most of it?
Five.
What do you think?
Rob, 5?
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go from 50 to 5.
It's 45.
So it's a $45,000 net cut,
So we'll go to 40.
okay?
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate that.
I'm calling that out for the finance folks so we can track this as we go. And that's in the sanitation fund.
Right.
And in the capital plan.
Yes. All right, so we're next.
Okay, we will move on to the modules.
Either modules or wrap the binder, either way.
Well,
We got to get through it all.
Keep going through the capital. My suggestion.
the next thing, unless any of the other department heads that we didn't hear from on Wednesday want to say something, the next thing on the agenda is the capital plan.
Let's do the capital.
Okay. Capital plans in the book, in the black book.
And should we call Karen, is Karen coming for the CRA part?
Karen's son has been in the hospital,
Oh,
and so she told me when her budget's up to call her and let her know.
well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's the
I
next
was
thing.
gonna get to that whenever y'all said, so we could maybe make it, maybe right after lunch or something. I don't know how to work that.
Well, where is he in the hospital?
I think somewhere over in Daytona.
Daytona?
Yeah. So she just said for me to let her know, and she would
Okay,
try.
well, what we do is try to work it around maybe a break time or lunchtime, and then we can let her come back after that.
Yeah, if you give me a window, I'll
Okay.
let her know.
All right.
Because I just thought it's the next thing on the agenda, so.
Yeah.
All right, capital plan.
Actually, I mean, as she mentioned the other day, she wants that reviewed on the separate agenda as you sit as the CRA. And we do have a workshop scheduled immediately following this one to address the CRA budget.
Okay,
So we
all right.
have to remove it from this agenda.
Oh,
For
okay.
the decision modules on, because they get addressed first.
Okay.
Sounds good. Who wants to take on the capital plan first?
Yeah, here it is.
Wait, please. Oh, I'm sorry, please come up. Come to the mic, please.
My name is Marcia. I'm from Flagler Beach. I'd like to ask a question since you're worried about money and everything, saving money. Not too long ago, Mr. Whitson mentioned that a plot of land was donated to Flagler and that they decided they were going to sell it. I'd like to know about that.
You'd like to know about the funds that were,
Yes, would this go into the general fund, or you mentioned the other day that only 481,000 was in the land column and everything, but I wanted to know about this plot of land that was donated and you've decided to sell it.
I'm not
No,
sure which piece
I-
you're talking
I-
about.
No idea what that is.
That's, must be Facebook. I mean, that's not reality.
I did talk about during commission comments, the Family Life Center was donated a plot of land, and we're going to be putting that up for sale, but that has nothing to do with the city of Flagler Beach.
Yeah, it's not even in the city.
And where was that?
It's not by the airport, right?
It's by the airport,
By the airport?
yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with the city of Flagler Beach. That's a not-for-profit
Okay,
that I'm on the board of, that I just happened to mention that we're going to be selling that plot of land.
okay,
But that's not here in our city.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for paying attention.
Since we are talking about that reserve, I just wanted to remind you all that during this budget year, we did use, I think, 285, half of it, portion of it, to purchase the golf course piece.
Yes, the golf course piece, we used a
Right.
portion of that money. for
Donut.
that.
So that reserves, I think, around 250,000 now.
Comments?
Oh, since we're not covering, I have questions about the CRA capital improvement plan, but that can wait. The first question on the first page would be that the under maintenance, the 2018 service truck replacement dollars, then I saw the notes about they need a truck that fits 3 employees at one time, and we could take something from a department and put in another that would save money.
Yeah, we had a staff meeting. Like I said, we had a budget workshop. Was that Wednesday? I'm losing track of my
One of them
days.
days.
And then Thursday, we had a meeting to address the feedback that we had gotten. And one of the ideas that Bill came up with is, okay, if Rick wanted to maybe transfer his truck, that he's, if he's going to purchase a new truck as the code enforcement or the building inspector, that the maintenance crew could use that truck because they don't have, see, we're adding people to the maintenance crew and we don't have but one vehicle, which was kind of borrowed from another department to kind of get it started anyway. So they need a new vehicle, and it was recommended in the budget. So if you wanted to do that transfer, that would take out those funds that were allocated in the capital plan for that purchase.
Using Rick's truck would be perfect. They got the brush bumper, the winch, the cab. It's already been destroyed by Rick. But, the maintenance crew,
Capital plan.
we have to understand that we don't want to buy a brand new truck for maintenance crew because it's going to get beat on pretty hard. I think that's a very intelligent move.
So that was offered up. Again, what we do is once the budget is set, we go back and we look at ways to value engineer and all those kind of things. But because of the discussion that was held, we came back and it kind of got expedited. It's just part of the process. So if you're okay with that,
So we're giving Rick's truck to the maintenance department.
and then you would eliminate the purchase that was scheduled in the maintenance department.
Now, the only question I got is, I know that there's been a lot of shuffling of trucks, and Drew's not here. Do we have any legalities as far as if you have one enterprise fund, let's say building department, they make their money off permits and stuff, right? And then they buy a truck and then it gets shuffled to another department where that money is like a different enterprise fund. Do we have any legalities with that we have to be careful of?
Is it all under fleet or?
No, I mean, it needs to be recorded, and that's what finance does, and it's reflected in the audit. So,
Moving trucks.
So it's just a transfer.
Well, it does, the only thing I can say about it, and I don't have the details on Rick's truck, but if there's any value, since we're moving it from the building code inspection into the general fund, we might have to do a little bit of a transfer. But how old is your truck?
2017.
Oh, so 5 years, so it's fully depreciated, so then no.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be any monetary
it depends on the
transfer.
circumstances, but it's an audit function. It's a recording of the asset and just making sure that it's put in the right cost center.
So it's basically going to be a wash.
Yeah.
So we decided to move on maintenance, the 2018 service truck replacement out a year, or not do it, or?
I don't know, everybody up here is quiet.
Well,
Is this
waiting
the
to
30,
get
is this the
facts in.
30,000?
It's listed as 40.
Yeah, it's on page 50.
Right. But they were gonna drop that off and take on Rick's truck, which is fully depreciated, which saves 40,000. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what is Rick going to get?
Yeah.
Nothing.
He's gonna take.
Bicycle?
Segway.
Segway? Come on up. Can you come up,
Come on
Rick?
up.
Rick's going to be getting around.
That's
Well,
funny.
there-
Give 'em golf
Under
cart.
planning and zoning, there is a building inspector vehicle on another page here.
Okay, that's
All right, so just
Yeah.
one thing before we keep going on this, I just want y'all to remember that when we cut from capital fund, it does not really it doesn't
Doesn't affect the millage
affect the
rate.
millage rate, because we are supplying all the money from reserves for capital purposes.
But it's still a big
But
saving.
it still saves, yes,
a save.
exactly, just so everybody's clear that when
Just
we,
leaves more in reserves if we
Yeah.
need it for something.
So have you adjusted to the Segway, or are you going to use your motorcycle?
Rainy days, I'll use a Segway. I've got an umbrella.
He'll be Mary Poppins. Go.
No, seriously, what is the,
Well, he was getting a truck anyways.
I
That's
know,
what's in here.
so just, that's where the savings is going to be, is just going to go from there and get a,
So you would cut the 40, and then he would continue with his purchase, was what
Okay, all
the
right.
conversation would.
so do you get another 250 or 150 or what?
No, we'll look into stepping down to maybe a Colorado or a Ranger.
Okay,
They will need to be four-wheel drive for some of the projects that we have coming up. But that's a smaller engine, less gas mileage.
Yeah. And let me also just say this, this is coming from my experience, and maybe something that y'all haven't thought about, but who is one of the first people that have to be on the ground after a major disaster, after that H word we don't talk about?
yeah, spilling the.
That guy.
Right.
And he needs to be able to navigate down trees, all kinds of situations out there. I've been there, done that, seen that, and we need to make sure that our damage assessment goes forward and that he has the right tool to make sure that he can do his job.
Well, I think that even with the Colorado or Ranger, you can still put a 2,500-pound winch or something on it.
Yes, and that's what I was just about to say
I was just
is
going there, that
Yeah,
we
sure.
need to make sure he gets what he needs to do the function.
Definitely.
Yep.
Okay.
So under his line, which will be on page 51, is it feasible to drop that number a little bit, since it's not going to be a four-door F-250 long wheelbase on? Like, what would be a safe number for a Ranger four-wheel drive that has the gear you need?
Actually, I haven't looked at that yet, but the truck that I'm driving right now, I believe was $32,000 when we bought it. So I don't know where some
Costs.
individuals were coming up with $50,000 and $60,000. That was $32,000 through the Flagler County Sheriff's.
So we would need to do a little bit of research before we plug a number in there?
Yes.
Absolutely, but let's just, for the sake of the budget, and again, this is coming out of reserves, and we always compete these things, and if we put in a number, we beat it, that's what we want to do. So I would suggest at least 40, because
I was
costs
gonna
are
say,
crazy
I
out.
wouldn't go below 40 because,
yeah.
I mean,
and
Forty
then
safe.
again,
Yeah.
and also, just so you remember, this is Rick's in the building code inspection.
right.
So
Enterprise
it's-
fund.
Yeah, well, it's not enterprise, but yeah, it's building code inspection
Got money
fund, it's a
coming in.
separate fund. And the fund balance, we got to watch that it's not that high. So I don't know. You want to cut it down to what?
40?
Well,
I'm saying at least 40.
nobody knows how much one of these trucks costs?
I know how much a full-size truck costs.
They're around
$80,000.
They're around high 30s, low 40s.
I think that's a realistic number.
For a Colorado?
45.
No?
Okay, but we are not paying what
Right.
the
Right,
commission
yeah, I
would go
know.
in and pay.
Be out in the fleet market with the
Yes,
state
Rick, what are
contract.
you comfortable with, 35, 40?
I think 40 is a good number.
Okay.
And
And-
that would be with the equipment on it that you need?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And what I'll do is Sergeant Blank, I think he is still handling the vehicles. I will try and get a hold of Sergeant Blank and find out, he has a contact in Jacksonville. I don't remember her name, but she could probably give us a
Abby
close
Clark?
number.
It's
Bambi, yes.
Bambi.
Bambi.
Oh, we'll call Bambi.
Yes, but I've spoke to her before,
Okay.
and she can probably give us a decent number.
All right, I think we got our number, we can plug
So
that
we're
in.
going to do 40, and you think that works?
Yes, ma'am, I think that'll work.
Okay.
Bless you.
And then his truck would go on page 50 under maintenance of that 2018 service truck replacement, which would end up being zero cost because he's depreciated out.
Thanks, Rick. Any other questions, commissioners? I know you're still looking, so.
We pretty much addressed most of the capital items when we went through
Right.
the other pages.
I have a question. While we're still on vehicles, just to make sure I'm correct. So the 2018 service truck, the $40,000 on page 50, crossing that out.
Yes.
He's getting the old truck.
Yes.
Page 51, building official went from 55 to 40.
Correct.
Now we have the bottom of that category, the building inspector vehicle. That's 55,000. Should we be adjusting that?
That's the one that's going to 40.
That's the one.
It said general, we, yes,
Yep.
said change it to BCI.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Okay. Well, I guess I see it
Wait a minute.
twice then.
Yeah, I know, this is
Have a
always
building
confusing.
inspector at the top, which they're not in until 24, 25.
Right,
And then the building inspector,
it's halfway down.
building official, okay, I see what you're saying, is not till next.
Got it. Okay, I made my adjustment on the wrong line.
Okay. So the only vehicles that we're purchasing this year so far is that building, what we're
Building
talking about
inspector.
is the building inspector, so that's the
Correct.
other inspector, not Rick.
So the only two items under planning and zoning for this coming year are the renovation of the restrooms and this change from 55 to 40,000 for the building inspector.
Right,
vehicle.
and then you remember, we're going to split it out because the building code inspection fund should be listed separately. So
Right,
it's not part of the general fund, so.
right, but
We'll
the
take
way
care
it's
of that.
written on this page, those are the only two items.
Yeah, we'll fix that up.
Can we get some clarification on the, I know we briefly talked about it, the citywide cameras, just for educational purposes as to that allocated amount?
Where are you, James?
He's on that same page, 51.
Oh, okay, got it, got it.
That's something that, is the chief, he stepped away? All right. Let's grab him. I think that's something you could lower the amount on. It would just stretch the purchase out further and prices continue to escalate. So it's, what do you want to do? And so he was the one that had given me that number initially, but we discussed it in staff meeting, and yeah, you could cut it back some, but you would have to stretch the purchase out, add more years to it, which would add to the expense, so.
Can you, the citywide cameras in general, are we thinking, just explain, oh,
Yeah, Chief, come on up. That it was a project that predated me, so I'm going to have the chief speak to it.
Well, we talked about Veterans Park cameras, but we've never talked about citywide cameras.
It's amazing that the chair is wearing shorts and I'm wearing pants.
We reverse roles, but I'm not doing his job today, trust me.
Okay.
So the citywide cameras, and I know we did talk about Veterans Park, but the camera systems that we have right now are not interchangeable. They're not interoperable. When I got here, we didn't even have cameras at the police department. There's no cameras at the fuel depot. So if you've ever gone by the fuel depot, I took Commissioner Bryan by last week and showed him, if you want to come and take a look at it, I don't think the word impressed will be the word that you'll use. I think the word clamp it will probably come to mind. Wickline Park and other parks in the city, no cameras. So $50,000, we can whittle that down, but with a new IT provider coming in, maybe they can help us out with that. But there are places in the city, and next year I'll be asking the county for cameras in Wadsworth Park, at least in the entrance and the exit, because in my opinion, that park needs to be protected with the cameras as well. So that's pretty much a nutshell what the citywide cameras
Yeah,
are.
I think in this day and age, cameras are,
Right, and working smart and working hard, the license plate readers are working, keeping us safe, and if something does happen, those cameras, just so if anybody's watching, we don't use those cameras to spy on people. We don't have somebody in a secret room, monitoring cameras to see who's doing what, but in case something does happen, you can't go back to the old days saying you put up a sign that this property is being monitored by a camera, and then you don't have a camera.
yeah.
You can't do that. So, again, it's an investment, and when the new IT provider comes in, they say they can do a great job for us on that, then absolutely.
Chief, was there a number on those, or you're just randomly picking some place, a half a dozen, or?
It all depends on how many, places you want to have throughout the city. There's a great opportunity down on the south end to put one up by the water tower, because there's really nothing down there to tell you who's coming in and out of the city. Or if something happens, like, I think Commissioner Sherman referred to that crash down by Gamble Rogers, having at least some cameras there to help us out with, what's going on. But it was 65, we can go down to 50, or we can wait and hold off on a year and see what the IT provider tells us.
I mean, personally, I'd like to leave something in there because, I think every one of us in here has a camera on their house or something.
You can cut it to 25, and if they can come up with a great deal, my knowledge on cameras is limited. I know I have one on my iPhone. It takes really nice shots.
You're going to set that up in a park?
Yeah, and they're $1,400. So
I think
again,
anywhere that there's, not to cut you off, Matt, I'm sorry.
No.
Just anywhere that the public gathers in large numbers.
Right.
So,
Veterans Park is a perfect example. When the fountain went down, did it go down because it's been there and because the weather had just eroded it, or did somebody kick it down? You can't say it was vandalized. You don't know. There was no evidence that it was vandalized. And in those caustic conditions, but it would be nice if there was a camera out there to go, okay, well.
but now we have a farmer's market at Wickline Park.
Correct.
We have kids playing in
Absolutely.
Wickline Park. We have kids playing in some of the other parks. We have people gathering in
In the
places.
event something happens and you have a camera, a picture's worth how many words?
Yeah.
All right,
I think
so
with
guess-
inflation, it's
all right,
more than
so-
1,000 now.
So we're saying we're okay with leaving that amount in there? You want to cut it back to 50,000?
I'm fine with leaving that amount in.
Well, where are we getting 50 from? I see 65.
I mean, it was 65, and then at the staff meeting yesterday, we said,
Oh, you mean
possibly.
Yeah, we
okay.
just discussed it. If you wanted to make a trim, fine. But again, this is one of those things where, you're going, as you get into this, you will see the value of them, and you'll need to plan for it in multiple years. It won't happen like that. You'll need to kind of do this several years. So pick a number, and then we'll plug it in and do the best we can with it.
I'd be okay with 50,000.
Me too. I mean, that gives 10,000 per camera too. We looked at the fuel depot, police station, Woodcline Park, water tower, and Veterans Park. That's $10,000 a camera.
You forgot the turtle.
And then, you know, there's always the option, do we buy the equipment?
Or lease it.
Or do we lease the equipment? If you lease the equipment and something happens to that camera because of weather, storm, just the salt air, rust, whatever, you can have them replace it. You know, you can insure those cameras, but to buy them, you know, those are the things I think a really good IT provider can give us that institutional knowledge on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. We'll just go ahead.
Well, no, what did we decide?
Well, I'm okay with doing Veterans Park. I'm not okay with doing anything else. If we were to do Wickline, it needs to be part of the grant. That would tie in. We don't need to put cameras at the other parks.
I hate
Not
to
right
be
now.
downer Debbie, but Uvalde, Buffalo, all the other places where there have been shooters. My brother lives in Highland Park. The last place you would say anybody's ever going to come with a gun. If we don't have cameras around this city, I mean, it's not going to stop a shooter. I'm not that much of a Pollyanna, but at least we would know what happened instead of we can't do anything about it because we don't know what happened.
Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we just get a consensus? Because we could be here all day talking about cameras. I mean, I'm all for leaving what's in there because I know the cost of cameras and the software, even if we lease them or whatever. I think security is important and we should at least have a few
And it
around the
was
city.
the top, public safety was
Right.
the top survey.
Public safety, and it
response,
was
right?
at the top of the you know, citizens.
I'm okay with 65 as well.
That's two.
You want to leave it at 60?
265s, anybody else?
I'll go for 65.
Going once, going twice.
Yes.
Okay, 65.
Okay, it
it
looks
is.
like there's a consensus
Got
for
a consensus of
65.
Is that money we have to spend?
Right.
Absolutely.
Less?
No, and if
Hallelujah.
they can say, you know, Chief, we can do this for 35,000.
Bingo.
And we'll do it for 35,000. I'll try to
Absolutely.
get them to 34,995.
Yeah, I mean, we will always try to beat the number. The number just gives us the flexibility as a team to get going. And you have to understand, it's not just the camera. It's the software, the storage, the, you know, all the other, you know, the connection of it. For example, I'll just give you a little quick example. When I was in my last city, there was a gang that broke into all the cars at a church on Sunday morning.
Oh, nice.
I'm telling you, what, the community and the commission went nuts, and they said, we want cameras now. And it wasn't the cost of the cameras and the software that was so big, it was getting the electricity to them. I mean, you're talking about remote areas and different, you know, now fortunately in Veterans Park shouldn't be too much of a challenge, but in other locations, you're going to have those logistical challenges. So you have to look at those costs as well. So that's the kind of thing that you just need to kind of take into account. So 65 feels comfortable to me as well, but if we can beat the number, absolutely, we will do it.
Yeah, and we're blessed. You know, we have a community iWatch program where, you know, we put it out every couple months where we're asking citizens and businesses that have put in cameras to tell us where their cameras are at private residents and businesses. We're not talking about that here. We're talking about places like you were talking about, Commissioner Mealy, public places or places that don't have cameras. You know, if there's something that happens on A1A down at South Fifth Street, I know I can go to Commissioner Cooley's business and have him look at his camera out the front window to see who went by his business. Those things where, you know, that private-public partnership works really, really well. We're just talking about areas that are places where there aren't cameras that I think could enhance our operability and overall safety.
Okay.
And then you'll look into leasing as well as purchase.
We will look at every
Okay.
opportunity.
You can put a camera on my roof and point it right at that Fifth Street walkover if you want. Because that's 90% of the issues.
What is it about that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I've been told that's where the tip of the Bermuda Triangle is.
Apparently. Yeah, I mean, I wish they would migrate to another number or something.
Can be one of the lenses on Flagler Surf.
Okay, going down the list here. Do we have any other items we want to call out?
Just to go
Commissioner
back
Goulet?
on, I missed an item on 50, just for clarity on this one. Towards the lower part, additional funds needed for hardening project, this is under maintenance for the WIC line, 120. Was that the grant match, or is this something else?
I think that was the grant match.
So I thought the grant match was 150.
You have notes on it.
What are we talking about? I'm sorry.
You're talking about the 120 under the WIC
Under
line
maintenance,
hardening.
WIC line?
Is it that for doors and
What page?
windows and?
It's on
All right,
50.
Lee,
I thought it was for windows.
50, three-quarters of the way
Doors,
down.
windows, hardware,
Yeah.
I thought.
But that was under
got
the
nothing
grant, though. That's,
Was that a matching
Well,
part?
it's a 75-25 match, so is this the, that's,
I think
is
it's part of the match.
is that the
you have
match
to, in the
to?
capital, do you have to enter the revenue and,
In the capital plan, you have to put the entire cost of the project. So that should be the entire cost of the project. So, yeah, I'm not sure how it was done.
Lee,
Is
come on
here?
up.
If
Yeah,
Lee
come
can
on
just
up.
tell us what the total cost is before we get any grant money for just to do the whole thing. I think it's actually
it's 500 and something.
500.
Lee.
We're talking about WIC line,
Yes, sir, the hardening
the hardening project.
Yes, sir, it's on the bottom of 50.
Lee, the question is,
I don't have the same book you do.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find it.
Go over there and take a look. Lee.
Look at it.
Yeah, that one.
That was WIC line.
There it is, right there. The 304 is the total project cost.
does that include the match?
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
So
So if you
then-
take 25% of that, that would be the city cost.
So then what would be the 120, which is additional funds needed?
I don't think that should be in there.
That is the estimate. This grant was written a couple of years ago, and they finally approved it. It is going through a lot of mechanizations, okay? They finally did approve it, but they approved it for the cost estimate that was done over almost 2 years ago.
So that's kind of a Scrivener, just needs pulled out.
The problem is if you go to FEMA and ask for more money, what they do is another benefit cost analysis, and you run the risk of losing the grant.
Yeah.
That's
and
kind of what happened with the other one.
You're right, but I think Kathleen has your answer. Go ahead.
Okay, so the total cost of the project is $424,862. And I guess we split it out in this capital budget just to show it that way. So if you add 304, 682, and 120,000, that's how much the project costs. So the actual, we are getting 304,862 is what we're going to get reimbursed for, but we have to expend the 424,000.
That's why both the figures are in
Plus
there.
the 120.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, and the reason it was, I think we did it that way, it was because we have to spend a little bit more than 25% because of changes,
To make up the difference.
so.
Right.
So
And
city's
because all
been
this
a little
back and
bit
forth on the
rounding.
BCA and everything like that, we just said, let's put the money in here and just go get it and do it.
So after all the money's recovered, then the city's total cost would be about $120,000?
Yes.
Okay.
That's our net cost.
Okay.
And keep in mind, this is not just the WIC line building, it's the whole complex. Plus putting a new roof on the senior center. That's in there too.
Okay, any other call-outs? Back on 51?
51.
Are we finished with 50? Okay.
51, excuse me. And we talked about this, if you could just refresh me, multimodal sidewalks, it's halfway down 51, 25,000 each year. That is for our sidewalk repairs, just for clarity?
Yeah, Alan? the commissioner's asking about the funds set aside for sidewalk repairs. I think it's,
The multimodal
we're
sidewalk.
calling it that because FDOT likes that kind of language.
That, I believe, to be part of the flood mediation on South Flagler Avenue. It was requested to provide a sidewalk from State Route 100 to the library down South Flagler Avenue.
It's all part of that grant that Lee's been working on, and this would be the sidewalk that goes down that South Flagler.
The sidewalk is part of the grant?
It's what they were wanting to roll into the grant.
Yeah, and there's a certain amount of match we have, so we can count that.
Do we have a total then for the multimodal?
That would be incorporated in a price of volume of the cement and how much you're charging in that at the time if you can get it.
Lee can address.
Estimated, what we did at that point in time, we rolled it off, measured square footage, went with the current price of cement and concrete to have it poured. That's the price we came up with then.
Does that include, Alan, does that include the labor costs or?
Yes, sir, that was a complete install.
That's everything?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Because you were saying cement, so I was just wondering what.
Well, that's covering that,
just the cement,
labor, you know, because somebody's got to put it down.
Yeah, you can't just pour it and leave.
I wish.
Doesn't self-level.
Yeah, we're not doing floors.
Okay, any other questions on that particular item?
Not on that item.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Alan, yes, sir, you come up, have a question?
Good morning, Paul Ike, 308 North Flagler. The question that I have is in regards to the definition of this as multimodal and what the definition of that is, because there are places where multimodal means that you have to have your sidewalk at a certain width, and I didn't hear any conversation about that whatsoever. There is a difference between a sidewalk and a pathway or something like that, and I just was curious as to whether that...
We're pretty much aware of that, Paul, with the argument we had about getting golf carts being able to come from Beverly Beach to Flagler Beach.
Okay.
Because the sidewalk was 6 inches too narrow.
I know.
So we're pretty aware of
All right.
need for the width of the sidewalk.
Good question. Thank you. Okay.
I looked it up.
Kathleen?
Oh, I was just saying I looked up the definition because it's always thrown me. And it says it's characterized by several different modes of activity or occurrence. Multimodal.
Oh, multimodal.
Those are project details that engineering
Sidewalk,
can
I
get into, so.
Engineering.
So it's, I guess, putting one
Ringo.
path that can accommodate many different modes of transportation.
Okay, moving down. Any other?
I know when I hear multimodal, I think buses and trains and, you know.
Sure. Commissioner Phillips?
We talked about tennis court improvements, correct?
Yes.
And we
Did we
changed
just-
it to park reserves.
Okay.
We're making that a reserve, parks reserve.
Okay, thanks. I forgot to make a note. Thanks.
Okay. Moving down the list.
So under building repairs, there's a 25,000 on 2 different years, which is different than what we originally talked about on the.
Oh,
the
that's,
budget.
yeah, I'm glad you saw that because, you know, I think, did we have it wrong in the budget?
I thought we narrowed, are you talking about
This is
sanitation?
sanitation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We just changed it to 5,000.
We
Yeah,
did, but
but yeah.
there's,
It was over 2 years.
we have a bunch of different numbers we're working with.
So no, it must have just been, let me look at the detail, but maybe it was a mistake in the budget book. It should have been 25 instead of 45, but let me look at the detail. You can all keep talking. I'll look it up.
The other question, this would be for Rob Smith. I brought this up before, but Rob, that baler, the $25,000 baler, if you could just come up and, do you have an estimated time frame of when that's going to pay for itself? Like how long?
Depends on how much beer we drink.
We drink a lot.
I mean, I can figure numbers conservatively. at least, I would say, a year, less than a year. I mean,
Oh, that fast?
yeah, it's 25 grand. Right now I'm losing $500 a week in aluminum. $300-400 a week.
If that thing can pay for itself in a year, it's a no-brainer.
So if there's 3,000 pounds of aluminum sitting over there from 3 weeks, you go from, say, just an arbitrary number, a very conservative number, from 40 cents a pound to, say, I got a quote yesterday for 70 cents this week for baled aluminum. So that's 40 cents a pound. That's 3,000 pounds. Adds up pretty quick. So now you got to put labor in there, and it's electric, so there's power, and it doesn't use a lot of power, but I would say a year. It's a very small machine. There's 2 hydraulic cylinders. There's a hydraulic pump. Plugs in the wall. You pull a lever. The 2 cylinders come down just like a garbage truck works. Pushes everything into a cube. And then you add in tin, and you add in cardboard. That makes revenue. So, I mean, that's a small machine. A year and a half, say. Worst case scenario.
That's not a lot of money. I mean, we were looking at balers down at the we're talking 200,000, 300,000, 400,000.
Yeah, I said, we're going to walk over here to the next booth.
Made out of gold?
No. I was like, wow. Yes, well, we moved to another table. Okay, any other questions?
This is a separate item. I missed it earlier, and I believe we talked about it before as well, the renovation of the women's and men's bathrooms, the $19,500. I couldn't remember if we decided we were just going to replace that piece of tile or we were going to budget that full amount. I know that there was some discussion about that.
I had it left in, but if y'all want to change it, that's up to y'all.
I thought we agreed to leave it in.
Here's to a consensus.
Where are we at?
Well, I guess the detail of it is that we're going to do a complete renovation or we're going to do partial renovation, because there was talk about the floors and this kind of thing here. Is the 19,000 going to cover, was it 19?
19.5.
19.5. Is that going to cover complete renovation? Or Rick, this is on the bathrooms in the WIC line?
Yes, sir. That 19.5, that was a year ago. I wouldn't be surprised if it was up to 35,000 by now. Yes. The cost materials have just gone right through the roof.
So if we allocate the 19.5, then what we're saying is we're probably going to just do partial renovation, which might be the floor or whatever is the most hazardous type of thing.
Or we might be able to do one bathroom.
Have we ever thought about just fixing it and letting it ride for 2 years and maybe prices go down? I keep hearing everyone say prices are going up, prices are going up. My thoughts are we have a recession that's looming and prices are going to start to come down. And we have a lot of projects on this list. We talked about yesterday 79 projects, and here we're adding more. Maybe this is one of those times that we say, let's fix it, let's hold off, and let's see, and instead of just adding more projects.
Well,
the bathroom in the front of the building was ADA compliant, and it was recently renovated, so this is in the back of the building.
Actually, the one in the lobby is brand new.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The restrooms right now is the restrooms that staff is using. And like I said the other day, one of the staff literally tripped on the tiles because they're peeling up. The option of that is just go in and strip the tiles and leave the glue on the floor.
Is it laminate or is it tile?
No, it's individual tiles.
It's those vinyl lick 'em stick 'em tiles.
Yeah. Peel it back and
you can't just lay it over top of it. I mean, I remember seeing the bathrooms.
Not in the condition those are in. You can't just lay over.
So I guess the question is, in order to get a consensus here, if we're going to leave 19,000 in, we're going to try to address the most hazardous elements of the bathrooms, which might be the floors.
Well, you can't really
just can't do that because you got to take the petitions out.
Yes, and cabinets, and I mean, there's cabinets, the lamination out of cabinets peeling off. God only knows how old those restrooms are. We could take that and do either the women's or the men's restroom this year and do the other one next year.
Or save the money and wait and see what the price is next year or the year after.
And we wait for somebody else to trip
We
and
don't
fall.
want somebody to get hurt.
That's,
Because then you
and that would be my thought is if we don't do anything and somebody falls and gets hurt, are we ahead of the game?
I mentioned that last night too on a project as well.
I'm for leaving the number the way it is and fix whatever you can fix.
I
You know,
am
if
as
you can
well. I
re-
am
If
as
you
well.
can do one bathroom, that would be great.
And that's what I would prefer to do, is we'll do the best we can in the men's room, we'll fix the ladies' room up, and then next year we'll plug in for the men's room. We may be able to just peel a tile up. The glue is so old, I don't think you'd stick to the floor.
It's brittle.
So we just pull a tile up so it's not a trip hazard.
Are these for materials, or are you using staff to do all the work, or some of the work? I know that you pull wires and stuff like this too, but
No, that was,
Fractional?
all the work that I did was in our
In your area.
administrative office area. We didn't do anything in the restrooms.
okay. So we're talking about contract
We
work.
need Mo back because he did such a great job over here.
So
Okay.
Rick, you'll be contracting somebody to do the work,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the commission? Do you want to just use the 19,000, or just want to try to fix it? What do you want to do?
I'd like to use the 19,500.
Me too.
Commissioner Sherman?
No from me.
Okay. Mayor?
I say no. I say fix it.
No. Well, I mean, I have to define what fix is. Are we-
Fix the tiles so no one trips instead of spending $20,000.
Okay, so we're talking about a temporary repair?
Mm-hmm.
I say just put a Band-Aid on it for now.
Put it up 2,700. Two things. I know Vic keeps saying old, old, old. One of the biggest culprits of asbestos is the glue. Have we checked that? Because that could take your budget right out. And the second, maybe for next year, I think you guys should have pictures of all of these things. So you're looking at them and say, you make a decision on pictures too, you know? I mean,
I already have the picture up there.
you have it in your head, but I don't know if Eric has it, I don't know, you know. But pictures, like the chief said, you know, pictures, it's 1,000 words, you know, it's evidence. I think you can make your judgments better on pictures too. Just a suggestion.
I've been there. I don't need a picture.
Well, you need it too, right, as the public? Shouldn't we see what's got to be done?
Well, we had tablets, we can look at pictures.
Rick Bell, Humor Flagler Beach. I don't know how many of you have seen those bathrooms. We have a lot of staff working in that building now, and they're in bad shape. So at some point, they're going to have to get done, and it's going to cost more as time goes by. So I would suggest getting a good start on it. And Rick says he can do one bathroom at a time, which makes sense. Then do one this year, one next year. But they need it. They definitely need help.
Okay, I'm going to go down the line here. Commissioner Cooley?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Mayor?
No.
And I say yes, we got a tie.
Except I don't get a vote.
Except the mayor doesn't get a vote. So,
I just get opinion.
You just get to complain, that's
you
it.
get to complain. Okay, so it stays in. One bathroom or?
So
I
do we
think,
need to go
we're-
ahead and budget though for 20, just to put it on the sheet,
next year?
23, 24, put it in so it
I think
doesn't get
so.
forgotten?
What are you going to budget for next
Yeah,
year?
it's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
If it's 19.5 this year, it's going to do
I
one
mean-
bathroom.
If we have asbestos, we know what the pipes are in that building, 'cause that building's so old. We could be looking at,
I would say you leave that 19.5 where it is and you don't budget anything for next year and you get it done for 19.5.
Yeah, because, and to your point, hopefully the costs will start coming down and it'll balance out some kind of. I don't believe it's coming down.
It can't be spending $30,000, $40,000 on small restrooms. That's crazy.
I agree, but by the same token, we got nice bathrooms that we go in here to use, and we have employees that we have to look out for too. And I've seen the bathrooms. But we can move on to the next item.
so that stays.
Okay, so page
52?
Page 52, we're removing the 3 speed bumps, correct?
Yes. Okay, speed bumps came out, right?
It came out, yep. That's 45 grand.
And that's in the utility fund.
I had a question about the screw press. Down here, it's earmarked for 1.7 million, but we just approved 350.
Wait a minute. Screw press?
Let me walk you through this.
Oh.
Okay.
It's the whole thing.
It's a 50-50 match for the state of Florida. It's $850,000 grant. So we have to match. We get 850, but we have to match the 850. That's what the 1.7 is all about, right? So then Ben just came last night and told you how he's going to handle it to get the most reimbursement that we can from the state. So that's why the numbers in there for the whole total cost, it's match and project.
Well, let me just interject here. Didn't we start this project already? Because of this project, I
Yes.
don't have it in the 20.
It's going to go this year.
Right, so this project, so it shouldn't really be in the capital plan because the project is budgeted, currently we amended the budget, I believe, for 21, 22. And we have it in this current year, yeah. So we'll just be, that will be an encumbrance. Will encumber it. So even though it's showing in this capital plan, in the pages that make up the budget, it is not in there.
But it really shouldn't be in the capital plan because it was already put in this year's budget
Right,
under emergency.
it doesn't belong in this capital plan
but-
because we're showing 5 years.
But the history of the project is that you had to go after the grant and the state wanted to see it in the capital plan. So that's why,
Oh,
okay? It predates what's happened lately.
okay.
But if we put it in capital plan, then we're going to show it as a new expense when we've already spent it. I mean, it should, if anything, it should be on the current year capital plan and not next year's.
Correct. So we just got to get it in the right year, but it needs to be part of the process.
All right, so we would just move it from the year that it's in now to previous. So it would take it out of this year, if that makes sense.
Yes, and then I have
it to our current budget year, not the proposed budget year. Yeah, we need to do that. Right.
And then I just have questions for clarity. Right below that, the 25,000, the mobile sludge dewatering unit.
Covered that last night.
It was last night.
That's what I thought. And was part of that 350, correct?
Needs moved as well, because that was under the
Know about
emergency
that one.
thing,
I don't know about that.
to drain the rainforest.
So what are you saying?
It's happening now, so we'll get with you. We'll go over it, Kathleen.
Okay, so we're not going to have this 25,000 in there?
Not next year.
So we can
We're
take
doing
that
it
out.
now.
Okay.
We have to do it now.
And just for anybody listening at home, we're not draining a rainforest. It's a figure of speech. I can imagine what Facebook's going to say about that one.
We're just cutting
Is that
out.
correct, Johnny? We're going to be doing
my
that
house,
mobile dewatering in the next month or two, right? Yeah, before the end of September.
The only other pending questions we had at the top of 52 was the big crane truck. There's kind of a question on that.
Oh, the large boom just used to pull the pumps?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so go to the handout that I gave you all.
Which one?
The big one.
This is the long one with the trucks
The
on it.
picture one?
Yeah.
It's the very first.
If you had your tablet, you'd be able to pull it up.
Very first one, and Benny, come on up.
We're getting texture. I'm not letting that one go.
I know Benny's kind of quiet and he doesn't say a whole lot, but this guy
Hey.
is so indispensable to the operation of this city. He's amazing.
He's okay.
And this is his piece of equipment, and I don't see how he does what he does with the equipment he has. So
Yes.
he's the one that's been asking me about it, so make your case.
Basically, the pumps are getting bigger, so it'll be weighing more, so we need a bigger boom on the truck. Right now, I have a 42 at 25th Street. I have to double the cable up. And the other truck's old. I don't trust it, basically, the hydraulics on that. I replaced the gear winch on it already. It got stuck on me one time. Yeah.
And these pumps are weighing well over 1,000 pounds,
Yes.
correct?
And once they do the triplex station at the wastewater plant, I think it goes up from 75 horse, which is probably 3,000 pounds.
Right. So you're talking about fooling around with heavy stuff, and if there's an accident, this man is working a very dangerous situation, so we want him to have good tools and not be compromised on safety. So that's the main point. And then I think that you had told me that you really just don't have all your eggs are in one basket. If one of these things goes down, you can't operate. And how many lift stations? You've got 28?
26.
26, sorry.
Yes.
So he's moving around all over the city all the time. And of course, these things don't break down on Friday morning. They break down Sunday at 2 a.m. and those kind of things. And so he has to have good equipment.
How old is the truck that you have now?
The one I have is a 2018.
14?
And the older one is 2014.
Okay.
I think it has 70,000 miles on it.
Well, Vinny, you're going to get one of my very rare yeses to that.
Thank you.
Do you perform all the maintenance on it too?
Yes. That and performing out there in the field. The pumps have to get maintenance too on it.
So I'm not going to add to the buddy. I'm just asking a question because, you know, I'm a car guy and I keep everything undercover. Would it, and because I'm looking at the bed of this truck, it's a box truck, right?
Yeah. Utility body.
A utility body truck, and I'm looking at the rust and all. So it sits outdoors all the time.
Well, that rust actually started because the weather we have.
Right.
And when we put pumps on the back, it deteriorates the gases and all that. Deteriorates the metal.
The sewer pumps
in the back of
all
those
these
trucks.
gases and the leachate that comes out, and that exacerbates the rust.
Even though if we wash it off and scrub it, it's still.
Would it help? I mean, I got a big truck, and I hit the bed liner put in it. Would that help a little? Or does it just go scratch it all up?
Yes, exactly.
Rubber mats. I'm looking for something to help. But I guess what I was thinking is that, you know, would a cover, because I'm looking at the boom that's rusted up and is sitting outside all the time, would any kind of a cover and all help keep some of this
we
off
wash
there?
those trucks every day.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm just trying.
And it goes in the shop. It's actually inside.
Okay.
The trucks are actually inside, so.
And McGuire's wax is not helping?
No.
Question, Chair.
Yes, sir.
So, Vinny, with the big crane truck, are you going to be loading these pumps into a trailer or something to?
Probably use the older truck until we figure out something.
Yeah.
I mean, I usually put trash bags over it when I load it in the back of the truck now.
Yeah, with the big crane truck, I mean, just as a best, and I don't want to get into the weeds on it, but as a best practice, we probably need to be real cognizant about just dumping a pump in the back of
I know.
$160,000 truck.
I'll figure something out.
Yeah, or like pull a utility trailer, you know?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a utility trailer might help.
Yeah.
We just have to make sure we have a trailer that has enough, you know, strength to maybe carry it.
What about a military surplus trucks that they, like they have out at ELS?
Yeah, that would be a good approach.
Talking about like a deuce and a half or something?
Well, no,
find
I mean,
surplus
they have trailers that they pull behind military vehicles
Yeah.
during the war and all that. Some of those are really heavy duty that you can get at military surplus and this kind of thing here. So I'm just looking, you know, any kind of options, and I'm sure you've probably looked into all of that.
Yes.
Because, I mean, I see you out there on Palm Drive in that big thing out there to the lift station, so.
That's all.
Okay. All right, thank you much. I think that answers the questions we have. So that one stays in. What page are we on, 53? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, no big deal. Rick Belhumer, Flagler Beach. Vinny needs a new truck, that's quite obvious. The fact that he needs one with a bigger crane is obvious. But last year, we had in the capital budget $60,000 to replace his truck. Now it's $100,000 more than what a replacement truck was last year. Is it really a $160,000 truck?
I think they changed trucks completely. They're going from the smaller trucks to the much larger chassis. Is that correct, Vinny? Yeah, it's a totally different vehicle.
Right, I'm aware. I had one at my last job, but it was packed with a compressor.
Vinny, come on up and answer the question.
Welder and all kinds of other
Mainly
things.
the crane and those things. Go ahead. Come on up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Vinny, this is going to be more like a F550 or something?
Yes.
The big chassis.
Yeah, and problem with some of the stations, there's no lights. We're probably gonna have some lights on that truck. I actually installed 2 LEDs on the one I have right now. Because when you back up, for example, the cul-de-sac on Oak Lane, it's all wooded, and the station sits back there and there's no lights. We had some solar lights, we can put it in there because there's a bunch of trees we're gonna have to cut down.
Yeah, these things break down the services that he has. He goes in a lot of dark areas, and we want to try to make sure there are lights and things for safety so he can see what's going on.
It's like FPL truck when I get done.
Yeah.
Lights all over.
So it's the truck that's rigged?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any other call-outs on the next page?
So on 53, might as well just jump into about halfway down. There's the purchase of, I guess, a couple replacement vehicles for, are those the ones in this city manager? Is that the ones that are in here that are the ones getting replaced?
Probably.
Water plant, yeah.
Water plant.
I don't see any water plant trucks in this one.
It's the one that's like 2014.
And while you all are looking that up, there's the demo of the old concrete basins. I thought we were keeping those. According to
Is Jim here? Yeah. Jim, come on up and address your vehicles and the demolition of that basin.
Jim Rammer, Water Plant Superintendent. Our trucks is a 16, going for the well field, and we're looking to get it to replace it. And with the destruction of the buildings, we were talking to the engineers. Everything out there from the old plant was built underground because the way the flow of the old Cellatron was, they made it with the new, well, back then, the Claricone had to be the same level, because if we ever had to go back and forth with each one or run both the same, the levels were the same. Well, everything's put underground. The engineers are telling us if we ever want to use that ground for anything else, like for building something in the future, all that stuff's got to come out of the ground, all the concrete. And we got 2, 3, or 4 basins out there that held the filter system, the Claricone system, and the wastewater recovery basin. And that's what we're looking at, doing one at a time.
City manager, isn't this something that could go in the SRF loan?
It's a water plant.
And this is the water plant.
I get it.
So we'd have to apply for another SRF loan, sure.
I didn't know if
I mean,
we'd
it's
be
not
able
on
to
the
do
radar now. We
all-encompassing.
need to probably get a revenue stream to, look at these long-range costs, and that would be another SRF loan.
I just, do we need to demo the old concrete basins this year, or can we work this into some type of other project is really the question.
I don't know any other project that we could really, I mean, I could talk to some foremen out there that we're gonna start working on the other well sites, but I don't think they do this type of work.
Is there any harm in leaving them for the time being?
Sure, we can leave them. I'm just saying, in the future. I see everything going skyrocket. We figure maybe we can get it done this year at a cheaper rate, because they wanted to tear down the old plant, $85,000. When we tore down, when the old plant was being dismantled, told me the engineers wanted to charge us $85,000. Well, we found a company that scraps metal. They tore it down for free. They took it away.
Nice.
Saved us $85,000. And this concrete, we've tried to get companies to give us a price back when Bruce was the city manager, Bruce Campbell. He wanted the whole thing demolished. And I tried to get pricing on that. No one would come back to me to tear down the whole plant. And then when Larry came in, Larry said, no, we're going to keep them. So I put a new roof on the existing plant, the old plant. But the other stuff is still on the ground. It's just sitting there. Like I said, if we ever want to build on it, we have to tear it out.
So I guess to Commissioner Cooley's point is this is something we don't really have to do this year.
No, we don't have to do this year. We just
But in the future, if we wanted to start actually planning or putting some money aside in order to do that, that's something we could do.
Or there could be a way we could, excuse me, in the future, reuse them for lime softening. If we have to take care of our concentrate without dumping the river, that's the way the engineers want to go. I don't know.
I thought Ben in his presentation had a repurpose for this, for us not to remove it.
That was over
That's the wastewater
Oh,
plant.
okay.
This is the water plant.
This is
Got
the
it.
water plant.
It's totally different.
They're sitting out there. I mean, if you haven't been out there
They
to the
blend
water
together at the end of the day.
If you haven't been out there to the water plant, I know what you're talking about. They're just
Yes, the big
sitting
open
there.
pits
They're
that
just
are
open
there.
pits that are just
And
sitting
again, these are conversations that have been kind of
Right.
kicked down the road, things that have been,
Okay.
kind of in the discussion for a while. So that's why it's here. We don't have to do it this year, but I just don't want it to drop off the radar. And, at some point, we're going to have to bite the bullet and do something.
Okay. I think it's important that, department heads are here because this really helps us a lot as far as being able to tackle these particular things here. I mean, my question is, would you be comfortable putting, I don't know, whatever number the commission here decides, to maybe in the future to say, okay, we're going to put an amount this year, we're going to set aside this amount, and then maybe next year this amount, especially since we don't plan on building anything right now, unless you're anticipating having to build anything at that site.
Not this time, not in that area.
Okay.
Well, we're just looking for a place maybe to put our million-gallon tank.
Okay, all right.
In the future.
That could be projected out like maybe 5 years from now?
It's in a 5-year plan.
Okay.
I'll have to go back and look.
All right.
So they have land purchased next year for
Right.
a million-gallon tank. Can the million-gallon tank sit where that basin is?
You'd have to tear it down.
Right.
We have to tear it down. And then
But that's a
do that,
small
but-
expense compared to buying $700,000 in land.
Well, I don't know if it would fit on where he's
Yeah,
talking about.
Oh, what he's talking about?
That's a big.
Or just back in there.
See, the problem is, the way they designed the new plant, the way they ran all the wiring, they ran it across the grounds where it'd be perfect for that million-gallon tank. So we were looking at maybe purchasing the land behind it, a little part of it, and extend our property and then build the million-gallon there. We need about 100 feet circular to put the million-gallon tank in.
You don't have that space now, even where that basin is or anything, right?
No.
So again, we can stretch this out. Take the money and move it out.
I
But
have a question.
It's just those discussions, we just,
I have one question. I have one question. I heard you say, just for clarity, So you have a great location, but they ran the wiring across. Would it be cheaper to move the wiring versus spending $700,000 on a new land purchase? Just a thought we brainstormed together. And put that tank in that position?
Well, we'd have to be very careful where we move because there's so much from the old plant wiring system underground, and with the new plant, it's all over that place. And some of that stuff is still hooked to the new system, and that they reuse the old for the new plant. I'm afraid of hitting it.
Okay, so it's just a cluster.
Yeah.
Not well laid.
See, just clarity, that's.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. I'll look into it. I will definitely look into that.
Okay.
We
Just
don't-
a thought.
We don't want to take the whole system down.
No.
Not on our watch.
Backup tank.
I'll tell you what, putting in that little building, that $500,000 building, that saved us a lot of money, especially on air conditioning fees.
So I have a question for you. We have 3 basins, concrete basins, correct? Does it make sense, do you want them all removed at one time, or can we do one this year, one next year, or
You
one?
can do that.
I mean, I don't know if that makes sense, or.
How much is it to remove one?
Just remove one.
Talk about
Yeah, we
phasing.
move one at a time.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the company that's doing it. You might get a better price to getting all three,
Do all three at once.
because they don't have to bring the equipment back, because that's usually a lot of the cost is moving the equipment.
Mobilization.
Right,
I think the
mobilization.
Yeah, I
company
just thought I'd
working
heard it.
on our tank over at the wastewater plant, he was already going to
Same
be on
company.
site.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you
Okay,
say?
what's the pleasure of the board?
I have a suggestion, but I want to hear your comment real quick. What was the last one about the wastewater?
Well, we're going to have crews that do that, the concrete basin work on site at wastewater treatment plant. There might be a piggyback option there,
Okay.
as a cost savings, because they're already there, they're already got the equipment. They're going to be working on those tanks. They're not going to be tearing them down, but they're going to be working on them, and they specialize in that.
Depends on if they are in the
They
demolition.
are going to have to remobilize different.
Well, it depends on if they're in the demolition business as opposed to construction, but I mean, if they got the equipment there, might be able to. I guess it's something we can look at, so the pleasure of the board is to just go ahead and budget a little for right now, or just take it off altogether and wait till next year.
I would recommend moving it at least a year.
Yeah, let's just move it out a year.
Okay?
Makes sense to me, and then we'll work with Jim to
And then
come
I
up with
want-
different options. I will say this, let me brag on Jim a little bit. I have a lot of great department heads, but this guy, he is always saving you money. Every time you turn around, you look at his monthly reports.
Yep.
7,000 here, 5,000 there. He's just always doing that. So I have confidence that we can find different options.
Okay. Commissioner?
I was just going to say, since we've decided to phase it to 23, 24, when you come back, can you have for next year the price if we were to phase it versus remove it all at the one time? That way next year we can have a plan.
Yeah, I can definitely try to look up.
Because it has to get done.
Yeah.
That's
And we want to.
has to get done.
Yeah, see, the problem was, the originally engineer says, oh, no, you can tear it down and build over top of it. And I was kind of skeptical about it. And then when I sat down and really talked to David King, he says, no, you best just take it all out and put fresh ground pounded in the ground, packed ground to build on.
I think that's probably code also, because you can't just cover up a swimming pool and build on top of it. You have to tear it out. Anyway. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. Thanks a lot. Thanks for what you do. I've taken a
Thank you
tour
so
of your
much.
plant, and I'm amazed how it works.
Thank you.
And just for clarity, another item right above it is, what is the 15,000 for telemetry?
We want to buy our telemetry from the company, from Sunstate, the program itself, to where we can work on ourselves instead of being charged $1,000 a day for them to come down from Jacksonville or take a risk of hooking it up to the internet, so and hijacking it while it's on the internet, while they're working on it. We figured Ehab and I can work on it ourselves and try and save the city $1,000 every time he come down and work on it.
That's in the decision modules. That's one of the decision modules.
Okay. And the only other pending question was about these vehicles.
If you want to, you can move my vehicle to next year and I'll revamp. I'll look in and see what the pricing of the trucks are, because I was so busy with the well system, I had a chance to really look at what the pricing of trucks are and what we're gonna need. I think we're gonna look at 4x4s for boat trucks, just for, like a Ranger, like Rick was saying, as just our normal truck, and we want a well field truck, a heavy duty truck with a crane, so we can pull motors at the plant.
You want Benny's truck?
I'll go to Shapen's in there.
Yeah.
Take the boom off.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys pull pumps too.
Yeah.
And they have to access well sites that are out in woods and heavy, they're not well lit. It's the same situation. I mean, it's amazing what they do to make sure when you turn on the faucet, there's water there.
It is.
Yeah, it's remote sites.
So Jim, you think we could push the truck out for a year?
Yeah, I would definitely do that, and I might have to add some money to it, depending on which route we want. If I'm entitled to go.
You want time to really plan it out?
Really investigate that. I like to investigate this stuff.
Okay.
And like I always do with everything, I always get a price and I'll put it on the board for next year.
Okay.
That's what I do with all my stuff. So I know, hey, you guys are going to question me about, yeah, this is what it's going to cost me. Trucks, I haven't had a chance to look at.
Work us a deal. And
I'm trying to work on this well field system and with well 15 and 16, get 16 started as quick as possible, since that's under a grant. And it's been, because of materials, it's just been a fiasco. And plus I got a new PLC with a system for the plant itself. There is one I'm trying to get renewed, and it's got the program on it, and they can't get the parts from China. The boards.
So everything's taking longer, right?
And now I've got, what was it, $43,000 to replace it, and it's still sitting there. I can't do anything until it gets shipped from China.
I waited 4 months for a chip for my motor.
4 months? We waited for a VFD drive for train 3.
Yeah.
And then I got another one, give me the ghost. It's the final one I want to replace. And I put in a request to have replaced.
Okay, I think we have consensus here. Thanks a lot, Guy. Appreciate what you do. Next item.
Just a question on page 54, the sea level rise vulnerability assessment, is that coming out of an enterprise fund?
It's stormwater, and it's a zero match grant.
It's easy enough.
It's part of the federal grant.
No, it's a state grant.
State grant?
Kind of unusual one, because the state legislature wanted these resiliency efforts to go. And when we saw that they had passed that bill with the $700 million in it, we raised our hand pretty quickly. And again, our team pulled together and put it in, and we received $100,000. The county received $75,000, and we also had included Beverly Beach as part of our assessment. So the conversation now is, hey, county, you got 75, we got 100. We need to look at all these issues anyway across the board. Let's collaborate. So we're in the process of coordinating with them on how we're going to get that done.
Okay.
That's good, because if something happens in Beverly Beach, it's going to affect us anyway.
Correct.
The water doesn't know anything about boundary lines.
It doesn't.
Okay, moving on. We're ready to go to the next page, 55.
I'm opposed to the pie chart.
The colors or the angle or...
Oh, you want me to update it? I've been doing it that way for so many years.
No, he's
just being facetious
he's
about
breaking
the
your
colors.
shoes.
He wants fuchsia.
We got fuchsia for the Flagler County Debt Service.
No, it is.
I don't think
So
Benjamin.
that chart, just for the
Benjamin
public,
doesn't
is
look
showing
very
that out of your, because it's an important pie chart. So this is looking at last year's tax bill, your tax bill from last year. And out of that huge amount that you paid, only 26.73% comes back to the city. So there's a lot of people that live in this area that don't understand that every dollar that they pay on that bill, it doesn't come here. I mean, I know there's residents that are paying, probably $13,000 for some of these newer homes. Yeah, I saw that. So yeah, that whole 12,000 doesn't come here. Only 27% of it comes back here. The rest is going out to the county and the school board and few other little funds. Okay, that's it. Had to say.
Thanks for that. Sure, go ahead.
I did have a general comment about the base fees and the changes and stuff. We're currently paying for a study to have that looked at, and they're going to come back to us and tell us exactly what we need based on everything that's going on, all the moving pieces. I would say that we don't do anything with them until we get that study back, because if we do anything, all we're doing is we're just throwing a dart. It's just a guess. And
base fees for
I would respectfully, with all the respect I can muster, disagree. We need to go ahead with this budget. Obviously, if we get that data back and we need to maybe slow down the increase or delay it or whatever, you can make that decision then. But Ben's people are working on it, and I don't know what the timing is. Right now, we have to adopt a budget and move forward. So there's still time.
So what you're saying then is that even if we go above what the recommendations might be, we can always go back next year and
Yes, you could slow down the increase, or delay it. But right now we have a process, and we have to set the rates, and the study, they're working on it, but I don't know when it's going to be available. I don't know if it'll be in August or September, and this train is moving forward, and I think you can always slow it down. Yeah, so I could ask them how quickly they're going to be doing it, but it could be out of sync with our process, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Kathleen, what was our increase last year? Do we know? Do you remember?
It was small. We did not.
Yeah. Find it. It was.
Well, you can see it. Oh yeah, you can see the current rate is 91. I'd have to look it up. I could probably find it.
Yeah, I'd just be curious.
I think we just did the index.
You did.
And we didn't increase stormwater at all. I remember that.
This might take a minute to find.
Yeah, because that's a big jump this year, so that's why I'm asking.
But there's so many projects out there. That's the problem.
Yeah, if I may address the stormwater proposal, there's two factors involved in that increase recommendation. One factor is the amount of projects that need to be done, and of course you saw the stormwater report from HB 53 and all of those things. So the stormwater demands for projects are not getting less, they're actually increasing, and the costs of those projects are going up. And then the second major factor is that Lee, that's it. That's the staff that does all of this work. And with the increased reporting requirements and regulations that are having to be met, not only with the MS4, which is your NPDS program with the state and federal government, there is the CRS, which is your flood insurance. So between flood insurance, the National Flood Insurance Program, and the new regulations coming through the MS4, it is just, it's daunting. This guy can't do his job, normal day-to-day operations, and all of that stuff too. So the increase would help pay for, that's part of the decision module discussion, would pay for a person to help him or something. because it's just too much for one person. He just can't do it anymore.
Stayed flat last year.
So going back to Debbie's question, last year, the increase was for all the water flows and water and sewer flows and water and sewer base fees, we did a 1.17% increase, which was the index. So that amounted for everything amounted to 92 cents per month increase, and then we added the $2 recycle fee for Big Blue. So last year, and we did not increase stormwater. It stayed at, it was $9.50 from last year.
Okay, so it was $2.92.
$2.92, $35 a year.
Thank you. That's a little bit of double.
Any other comments or call-outs on the increases on this particular chart?
Yeah, I would love to follow what Eric suggested because it'll be more real. But we need to set these rates and we can change them if we have to. Yeah.
Can you, this is just a question because I don't know the answer, obviously. Can you not change them if when we get the study back, or are they fixed and then they're fixed for the year?
We come to the commission in October with the resolution to increase rates.
Okay.
Generally, so that's when you have the opportunity to
But they can be
decide.
changed anytime.
They can be changed anytime, yeah.
They can be, but.
We need to set something.
Yeah, it's
Right.
you've got to have something for the staff to work with to bill.
Right.
And that's complicated with all the computers and all of that stuff. I mean, so it's best to have it set. And again, we can roll into this if the studies, I can check to see when it's going to be available. I'm just concerned that it's out of sync or could be. So, I mean, this process is set, it's advertised, and, you know, I'm thinking we need to go ahead with it. And then, yes, if you want to delay, increase the next year and not go up as much or hold it flat because we have enough, you know, those are the kind of things that you'll need to take into account.
But once we have the hard data.
Are we speaking mainly to the stormwater?
No, she's
No, the
talking
whole
about the water fees that are, Ben has this group doing in this analysis.
Oh, right, I saw that.
Okay,
Yes,
so I'm just wanting to make sure that these things come together because there's a certain sequence that you need to do things in to be able to send out a utility bill. And you can't mess any of that up or our staff won't know what to bill.
Because on the water fees, remember from the other day, we didn't even go up as high as the index. The index is 3.56%.
Yeah, we're not even recognizing
We're going
that.
1.72 because, you know, we feel that the need is really in the stormwater fund.
Yeah, that's obviously our biggest jump.
Yes.
So,
And those are costs that I wish I could change them, but I mean, it's just going up and up and up. And the regulations are driving a lot of this too.
And do I want it to go up? Obviously, an annual increase of $79, no, but I have to respect what our needs are, so.
Yeah, I'm thinking of inviting my relatives less, so, because I know that my water bill's way up from all these grandchildren visiting me. Yeah, I don't like it either, but it's part of the process.
Let them wash in the pool.
That's a good idea.
I think this is another classic case of previous years when the increases didn't go in effect, and then we had
We've
to.
been increasing it year over year over year.
Only in the last 3 years.
$3 million was left on the table by not doing 8 to 10% increases from, I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly what years, but probably around, you know, when the real estate bubble burst. I mean, yeah, sure, that was kind of a given. We needed to cut back a little bit there. But from the time that the wastewater plant, I mean, the water treatment plant went in until probably about 2014. So almost 7-8 years of absolutely no increases or very, very little. And because we didn't do that gradual increase then we literally would have had $2 or $3 million sitting in our savings. Or maybe, that's just the way it works. And that's, again, I said this the other day, but it's the same scenario with mill rates. If we don't do that little bit, we might face one day where it's just going to be devastating.
Kathleen, I'm just going to ask just a couple questions,
Sure.
just so, because this is the biggest heartburn that we always see. And that way, more questions we ask, the better our answers are. What is the average increase that a city would typically have? So is 7.23%, is that high on the spectrum, medium, about what we should have done every year?
Utilities we're talking about?
I'm still back on that. I already know who's going to start screaming.
I mean, I'm sorry, I wasn't as involved as getting the data here, but I mean, if you look at these charts that were collected, I mean, we're still pretty comparable.
No. I'm talking about just for Flagler Beach, not looking at other cities.
Oh, just our history? I mean, this is low. There was years when we went up 25%. I do have an old spreadsheet where I used to do an analysis for 10 years and just to kind of drill home the whole $3 million story to show how we left this money on the table. So I do have that.
To reiterate what Kathleen has been saying, we did not for several years increase at all because the economy, there was, the sob stories about money.
So we should have been doing the 7% the whole
And
time.
Kathleen, every year, Kathleen would do you should do a little every year because you're going to pay the piper at some point.
So this is what you consider the little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, that was all.
Okay, going to what Commissioner Cooley said, the story is every year. But the bottom line is 22 cents a day.
Right. And let me give you a little bit of help here if I could. Jim, you're still here, right? Yeah. Okay, come on up and tell, and Johnny, you're next. Come up and just share with the commission briefly what is happening with your chemical costs.
Oh, triple.
We all know that.
Well, I'll tell you one of them, my chlorine cost is going up from 74 cents a gallon to $1.20 a gallon. Wow. My sulfuric acid per wet ton was $250 per $250 per wet ton last year. This year, it's $350 because the chemicals that makes it, the sulfuric acid, a lot of it comes from China. And that's why the price of all of my chemicals have gone up, even with my anti-scalant and corrosion inhibitor. It's all the same. Just almost doubling price.
So that's what it takes for you to turn on the faucet. I mean, and that's just one. Johnny also has similar stories about his. Right, they buy in bulk to save money.
Of course, we have sludge hauling. That's going up from $64 to $90. That's not including the fuel surcharge they put on us too.
Yeah.
So the fuel charge, all that's going up too. Cost of doing business just going up everywhere.
Oh, we weren't disputing
Supplies
your
and all that,
charges.
Yeah, we're just trying to give you some reasonable reasons.
So, yeah.
And those costs sound like way more than 7.23%. So it's good that we have been doing some increases along the way.
I think we're off track. My issue is not, should we never raise prices and try to ignore the fact that prices are going up. My issue is we paid like $12,000 or $15,000 to do a rate study that is in progress, and it's about halfway done as of even a long time ago. He said it was about halfway done already. We can change these at any time, but we're just going to throw out a number, which is, I'm going to call it random, because we haven't got the study back. And, you know,
The numbers are based on calculations that come from an agency. Isn't it, Kathleen?
The index itself is based on our ordinance that we adopted many years ago and many utilities across the state use the Public Service Commission as their increase. And, what happened is the fact that our base fees were so low. That's why we had to go through this high increase. I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Cooley. It's just that, that we're doing a different type of study. I mean, I've always been, it's always been just me basically doing this. And, my thought process has always been the water flows and sewer flows should cover the operations of the plant, and the base fees need to cover the capital. And, we have the telemetry, which is starting to come online. And as Commissioner Bryan was saying, in the next few months, we should be able to start looking at that data and see what's going to happen. And, again, we do not adopt the rates until October, so maybe there can be some adjustment. Maybe the water flows don't have to be increased, but.
So in other words, what you're using, the process that you're using now is to put in a number that you think is realistic based on the calculations that we have. And then we're going to adjust the budget accordingly. And even if we move forward with those particular rates, it's better to be higher and be able to lower it than to go in low and then have to raise the rates again. Because that's when people start screaming, is once you have like two raises.
I don't think we would ever have to live through what we did, I would say that was about 3 to 4 years ago now.
It's 2019 because I was standing out there asking you why you're doing it.
But we would do that in October when we get the results back, correct?
And it's not just a calculation that I just figure out one day. I mean, I'm looking at the books day in, day out, every month when we, projects are coming along. I look at this capital, and that's something that is in the ordinance, which I won't be doing this, in the resolution for the increase that you need to look at. It's like we take all this data from this capital plan and we put it out 3 years when we do these increases, so we kind of look at, will this 7% increase, can we maybe go down the following year in 23, 24? We generate all this for everybody to look at, but based on capital plans, based on what we're doing. It's not just a random, let's just try to see how this all pulls together. It is actually done with a lot of thought and a lot of teamwork to get it all done. And the study will be great because it will help, substantiate what's been done over the past few years. All right, I'm done.
Okay, we've covered a lot here, so Commissioner Phillips just reminded me we should probably ask the residents if they have any comments or thoughts on these particular things here, particularly with the rates that we're talking about, because they are going to affect you directly. So if anyone would like to come up and make any comments, you can do so.
Steve Daly, 1764 Windsong Circle. The rate of 7.3%, and I get, you're all playing that game. Do you have last year's rate and the rate before? You said you have all that mapped out. It seems like I've asked about the water rate before, and there's been 20-some%, because I hear the story of 2014 before we had 0. So how many 20% do you have to do to get to the 6 average? If you've done 20% for 6 years, shouldn't we be ahead or caught up, and now are we caught up and we need 7 from now on? Or I guess that's what I'm asking, because that's what I heard when I first moved here. I was amazed.
That's what I was trying to say. When we do the resolution to adopt the rates, you need to, citizens should look at that, look at what it looks like. The forecast is included in there for the next 2 or 3 years.
Okay, I agree. I just didn't. Yeah, I remember because I asked before, and it was 2014, we had zeros.
Yeah.
Nobody spent any money, and then all of a sudden we hit them every year. We're massive.
Well,
so I was wondering if we're caught up.
Yeah, no, because when those rates were raised in 2019, I think I clearly remember that was going to happen for the next 5 years or something to that effect.
Yeah, I'd have
to look back. It was projected out.
So
it was actually, it was calculated at that particular time that we would have an increase, and in order to catch up, it was going to be over a period of time in order to be able to catch up. But you're right, there is a period of time in which you actually reach that, but I don't think we've reached that particular point yet.
And we also have the increase in gas prices and the increase in the chemicals.
I mean, we always hear the new increases, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that if we have 12 years of boards, that somewhere we all have to learn that the next boards have to make sure we keep going in those directions instead of having to reset.
Well,
It's
and
like every
that's-
board shouldn't be a reset. If we made a mistake 8 years
not a
ago,
reset.
we're paying for it. It's like, I've talked to the county guy and he said, well, that's why you run, because someone else made the mistake. But the taxpayers are the sufferers, because all the boards should be building better. You shouldn't have to run and say, well, that guy messed up, because the mess ups always get paid for by the taxpayer. We can't recoup buying the wrong building.
Okay.
Like they did. So
We're
those are
getting off
just
track here, but I understand your point. I think the commission does as well. And, but I think what we're trying to explain is that's what we're doing now, is we're trying to make up for those differences and also plan for the future. And it's, I mean, I don't think any of us up here is doing anything based on what the others did. We're just based on the numbers. I mean, I don't care what individuals that sat up here before me did. I'm just talking about the decisions that they made are affecting the budget and the bottom line. And that's what we're trying to decide now, is how do we proceed to that? And if you're asking if there's ever a plateau where you get where you said, okay, we're not going to have any more increases, I don't think that ever happens, because
No,
we have
it's
the
just
cost of living and
needed
cost of
increase.
chemicals
I got
and
you.
things still going up.
I just want it like it's more set in stone that we, you know, there should be things that the city has, that there's the plan that every board comes, and certain things are just set in stone that this is how it goes forward, instead of a board comes and you have dips that shouldn't happen, and then we all have to catch back up over here. So I was just curious how it works.
All right. Thanks.
I didn't know, we never went back to the mill rate when you had asked about the $300,000. I do have those figures if you wanted to.
Okay, you can go ahead and touch on that, and I guess at some point we're going to,
I think Rick wants to stand up.
who does?
Commissioner Belvin, did you want to?
You want to catch the
Yeah,
question?
Yeah, I remember the rates going up 15, 17, 23%. So 1 point, whatever it is caught up, I would guess.
Yeah, I feel like, the biggest increase is for stormwater. So, yeah, that's.
And we have our reserves for water has grown
Yeah.
substantially. So we're like $2 million above what we were in reserves.
Right, and Rick and.
So that's excellent news. as
Commissioner
far
really
as-
remember how scared I used to be, because I saw the reserves going negative, and I'm like, we got to do something.
Well, it worked, and I think we've reached that catch-up point, actually, with that added reserves. And of course, the gentleman that was here last night talking about the water usage. We didn't have as many breakdowns, so that reserve went up a little bit. The other thing is, we also have a lot of money that hasn't been spent in stormwater. I realize that we got stormwater projects, and then we got stormwater maintenance. Not seeing much maintenance getting done. So hopefully that's on track, especially if we're going to start charging $4 more from everybody every month. So that's my thoughts.
Okay. Commissioners.
The only other comment I had is, I was under the impression that the recycling fee was going to be $2, and we're raising the recycling fee now.
Well, probably the same reasons. Operations are increasing slightly with,
12 cents.
yeah, I think it was. Is that what it was? I was trying to find it. Oh, it's in here.
Is that based on
14
fuel
cents.
costs and operational cost?
Yeah, you have the
applying that
people
index.
operating it, I think that, again, just sticking with the small increase, not waiting until we're like, oh man, look at how much money we've had to spend now. And then, and then we have to come back and it's a 60-cent increase. That's what this is trying to ward off. And, we watch reserves every month, every quarter you're given those reports, and we watch all this,
Well, recycling's different. Recycling is a program that is, now, we get initial cost, but it's supposed to be a self-sustaining program. It is not a utility that just gets more and more expensive, like water and sewer and stuff like that. Recycling is supposed to be run completely different, where you have money coming in because you're recycling that pays for what you're spending. It shouldn't be falling under these increases. Does that make sense?
No.
Recycling should not get more and more expensive every year.
I think it makes sense, but I think it takes a period of time to pay for the recycling itself before it starts becoming quote-unquote profitable. But I think there's also an exchange, and of course, our sanitation guys here, because of the millage, the tipping fees itself. Glass is the heaviest product that you throw into the garbage itself. And if you're reducing that, then the tipping fees that you're paying in order to transfer it to the transfer station is also being reduced. So I think it may take, and I don't know, I haven't run the numbers, but I've talked to staff and I've talked to people here. It may take a year or so before we start seeing any profit, if there is, or even if there's a break even. But there's that initial investment in order to be able to recycle. And I think it was a general consensus from the people in Flagler Beach that they wanted to recycle. And I think if we look at the costs that we're paying for our sanitation now, I believe it's actually lower than what Palm Coast and some of the others are
Oh,
paying.
yeah,
It is
absolutely.
way lower.
There's,
And as
But I understand where you're going with this. There should, but I think it's probably going to take a year, maybe a little longer, to actually see any real
yeah,
benefits of
it's
the
hard,
recycling.
it's hard because, yes, a lot of these things just got started. So, I mean, and again, by come October, when it's time to actually do the resolution, by that time, we should have a little more data. Maybe we can make a better educated guess. But the one thing I will say is that the $2 or $2.14, I think, produces, just off the top of my head, about $85,000 annually. But you have to remember the machine costs $225,000.
If I could just say one thing, I will address that during the FTE module. I'd probably answer all your questions with what you're talking about. That's just to save some time.
That's to make them come back.
That's a good point.
It's air conditioning.
Yeah, I was enjoying the air conditioning.
This guy's trying to load up your Volkswagen in the back of his car. I just want to let you know. He's got his trunk open. He's trying to put your car.
Oh,
in
it'll
the back.
fit too. My dune,
I'll address that though during FTE.
my dune buggy.
All right.
Where are we now?
Well, I was just going to say, instead of looking at this as a 14-cent increase, it's how much decrease to the cost of the dumping fees, the gas driving the trucks out.
That's right, and we haven't had enough time to see yet if it really truly is. I mean, maybe and hopefully by October, we will have a better picture, and maybe we can adjust some of these.
And I mean, here again, I'm not going to belabor the point, but I talk to these guys a lot, I guess, and try to find out where we are. And again, Rob, he was explaining to me that even with the tires, because, the replacement of these tires is significant. And I think he's even gone to the point of using recap tires now in order to reduce the cost of these vehicles because of the trips that they're making. So I'm sure that the calculations, when he factors in all of this, we'll be able to have some more realistic numbers for, Commissioner Cooley and myself and all of us, so that we look at it and see if it's worth the expenses that we've invested. I call it an investment. So, where are we, folks? So we're going to continue or finish this book up? Do you want to finish the book up first?
Yeah, okay. It was just chart for the back up the,
It's a comparison.
Yeah, there's nothing really covered.
Nothing left? Okay, well, you want to take a break and we come back and get into the modules? Okay, we're going to be recessed until 30 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
30 minutes, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. retirement lunch. And just a comment to the department heads and all that are out there. I know it's kind of boring. You guys would rather be out there in your jobs doing what you do all day and all, but it's very helpful you to be here, and we really appreciate it. So I just want to let you know, we're not just having you here just to look at us. It's been very, very beneficial, and I know you don't want to look at us. But anyway, thanks a lot for being here and being patient. Okay, we want to move forward with the modules?
Yes, sir. So I'd like to ask if the commission would start with the information technology.
I have another question, another request.
Yes, sir.
Considering that we have someone here that has a loved one that's in the hospital, could we start with CRA?
Sure.
You have to reset it? Okay, we can do that.
It's just a matter of gavel.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll recess.
Motion to recess?
However, it's advertised to be done after their workshop for the...
There wasn't a time certain on it, though.
There was not a time certain on it. It is streamed. It is open to the public.
I think they could do it.
Okay.
I'm okay with it. Drew might say different, but,
He's not here.
I'll take the beat down.
Well, I mean, in the interest of,
There's extenuating
circumstances, I think we should go ahead and move forward with this.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. So we will now convene the CRA.
So back to the black book.
Okay, we're now going to call the CRA to order.
What page would that be?
And what page is that, Penny? Or Karen?
I'm looking.
I'm looking at my computer.
47.
47.
All right. I was close. I was on 45.
There we are. Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes,
may
ma'am.
just make a comment.
Sure.
First of all, I apologize if my phone rings.
No, yeah, we understand.
Okay.
We understand.
We do apologize.
And I appreciate you guys doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Well,
Also,
appreciate
a
you,
reminder, you are not sitting as the city commission. Take that hat off completely. You are sitting as the CRA board, okay? And this is for the CRA and CRA only.
Okay.
That's not bad. You took 3 hours before you...
I'm ready when you're.
Okay, you can go ahead and start.
Just, Karen, just cover the revenues first, and then we'll get into the proposed expenses.
Sure. The property values did go up in the CRA, which is wonderful.
Yeah.
As you know, and for the public that doesn't know maybe, the CRA is funded by property taxes, or it's called tax increment funding. The CRA is its own taxing authority by statute. It's statute 163. It is separate from the governmental funds completely. And in 2001, we did findings of necessity and whatever studies we needed to do to meet the statute. And the way it works is you pick a base year. So that base year of actual valuation of the city in the area of the CRA was 2001. So any valuation that goes up above the 2001, which I believe was 24 million or something like that at the time, excuse me, is taxed not only by the city, but it's also county taxes, and it's also mosquito control taxes. And those taxes go directly back to the CRA and can only be spent in the CRA. And those expenses have to follow a master plan. The master plan was created in 2006, and we've been implementing it since. So I just wanted to give a little background just in case the public didn't understand what a CRA is, because I get that question all the time. What's a CRA? Okay, so
and just
anyhow.
briefly, I've talked with Karen since she's coming on board. She's doing a great job. And one of the things we're going to be doing is taking a look at at the master plan and updating it to bring it forward since it's been a bit since we created the plan. And that way we have a better document to work with. So we're in process on that. Go ahead.
So what you see in revenues are the estimates based on the valuation, and whatever mill rate we set, the mill rate that we had proposed is the 5.50. So that would be what the city's portion would be. So these are just estimates, but that's basically where that comes from. Plus, whatever the valuation based on the county's expected millage rate, and the same thing with mosquito control.
I need to interject here because I just realized when I was looking at the revenues, I'm like, why isn't the county up as high as we are? And I actually did not bring forward the correct rate, the correct revenues for the county and the mosquito control. So what that's going to do is increase substantially. So the amount that's on the first line is right. At 5.5 mils, our contribution would be 186,000. For the county, though, it should be $275,632. And for the mosquito control, $8,052. So your total revenues for the CRA this year are budgeted at $470,157.
Thanks. I just have a quick question, just for my own knowledge. Why mosquito control?
That's the way the statute says.
It's the statute.
It's the statute says it.
Statute.
One of the taxing districts.
So one way this works is it gathers all of the taxable revenues from jurisdictions like the county and the mosquito control, but you notice the school board is not there. That's because they got opted out in Tallahassee of this type of funding. So this is all governed by Chapter 163 Florida statute, and that's why she's kind of going over all of that, because it took a state piece of legislation to create this mechanism to allow us to create the CRA, and we followed all the rules and was able to do it and capture this revenue. This is revenue that the county would normally get.
Right.
But now we can capture it and dedicate it and focus it on cleaning up the area.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that background.
So counties are not really thrilled with this?
Right.
Because they're losing the money that they would.
They're not losing it, they're investing it.
They're investing it, yes.
Yeah, we still belong to the county.
I like that better.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Kathleen. That's good news.
I swear I just looked at it and I'm like, why, so basically the increase for the county and the mosquito control is 24.73%, both of those. And I only used the mill rate that they had last year. If they change their mill rates, it'll be a little bit more or less.
Question. Sure. This is slightly off topic. We've brought up multiple times about expanding the CRA. Is this still on the table?
That's a possibility, and that will be coming after we go ahead and look at the status of the CRA right now, and we talk to, see, it's not as simple as just sitting down and looking at the plan. You're going to have some more public input, charrettes like we did when we first created the plan and that kind of thing. So that takes a long time. Once we get to that point, then we'll know where we're at, and based on what we still have to accomplish, then we can actually strategize and either extend it or extend it for another 10 years, whatever we need to do at that time. We've got 10 years to go.
This city, with the way we're laid out, you know, in locations of blight and stuff, it would be definitely worth looking at expanding CRA and capturing those additional funds to fix some of that.
But the county would have to approve it.
Correct, and that would be the
Yeah, that'd be the
conversation
little catch
that we
there, yeah.
we would have to have, is we've got to go to our partners and have those conversations, and they would have to buy into, you know, the goals and the objectives. I've gone through this one other time in another community and was actually successful in Panama City. We extended the downtown CRA 20 more years. It was due to timeout in 2014, and their downtown CRA now is good till 2034. So
We have
it's
a good
negotiation.
It's a, I would think, a pretty low threshold to hit, because we are the county destination, and our center of city is the destination. But that's a little off topic, but it kind of ties into it.
Remember that when we have to go argue with.
Oh, yeah. I like arguing.
And the other thing too is we are not a charter county. So the procedures for non-charter counties are different than, for example, Volusia. But we'll get into that as deeper as we move along.
Yeah.
Intergovernmental is $150,000. That's the expected FERDAP grant money for the Wickline Playground. And the First Friday revenue, sometimes we get some revenue, or used to get some revenue from First Fridays. We do now, because of the contract with Vern. A certain percentage of whatever he makes comes back to the CRA. So we just included that here as an estimate. Any questions on revenues?
Keep moving on.
Okay. As you know, the CRA is different from the general fund or your enterprise funds. CRA funds have to be spent. So that's why I said put your CRA hat on, not your commission hat, okay? Now, it's prudent, if you know that you're going to go ahead and do major projects in the future, to go ahead and have a reserve, but you cannot keep it for a long time. So keep that in mind as we're going through the expenditures. Do you have any questions on the expenditures?
The only thing I have is on the reserves themselves. When you said you can't keep it in there, how long and how much can you?
There is no specifics in the statute.
Okay.
But if you have, you know, projects in your capital plan, because the CRA is included in the capital plan, then you could substantiate saying, okay, well, we've put 200,000 aside in reserves because we know that we're going to spend it in the next fiscal year. You follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's how it works.
Okay. Yeah. The 5-year plan becomes a real useful tool and justifies back to the state why you're saving money towards a certain purchase or improvement. So that's how we're trying to marry up the 5-year plan. Remember, I had said we haven't used the 5-year capital plan the way we need to, and this is one of the kind of the adjustments we need to make to the process.
Okay.
I had some questions. Professionals, and I just want to know why certain increases or decreases. Professional services projected for this year was 8,000, and you're requesting 13,000.
I'm trying to think. Give me a minute. Since then.
That's the study, I believe. That we're,
you're right. If we need to do the study, that's going to be part of that.
What study?
Of the CRA.
Update.
Master plan update.
Oh, we're doing the
I
study?
did apply for a grant, but they ran out of money.
Yeah.
So next year, hopefully, we can get it, and then that won't be spent. But yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's basically, the master plan for the CRA was done in '06. It's kind of old, so we need to update it and evaluate where we are
And
then
we're
that
using
would
an
lay-
outside service to do that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you need a technical expert on this. And then that would give you basis, you know, to kind of go back to the county and talk about any expansions. You know, you would obviously work with the consultant to kind of look at all the options out there and that kind of thing. So you want a professional firm to come in and help you get this done.
But if we're using a grant for that and they ran out of money and we're going to do it next year, should this be something that we wait till next year to do? So
I
we
don't
get it under
recommend
the grant.
I don't recommend waiting.
Is the grant reimbursable? Like if we
Well,
were to
she
do it
went,
now?
what she's saying was she went for a grant and they ran out of money and she didn't get the grant. So we're just putting money in the budget since you have to spend CRA funds anyway to go ahead and get that jump started. If we do happen to get a grant, we can dial that back. But at this point, we have to plan for it.
Okay, then vice versa. Contractual services was 34,000 and it's down to 5. What are we?
What that was Vertigo.
Oh,
Okay, Vertigo was $34,000 this year. We put in $5,000 in order to cover whatever the CRA trimming of the palms, because I have to pay for that. So that's where that came.
thank you. Okay, all right, travel and training, I guess that's for conferences.
Yes, not only that, but the Florida Redevelopment Association has a program where I can actually become a certified redevelopment expert.
But you already are.
Oh, thank you. But I don't have the piece of paper to prove it.
Yeah, I understand.
So, you know, and Mr. Whitson would like for me to go ahead and go for that.
good.
So that's what we put that in.
Utilities, I know everything's more expensive, but from 6,000 to 26,000?
Blame Kathleen. No.
Because the general fund has been paying for watering Veterans Park for a few years.
Shifting that cost back.
Right.
Right, we did, you know.
I know we talked about that.
When it went down, when the values went down so far, where we couldn't afford a finance director, we couldn't afford a CRA director, we couldn't afford our utilities either.
Right, okay.
Costs 27 grand to water that park a year?
Yeah.
Actually, it's $20,000 per year to water veterans. The other $6,000 is for the other irrigation that the CRA has to pay for.
City charges too much money for water.
I was going to say, that's as expensive as recycled glass.
So who pays for the water at the pier? The showers?
The pier.
Okay, all right, that's what I want to make sure.
In the general fund. So.
Okay, all right. So make sure they weren't connected.
Repairs and maintenance was budgeted for 10, 5 was projected, then 55 was proposed and ended with 15. So those numbers are all over the place.
Well, if you remember last year that you just plugged some numbers in there thinking that this is what you were going to spend, not necessarily knowing what was necessary. Right now for repairs and maintenance, the 15,000 I believe is fine. You know, for example, there may be something I have to do in Veterans Park with some of the electrical outlets, things like that, as they come up. So this is a placeholder to make sure that I can go ahead and do things like that.
Okay.
And the reason it was up to 55,000, I was just looking back at the notes in the budget, is because we were going to replace lights. I guess we considered it a repairs and maintenance.
Oh, no, what you did was you did 45,000 in the capital plan and 45,000 in the CRA actual, so that's a total of 90,000.
Mhm.
And when we get to the capital area, I'll explain that one.
Okay. Then we have a new item of printing and binding for 2,500. You're going to be putting brochures out or something?
Well, it's several things. One thing is I'm trying to create a brochure specifically for the downtown and the CRA. I mean, there are brochures out for the entire city, but this is going to be just specifically for the CRA. The annual reports that have been done could, be improved on and be a little more professional. So, things like that we're bringing up, raising our ante and becoming what we should be, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not challenging it, I just want to know.
No, that's fine, that's
what
fine.
it's for. Promotional activities, 20,000.
Okay, that includes several things. The CRA has always paid for First Fridays. It is a CRA event, and should. Now, we do have a contract with Vern, that's fine, but I feel that there's several things that the CRA should be picking up. First of all is the police. Second of all is Bill's crew and a portion of the band. So I'm proposing that we pay for half of the band. And that will allow Vern to make a little money, because right now he really isn't. I'll be honest with you, I don't mind handling First Fridays like Tom and I did, but I'm going to tell you, I'm too old for it. I don't have the energy I had back then.
It's a lot of work to do that.
I don't have the energy to do it anymore, and I really applaud you for actually doing the contract with Vern, and I applaud Vern because he's brought it back to what it used to be. We got to tweak it here and there, but overall, it's back to where it was, and I want to keep it going, and it is a CRA event, and it is part of the master plan, is to bring events to downtown specifically for the downtown. So I've proposed that we do that, and that's what that's there for. On top of that, I've got certain expenses, like with the Navy band, we fed them, which is fair because they don't charge us anything. Things like that. So that's what that's for.
Okay, thank you. And operating supplies, I guess you came in here and you didn't have any.
None.
Okay.
I'm good now.
Okay, so that's what this is for, to make up for what wasn't there when you came?
Right. Now, understand, too, that some of this, for example, equipment less than 5,000, part of my CRA budget is also including part of the maintenance crew, because they maintain the CRA, so a portion of their salary comes out of the CRA as well. So some of their expenditures, for example, if they need another mower, the CRA could pay for it because they're using it in the CRA. Things like that. So that's what that's about.
The general formula that we followed is a 60-40 split.
Yeah.
So.
And then this big number of improvements.
That's the capital.
Yeah.
Do you want to go into the capital real quick, or do you want to wait and finish this first?
Well, it was
let's
the
finish this
bottom.
page.
Let's finish the page.
I did. Those are my concerns.
The only things I got, if you could take us through the $60,000 of these two different grants.
Sure. We have two grants. One is a small redevelopment grant, and the other one's a large.
Oh, okay.
These were started back in 2007, and of course, because of the downturn in the economy and that kind of thing, in the past 11 years, we really haven't done it. So we're reinstituting them. We've changed them a little bit around. The large one has not been completed yet. We're still working on that as far as criteria. But normally what we used to do was a maximum of $2,000. It was a 50-50 grant for beautification, facade improvements, things like that. And then the large ones were $10,000 for any huge improvement above $75,000. To give you an example, Finn's was one of them. Dollar General, if any one of you remember what it looked like back in 2006, what it looks like now, that was CRA dollars. The Golden Lion, also, they decided to expand. So we went ahead and committed $10,000 to them. So the tiki bar and everything they did outside is part from CRA as well. So that's what the large redevelopment one was for. We are hoping that I've already semi-launched the small one. We've changed it to $5,000. The grant and the grant application are online. I have labels for everybody that is in the CRA that includes residential. It's not just business. And I'm sending out a letter advising them that it's available, how to apply, that kind of thing. So that's how we figured how much money.
My favorite example of those is 101 North Daytona.
Yeah.
That, it's a beautiful historic house that was really not in very good shape. And lovely people lived there. And they applied for this grant, and they did one hell of a job of restoring that house.
As a matter of fact, Larry and I took a picture of that. Larry, over the years, has always told people, you want to build in the CRA, this is what it has to look like.
Yeah, that to me was a perfect example of what $2,000 would do for a downtown area.
So Karen, just to clarify, businesses and residents will receive a letter in the mail?
Yes.
Okay, with the requirements and how they...
Actually, it's just a one-page letter letting them know that it has already, you know, we're reinstating it, we're launching it, go to the website, call me, whatever, you know what I'm saying, and we can work it out. I've already got one application that I've got to work through first before I present it to the board, but yeah.
Right.
Isn't Anchor already taking advantage of it too?
They haven't, not yet.
Maybe they're working on it.
Exactly what happened with that. I had it in the
A lot of
CRA.
them are in the CRA.
Yeah.
I know they are.
We had it in there, but for some reason, it got shot down and
They
got
need
moved
work
to the
again.
general.
Well, that's the reason I bring it up, is because even though we did some work to them, it was a year ago, and it is stone and shell and stuff like this, and I think that it's like over by the Golden Lion. I mean, they get a lot of cars in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner. However, right now it's sand and shell. So
I know.
we need to put in the capital improvements so we can do
Like
more of the
asphalt
long-
or something?
Yeah, or pervious pavers.
Pervious pave?
However you want it to go, but I think it would be a good move for y'all to consider. 'Cause
And
the
that's
funds are
something
there.
that we can go ahead and, you know, look at and see if maybe we can get some grants to do that as well. You know, of course, the grants always have matching dollars, so that's the reason why I keep reserves. If we find something that we can jump on, you know, then we have the reserves, and it's not a matter of, you know, having to find the match. I'll give you an example. When I first got here in 2006, we had a little bit over $1 million in the CRA fund. But there was a strategic reason for it. We wound up getting $5.8 million to do the entire downtown, the undergrounding and everything else. But there were some matches. So that $1 million went pretty fast. You follow where I'm coming from? So that's why I caution you, let's make sure that we've got some reserves if we do get a grant, which is what I go for. Because, you know, yes, the CRA can pay for it, but if we can get a grant and not use all that money that's in there, it's better.
So I guess what I'm getting around to is, can we do some at least preventive maintenance or some little upgrade to prevent it from getting too bad, and then also at the same time look for some grants that we
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, just as a planning.
We would need to put that in there, though.
Yeah,
Come up with an amount
do we
to put
need
in.
to raise the repairs and maintenance line then?
I think, is Rick still here?
No.
No.
That's something that I would actually talk to Bill about, because
Well,
it's probably something his guys would do.
No, last year we had a contractor come and do it.
Let's not use that contract.
But I mean, they can do it. Yeah, no, he didn't do the best job.
Come up with.
Well, I just, you know, if we can just address it and just.
No,
have
that's
something.
fine. I mean, now that Kathleen gave me more money, let's go for it.
I was going to say, we should come up with, as a consensus of a dollar amount put in there of maintenance for these lots. Some amount. You got an idea on that one? 10
I
grand?
think last year they, that's why I was hoping Rick could tell us, because they had to do a lot of work to all of them last year, so they just started from zero to upgrade them.
Why don't we put in 15 just as a placeholder, and then we can, you
That
know,
would
of
be
course,
good.
work on it.
Okay.
at least.
So we change this 15 to 30?
Yes, ma'am.
Or give it its own line item so it doesn't get spent on something else. The lots are critical.
Just call it parking lots?
Yeah, okay.
I would like that.
What is it you want to do? Make another line item for it?
I think that was what the general consensus was, to make another line item.
It'd
That
almost
way
be
it's-
like kind of how you're doing park reserve or whatever. This would be a parking lot line item for the maintenance. If we don't maintain them this coming year, they're going to go right back to, well, I mean, they're already almost there. Yeah.
It's not a problem, we just need to create a new line item for it.
I had just a general question. So when we look at the bottom, we're running in the red, but then we have the capital projects, which are grant funded. So is this kind of deceiving where we're running in the red, the grants are actually bridging that gap and we're not running in the red?
Oh, because the grants are in there, but they're matching grants.
So we're running.
Well, but we just added a bunch of revenues.
No, I think we're confusing apples and oranges.
I'm just looking at revenues versus expenditures.
No, I know.
And I know you have some stuff that is funded by grants.
So, okay. The revenues are missing something, and I think that's where we've got the problem. There should be a transfer from fund balance of $463,000 in the revenues so that the budget is balanced.
Right, there is. If you look at the budget summary,
Yeah, but it's not in this particular,
well, it doesn't show up there. I don't do it that way.
But what are we doing? Are we pulling from general fund?
no.
We're
That's coming from the reserves and the CRA.
reserves from last year.
CRA reserves?
Yes.
Right.
Got it.
It's like
Okay.
when you look at the budget
That's big.
summary page on page 1, and you see below the first bolded line for revenues, there's transfers in and transfers out. And on the second of those lines, it says use of fund balance, reserves, and net assets. Because that's what the documentation they want for TRIP. But that's where you see the transfers of fund balances being used to balance the budget.
And technically,
And that number
we've
changed.
done it in the past, I don't know, in my world. The CRA, again, is separate, so those transfers are from the fund balance, and the CRA should actually be in the CRA budget. We can change that.
What is the actual reserve for CRA?
No, I don't have that.
500 something, I'm leaving $187,000 in reserves.
Okay, that was kind of.
That's the answer to your question.
Yeah, and there's no risk of running a negative reserve or anything going upside down.
Oh, heck no. Not on my watch. Sorry.
That was the only questions I had.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
No questions, but I want to have Karen just briefly kind of highlight some of the major things we're going to be doing in the CRA this year that's new, that's kind of got me excited. And that is we're going to be recommending, and we have in the budget to do the police officer.
Yes.
Okay. We can actually hire a police officer and have them assigned full-time in the CRA. And we worked that out with the chief. And that's going to be helpful because they'll work First Fridays and do other things.
Well, there's other things. You know, our officers do a fantastic job, but they can't be there 24/7 everywhere. The CRA is really, really busy, and you know that with the tourism and you know, the people that come here. The other thing is that people come here and want to know where to go here, where they can find this, whatever. This officer is going to be more of a community police officer.
Like an ambassador.
And like an ambassador, and be dedicated only to the CRA. Now, I understand he is under the police department. I am not a police chief. So he will report to both myself and the chief, but as far as commands will come from chief. Okay, chief and I will work together. If he needs to leave the CRA to answer a call or work in another area, that's fine. They need to document those hours, and I will build a general fund for his time. Okay, so it's not as if he can't be a police officer anywhere else, but it's important. There's other issues. The businesses will feel a lot safer. The residents, the visitors will feel a lot safer. When we've got issues at the pier, they'll be around. He will be around. Not only that, but...
Or she.
Or she, I'm sorry. Whoa. Thank you. And like I said, it serves as an ambassador program. It helps with code enforcement as well. If he sees something that really looks, I can't see everything, none of us can. So if he's patrolling the area and he sees something that needs to be fixed, he can immediately call the code enforcement officer and handle it. You know what I'm saying? So this is part of the master plan. This is not something I just cooked up. That is something in the master plan that was suggested years ago, to have a dedicated police officer in the CRA. And this is an opportunity to be able to do that.
Now, will that officer require another vehicle? They're going to be on a bicycle or Segway or what?
They would be outfitted like any other officer. All that can be paid for by the CRA.
Okay, all right.
Question.
Sure.
And help me clarify this info. The pier and boardwalk were technically not in the CRA. Do we need to get that delineated correctly? Because the boardwalk and the pier is the heart of the CRA.
There was a reason, I guess, back then that they didn't do it. We could add it in. I
would
don't
say
have a
that's
problem.
where the majority of the time needs to be spent. That's where our issues are. Is the pier.
But
it has to do with the original study that established the CRA district. There's certain criteria in the statute. The data at the time may not have supported that. Now, when you go back and update and you look at those things, that could shift and change.
Exactly.
It went down the middle of A1A the same way it goes down the middle of Flagler Avenue.
Correct.
So the police department, the fire department and all that, they are not in the CRA either.
Yes.
I would, just my opinion, I would say if we are to do that, it is critical that that officer is able to spend time on the pier and the boardwalk. All the issues that the pier is constantly having officers drawn to it, with the, the disturbances and
I can honestly say that, seeing a police officer, even if it's across the street, that's a deterrent. You know what I'm saying? So it's twofold.
They can hang out at the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, there you go.
Across the street.
it's just the boardwalk and the piers. That's where we've talked about this for multiple years. That's where we have always wanted to have an officer walking, and throughout the CRA, but
and no reason why he or she could not walk that area. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason why not. It's just crossing the street. But the bottom line is that they would be mainly dedicated for the CRA.
Right. And also for funding and all kinds of there's a lot of reasons to include that boardwalk and pier in the CRA, just for funding and stuff. I think it's something we need to look at.
Agreed. And again, you got to go back to the original statute and how the data was at the time and how that line got drawn was very much driven by those factors. But that's why it's good to go back and look at it, because those factors could shift and change.
So the trick is finding an officer.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that was one of the good things. If you will look at your improvements, which is the capital line item that Commissioner Mealy mentioned, $584,000. That comprises several things. This year's budget had $90,000 in it for us to replace the decorative lighting that was in place back 20 years ago. Which we did an RFP for, and we've awarded a contract for it and everything else. Because of the delays, that project's not going to even start until January. So In the CRA, you can actually, well, it's similar to the same thing that Kathleen was explaining to you. If you don't spend it, it goes back in. But in the CRA, we can actually roll over funds from one year to the next. So what we've done is we've rolled over the 90,000 and added another 212,000 so that we can get that project done, because it came in double than what we expected. Okay?
So the total cost is 212,000.
Right. Okay, so out of that 584, 212,000 is that.
So when you say delay, you're talking about unavailability of the product itself or the...
Yes, the poles alone are 24 weeks.
Wow.
And the fixtures are 11. So, but anyway, that's part of it. You've got the $150,000 in there as well for the Wickline Park Playground. And this is the good stuff. First of all, I am going to buy some glass, of our glass, and we're going to put it strategically in the CRA. And you as a board...
Our recycled glass?
Glass mulch. Okay.
The glass mulch.
Glass mulch.
Our glass mulch.
Well, hopefully you can buy it after the price goes down.
Anyway, you as a board, when we meet next time, you guys will decide where you think we should put it, okay? It's not up to me, it's up to y'all. I can just give you suggestions. The other thing is, there was a mention about, let me give you the history. Sorry. I don't know if y'all remember when we had those big barrels downtown, the whiskey barrels.
Oh, yeah.
And they were used as planters, and I called it Adopt-A-Pot. And businesses would actually adopt it. I paid for the materials, and they took care of it. Part of beautifications downtown. Well, eventually, you know.
Plants die.
Yeah, plants die and the buckets rust. So anyway, we found, Mr. Whitson found something really interesting that was sent to him. They now have containers that are solar powered, and they're gorgeous. And that brought us to thinking, well, what about, we need some benches. What about a solar powered bench that's not ugly, you know, modern, because the downtown is not modern, but that would fit in with our feel downtown, where we can just move to the 21st century and people can actually plug their phone in?
Oh, I was going to say, what are we using the solar power for?
Well, also to see at night.
It looks like a bench or a flower pot during the day. At night, it glows.
Huh.
Because it
And it's a very
absorbs the
soft
solar
glow.
energy. So it would add a splash of color, and for the investment that you're making, it works 24/7. Not only during the day, but then at night. And it would serve as kind of this cool element for the downtown that people would want to come out and see.
All right, I gotta be devil's advocate. At my house, I've tried 100 different ways to get solar powered stuff out in front, and it's good for less than a year, and it is ate up. I have never found a solar power product that can last longer than a year. I would like to see it happen. I don't know how it can with the salt. And so hopefully you can find a product that can do that.
And I've done some research, and there's several companies out there that offer you the, you know, solar thing. But there's one company that I found that specifically does it for, you know, communities that are on the beach. And they've given me samples from other communities in Florida that have done it. I mean, of course, it's going to have to go, you know, for bid, but I think we can find the right fit. I know the benches, definitely. The ones that I found are really, really neat. And again, you as the board will see everything before it's ever purchased and ever installed. But it's just, that's what we put the money in here for improvements.
Okay, yep. You can continue, or we...
That's it.
Okay.
Just the last question, in here was not the funding for the officer, though. That's, I guess, in a decision module. So if that decision
No.
module gets,
No,
it's already
it's
in here?
it's already in the budget.
Where was it?
It's in salaries.
It's in the salaries?
Mm-hmm. It's included in all the salaries.
There's a 51% increase there.
That's why there's such an
I thought that was
increase.
you.
I wish. I wish.
I heard 60 grand.
Uh-uh.
All right.
You have a question? Chief has a question?
Where's the other money?
What other money?
I don't have money in my budget for 17th officer.
I'm paying for it.
Where is it?
It's in my salaries and everything else
In the
budget.
salary line.
It's in the CRA budget.
The salary's in there, I need a car,
Yeah, the car's not.
uniforms, background,
Yep.
all, is that in there too?
Well, the uniforms aren't.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did put them in.
We
I
we
put
put,
in,
we put some in.
Oh, you
but
did?
not the car.
Not the car.
Yeah.
The car's not
We
in
may
there.
need to add the car, but we got everything.
I've got $30,000 more that I can spend right now, Chief. So we'll work it
CRA,
out.
could we put them on a bike?
I was gonna say, to have a $40,000 cruiser just in a CRA?
In 105-degree heat index?
Yeah, that's a little high.
Well, I mean, do they need a full-size cruiser to cruise multi-block
Again, that's
radius?
something for the chief to decide. I mean, I know that we asked him if, he was okay with us doing an officer. I wasn't thinking about the car. The uniforms and stuff are covered, but,
Golf cart.
Well,
the golf cart, that's a good idea.
The only comment I got about that is that you've already indicated that they may go outside of the CRA.
Yeah, exactly. So he's
I don't
gonna
think they
need,
can use a
he's
golf
gonna need
cart
a vehicle.
outside the CRA.
Yeah.
Seeing the car parked downtown somewhere, that has a deterrent factor. But again, the funds are not the issue. We can plan for those things
Yes.
and get those done. So
Okay, so you can just get with the chief and work out all the
Yes.
final numbers for everything?
Yes.
Okay. An equipped officer?
Now we just need an officer.
Yeah.
And if it gives you any comfort, when I was CRA director in Panama City, we had 4 different CRAs, and we employed probably about 7 or 8 officers in all of those different CRAs, and wow, that just made a huge difference. So this is not something that's an experiment. It's something I've seen work.
Okay, so.
Delray Beach, a lot of, most CRAs have their own.
Okay, so in order to wrap this up, then Karen will get with the police chief and work out
Yeah.
all the final numbers that's needed to include
Before we,
the automobile, the uniform, the weapon, or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
other stuff that's needed.
Just one
Mr.
last question,
Sherman?
will the salary be on par with what, maybe some, I don't want to go too far into the police officer module, but would that be on par with?
Yes.
Okay.
yes,
Yes, whatever you all decide in the decision modules then carries over into what we would do here.
I gather they'd be treated the same as an officer. They'd be
Yes.
part of the union, part of the
and the way it's
pension plan.
budgeted is budgeted based on the rate that's in your decision module.
And then they'd be part of the union and part of the pension plan.
Absolutely, the whole thing.
No difference. It's just their assignment would be different, and the source of funding would be different.
Okay, you're
That's
done?
it, that's all I've
Any
got.
other questions?
Just a matter of procedure, I just wanted to sort of let you know, I know that Penny has been really good over the past 11 years to make sure that that's followed, but when we go in to decide, whether the budget is, finalized, passed, and, you do your ordinance and everything else, the CRA budget will be included in that ordinance. However, you will be passing a resolution as the CRA board, completely separate from everything else.
Right.
To,
3 resolutions, the millage rate, the budget, and the CRA budget. So there'll be 3 resolutions.
exactly, as the CRA board for the CRA budget, and it's a separate meeting from your commission meeting.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
Just wanted to sort of let you know. And if you have any other questions, let me know.
Any other questions? Any questions in the public? Bruno?
Sorry, can't help it. Rick Bellimer, Flagler Beach. Several years ago, we used to have quite a few trash cans in the CRA area that had that lattice stuff on them. And Larry had them taken out. And I thought there was supposed to be some of them replaced. I spoke to William about that quite a few times, and apparently there was there were some ordered, but they never showed up. I was just wondering if that's something we can still get back in the CRA, especially in the walking part of it.
I would love to see them there too. We'll take a look at that and see if we've got enough funding to do that.
Because there was a supply chain issue getting the ones that we had ordered or something, and they never arrived, and we've been without trash cans in the walking district for several years now.
Yeah, you're right.
Thought we were trying to do, you weren't here, but this was during Larry's tenure. We were trying to do the trash cans that were the heavy concrete base, had the plastic inserts you pull out. There's a couple of them right on this street. You know, you just pop the top off, pull that out. I thought that's what we were going to, because those metal cans that sat in the lattice, they were just maintenance nightmares, and they were, you know, they were constantly having to get replaced. And the concrete-based ones with the tops and all were much more durable.
Well, thank you for that information, because I didn't know anything about it. So
and that might be something Rob Smith might need to do input on. And take a look at.
Sure.
Hi. South 27th. I know you were saying splitting the fees and everything. When you just mentioned that they have a separate meeting, does that fee go into your budget?
What do you mean?
Well, their salary.
Yeah, what we're talking about is there was a maintenance cost that the city was having to fund, and because the crews that do the maintenance, grounds upkeep and that kind of thing, work part of their time in the CRA can fund that piece of it. And then the general fund takes care of the rest of it.
Right, so I'm just asking about you people.
Salaries for the commission?
That's what I'm asking, you know. Why not? If we have to spend it, it might only be...
No, only the director. $5 to it.
Can I just address that?
Only the director.
The CRA board is an unpaid board, even though it's them.
Okay, well, that answers the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Thanks.
just the director.
And Bruno, you might want to look at what we're getting paid, because it's not even worth keying in.
It would be $1.380.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? If not, do I have a motion to adjourn the CRA?
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the consideration. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, and good luck with your family.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we are adjourning CRA. We are now reconvening the regular budget meeting for the city and going back to the modules.
Just break.
What happened?
Oh, no, you look nice too.
Whoa.
Too many car
I don't think there's any changes.
Okay, we're on the modules.
Yes. Okay, so we can go through them as listed. You could skip around. There are ones that I think are really important. I like the fact that we need computer support. And just to set this up, we were paying $50,000 to the county for IT services under the interlocal agreement. They have since informed us they don't want to continue for that price, or, you know, they maybe offered they could do it for a different price, but the bottom line is When I had discussions with the management team, they said they were overwhelmed, that they had many more demands on their IT staff than they could say grace over. And so for that reason, I went out and sought IT proposals from a separate company. And those proposals, we got three of them. They've come back in. They are in review now. The number you see here is an estimate. It could go up or it could go down, but I think it's on the high end. All right. So it's a number to work with. Once we get the final bids ready to go and come back in front of you, the target is at your August 18 agenda to make award. So that fits right into this process in terms of getting the final number. There's two parts to this. One is the actual cost of the technology support. That includes, break fix, planning out the network, software, hardware, those kinds of things. And then you have the police department that pretty much has its own secure network, and they have all kinds of strict standards they have to meet. Then there's the operations for the city and all the different departments. We're putting in fiber optics. I mean, it's very complicated. So we need a really solid IT provider that has a lot of experience in supporting organizations on a whole. The other part of the expense is I'm suggesting that we consider adding what I'm calling a technology officer. Right now, Penny and I have a lot on our plate. And Penny and I are pretty much the ones that handle most of the IT stuff. But when you're talking about negotiating for hardware, negotiating for software, figuring out, what affects what. It's like that security certificate. Just that one little piece of software was $400 or $500. Well, it affected all of our daily operations, and I think you all are still having some hiccups from that situation. You got to have somebody on top of this stuff every single day. And my thought was, if we had our own dedicated person, it's not that Penny and I wouldn't still be involved. It's just that somebody has to watch and mind the store and handle all these little issues so that we have a smoother operation. And B, maybe we could take advantage of buying software through a bulk agreement, or getting PCs cheaper, laptops cheaper, and saving the tax. When you have an IT technology company come and do it, they'll be glad to do all that for you, but then they'll add their markup. So I think over time, adding this position will actually end up helping save money and create a smoother operation for the city and relieve a lot of administrative burden that naturally would fall on Penny and myself in the process.
Commissioner Mealy.
That's what I thought we were doing, was hiring a person that works here full-time. What I don't get is why we need this outside company on top of it.
You would need.
You'd need 5 or 6.
Yeah, at minimum. You've got police are 24/7. Water plants 24/7. Fires 24/7. When they break down, they need help then.
But they don't break down every day.
Well,
I understand what you're saying.
The complexity of this organization and the networking and everything that goes with it, you would need 5 or 6 people to run the network alone.
Weekends, nights, days, alarms don't go off between 8 and 5.
I know.
So the idea is you put a company in place. They have the bandwidth, the training, the expertise, the knowledge to handle all this.
What?
They have a help desk if you have a problem, and they kind of help monitor and oversee all of this. You have cybersecurity standards now that are coming down from the state and federal government. You have to have somebody that's keeping up on all of that stuff. And then you have the planning of the network, which is a whole separate job, and the purchasing of these things, which is what this security, or not security, but the technology officer would take care of. So that's the plan, is you hire a company, they handle the operations, they have the help desk, they, take care of the moving parts and the networking, all of that. And then the technology officer looks at what we have, what we need, and plans it out. Because these licenses, when they go out, you got to decide what you're doing or they'll cut you off. And then all of a sudden you're out of compliance, and then you have cyber threats. God forbid we have any kind of hacking in of our system and we have a bank draft stolen. There have been lots of little cities that got taken for hundreds of thousands of dollars when they weren't watching those kinds of things. So it's a very, very complex situation, and so that's how the system would be built.
The question I have, and I understand what you're saying here, but along with the company itself, is that something, that particular function, is that something that could be contracted within the same contract? I understand what you're saying, but I'm just looking at the contractual part of it as opposed to adding another FTE with all the benefits and things that go along with it. I'm just asking, is that an option?
It is an option, but
okay.
To kind of use this analogy, I'd rather have, it's like the fox watching the hen house, I mean, they work for that company. I want somebody that reports to me that watches out for our best interest as opposed to what the company wants.
Could that be another function that could be contracted out? In other words, you have this company, then you have another contractor.
You could do that, but then you're double.
I know it's double contracting.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at, because what are we talking about the average salary for an IT person to be on staff?
Well, what I'm putting in here.
76,000?
Well,
that's fully loaded. That's
Okay.
fully, no, this person would be making 50 something.
Is that enough? I mean, these
plus
IT
benefits?
people, that's very low for IT.
That's right. I'm not talking about a Cisco certified networking guru.
right.
I'm talking about somebody that's a coordinator that knows enough to know what to look for, knows how the pieces fit together. You don't need somebody with all those credentials. I was just getting someone that is watching it full time.
So that person would also be on call 24/7?
If need to be.
Okay, Chris.
I'm just kind of going back a little bit here. I'm kind of on the same bandwidth with maybe Commissioner Bryan there with, maybe having an outside entity do everything. I mean, and I truly understand concerns of, having somebody in-house to do this. However, just back to my days in the military, I don't know if you ever worked with them, but, even like in the military, we subcontracted out. So we had a company called like the NMCI, and they handled all the Navy and Marine Corps servers. I mean, that's pretty, of course, they're not going to have like the crazy stuff, but they weren't necessarily in uniform, but they were entrusted enough to handle DOD things. So that's why I was kind of thinking maybe we did go along the lines of trying to see if we could bundle that all together versus having a, in-house staff to save us a little bit, maybe save a little bit of money, having one big contract.
I have a couple questions. One, you started off saying that there's two costs, that there's planning, software, hardware. Is that the 176, and then there's a secondary cost, or then explain that again?
Yes, ma'am. The first cost is, and I'm just going to kind of break this down. It's a little more than 100,000 is the projection for the IT company that would be doing the day-to-day operations, having the help desk, watching the network, making sure everything's connected, make sure everything operates smoothly. And then the FTE would be what you call the technology officer that would be funded, and I think we had the breakdown there of the 54,000 plus the 40% benefit, so that's the 76,000.
Okay, so
And that's a separate person that would work for us. And you're right, Commissioner, that the option would be, would you want to contract for that too? Or just bring someone on that's, employed by us? It's 6 to 1, half dozen to me, as long as that function, it happens, because Penny has enough to say grace over, and I've seen the burden grow on her since I've been here, and it's getting to the point where she has so many other duties she can't handle all this too.
I don't argue that point once. I mean, I wonder how she even does it. There are a lot of things, there are a lot of moving parts here. But here again, I'm just looking at the option of a full-time employee as opposed to a contracted person. That's the only thing I'm asking.
I'm going to kind of piggyback on Chair Bryan. I don't think you're going to find anyone for $54,000 in the realm of technology. These kids, they're kids in their 30s that are making 70, 80. They don't have the certificates. It's just the world of the technology. You're shooting for a miracle on trying to get an employee in that industry for that price. And then with the 3 bids that we're waiting to get back on, I would still like to see a bid from the county in that, because I know that their cost was that we were paying $50,000 before. There's to see what their package would include if the county still covered, because I believe the original contract that we had with the county was with Shoup, I think it was, and Shoup's no longer.
Mr. Shoup was their technology director.
He's not there
he is
anymore.
Retired or
right. So maybe things have changed within that.
They've changed a lot.
Tallahassee, though.
Right, but just to see what the county's package would be for comparability.
They gave us the notification while Mr. Shoup still worked there.
I didn't think that was an option.
I think they wanted to drop us all together. They don't even want to service.
The issue is,
That's not the message that I got.
they have so much on their plate,
Yeah, they
they
do the
just
sheriff's
can't take
office.
care of it.
Yeah, they do.
The sheriff's office dropped them.
Oh, the sheriff dropped him?
Yes. I just don't think it's a good
I think
idea.
we should,
not
for
a
the
good
sake
idea.
of county services, I would say at least add it in as a comparable. It sets a bar, it gives information, it opens up lines of communication. We can see what's being offered at a certain price.
You can ask.
Go ahead.
You can ask.
Eric.
You're not going to get an answer probably, but.
Mr. Cooley?
So, whole lot of assumptions being thrown around without any facts. When I went to go get my county mugshot, I'll call it, I forget his name, but he's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Carlos.
Carlos.
Yeah. Gave me kind of like a nickel tour about all the stuff that their folks do, because I don't know anything about how the county stuff works and all, but they do a lot. And they were doing the sheriff, and they do quite a bit. And they do a lot of stuff that I don't think we even take advantage of.
Carlos
I don't know.
doesn't work in the IT department either.
Oh, well, he was kind of like,
Just saying.
yeah, he really likes his job too. He's an awesome guy.
He is a nice guy. He's helped me tremendously setting up
But-
this video.
To hire our services out to a just private third-party provider is a big risk too, which we're leaving that out. This is like, you end up in scenarios where when folks sub out sanitation and stuff, you get into a lot of issues when you do that. And then then we're saying the third-party providers are not even sufficient enough. We also need to have somebody on our staff to supervise the third-party providers that we're paying a ton of money for. I'm not for it. Work it out with the county. If they want more money, then we can look at it. But I promise you, it's going to be a lot less than this. This is, you have a huge duplication too. We're paying a third-party company to do a job, and then we're saying they're not even going to be good enough. We need to have somebody to supervise them. It's duplication of efforts, because the third-party provider is supposed to be able to cover that, not have somebody in addition to just supervise the people we're paying to do the job.
That's all fine and well, but I didn't think the county.
They will.
They will what?
I'll just, in my emails that you guys scolded me about, Heidi said that if we wanted to have a contract with the county, it would be $100,000. I was trying to be very nice and say, we should have a bid with the county. At least offer, see what they have.
Well, did they already bid?
I don't know, but she said that that's their cost. It used to be $50,000.
They did not bid.
It's $100,000.
All right, we could go around in circles here all day.
Bids are free. When you go to get your house painted, you get as many bids as you can. We should look at the city and the residents' money exactly the same. Just ask them information.
They didn't bid.
They did not bid. The bid package is closed, and our code of ordinance has parameters of how bid packages are put out, anything over the $20,000. It was put out, it had a time period. They did not respond. I did not send it to them directly, but it's public information. It was on the website, it was on Demand Star, it was in the newspaper. They were aware of it. They knew I was putting out bid packages because I had them review parts of it for security items I didn't want to put in there, name certain type of equipment we have, model numbers. So if some hacker somewhere pulled into it, could easily get in, because some of the equipment we have is antiquated and not a recent addition, let's say, and could be gotten into by certain people. So they were aware. They did not bid.
Well,
the most critical thing that you've got to do as an organization, and y'all have told me time and time again, is communications. This is a critical contract. I've written the RFQ. I've done it before in other communities. And this is a technical area that it's essential to the day-to-day operations. This is an operational issue. Penny and I have spent months on this, and we're ready to move forward with a recommendation. And cheaper is not better when it comes to IT. And I'm sorry that the price tag went up. I had quite a conversation with the county when this happened, but they've made their choice. I offered for them to give me another price, and they didn't do it. So we had to move forward.
Well, my experience, and I think Commissioner Sherman can somewhat agree, having been in the military as well as I, and working in different government agencies, we've contracted these kinds of services out before. It's not like you're just getting someone off the street that doesn't have the clearances, the firewalls, and the abilities to protect the integrity of your systems and all. They do. They are vetted. We go through the security. I'm not concerned about a contractor coming in and doing this kind of thing. That's why I also ask about the position itself being contracted out, because there are agencies that have individuals that works for them and is providing the service, not necessarily the individual. So you may have someone assigned to Flagler Beach to work on overseeing your IT and that kind of thing there, but 2 months from now you might have someone else. It's the agency that has the skills to do that with the background to make sure the integrity of all of your stuff is protected. And Commissioner Sherman, you may want to address this as well, but that's the experience that I've had.
Yes, and to kind of piggyback off of what Commissioner Bryan said, I'll just give you an example. I know, at the police department and our security, we don't want anybody really knowing those systems. We had Honeywell coming in and, looking at our F-18 aircraft out on our flight line, and they were the ones that were fixing our cameras, kind of setting those up in our police station. So that's why my thought process was, if we can get a vetted company, I'm sure that's what you all have done and did your legwork, but possibly look at, just instead of having our own on-staff person, have that contracted person here that, we give them a cubicle or whatever it might be, and then they would be our on-site IT person. And, if things had to escalate, we would just, you'd give out that 1-800 number. They could wire into the computer, from their desk, wherever they are, and, look at, again, that's how, just a thought.
They're also very, very, because when you get a firm like that, they are trained in new technology. They stay up on all the new technology things that we train without us having to pay for that. So it's just an option, I think that,
So I have a very basic question. I go to read my email, I can't access it. The last time that happened, I called the county. It took them 3 days to get back to me.
Took me 5.
So, yeah, so then you get people mad at you because you're not answering their emails. The person who is going to work here, is that the person I would call and say, I can't get on my email, or am I going to call this other company who works for 10 or 15 or 20 other cities or organizations, and I'm going to be on a work list, and next week I might hear from them. I'm sorry to sound negative, but I don't like that we keep going to outside organizations to do internal things. And I know you said it would take 6 local people to do the job. You still haven't convinced me, either one of you. I know it's a big job. I know we have lots of buildings all around the city. I know all that. But I was not happy with the county service from day one. And I know most staff, if not all staff, were not happy. So now we're going to go to another outside company who we don't have any relationship with. We did have somewhat of a relationship with the county. And I'm not convinced that the service is going to be any
Penny had
better.
her hand up, please.
So there's a response time based on the priority of the request. And 3 days for email down is not acceptable. I'll agree with you. And with the county, they don't have that service level agreement contract like we would have with an outside provider. An outside provider, we would say, per your contract, you're supposed to be responding to this now. So how much are we deducting off your bill this month because you haven't? We'd have that leverage. Right now, we don't. The county has given us a gift for several years. We've only paid them $50,000 a year. That's for everything. That's for when they had to redo the police programs and the fire programs. That was the installation, the server changeovers. That's all included in that. And when we go to someone else, that's not going to be part of it. Their rate is going to be based on so many hours per month. Anything over that, you pay extra. Any extra installation, you're going to pay extra. But that is common everywhere. I mean, we've had a nice gift, but that gift is over.
I know the gift is over.
I'll be honest, I'll come to you again, Mayor, but this is the first place I've ever come where you actually, where you have somebody in-house. It's usually always contracted out.
And
With the Honeywell
with previous vendors we've had for IT, they usually managed license and stuff, but they charged it for us. They act like a middleman, and I'm sure there was some increase in the price to those licenses for them to provide that service. And I think Mr. Whitson's thought is that maybe we could have some type of savings by having that person in-house and take care of it. And coordination and things that, one of us, even with an outside company during coordination, someone down at the PD where our servers are and someone here is still going to have to do that, even though we have those vendors. It's not always just them pushing a button from Ocala.
I gave you my thoughts.
Okay, couple things. So 1, we discussed the county. 2, we discussed this and bringing up full-time employee versus a service. I look at a full-time employee who I've already stated I believe would be underpaid. Also, as what we like to say in this chamber, is as a single point of failure. If they're sick, we don't have access to them to fix your email. Your email might be gone for 5 days. When they're on vacation,
No, that person is doing that. That person is coordinating with a company that does all of that. The person that will be the FTE is looking at the building of the network and the software, the hardware, the planning.
Answering me that I...
Oh, okay, all right, I'm sorry.
I get what you're saying.
Yes, so to me, it's almost like having additional customer service help. So when you call, you're guaranteed to pick up the phone. I would choose an outside service versus a full-time employee, because you're gonna start to hear me repeat myself. We have a recession looming. we will have to make cuts coming in the future. And this could be a position, and now we're looking at unemployment. We're looking to ways to cut back, and it's a lot easier to cut back when it's a service versus a full-time employee. And that's my thoughts.
And, I mean, Mr. Whitson, I'm sorry if I'm talking out of place, but if this is a choice, ditch the employee. I have to have that service though. It's not an option. It's not an option.
Okay, Commissioner.
I don't need the employee. I mean, yeah, it would be a lot easier. I don't have to have it though, but I have to have that service.
Commissioner Cooley.
I think it would be, I'll use a Donald Trump word, hugely irresponsible.
Bigly.
Oh, it's bigly. See, I don't even follow. Bigly irresponsible to make a $200,000 decision without at least getting our semi-current provider in here in front of us to at least hear them out as far as what. We might find that this is the direction to go. But without even having our current provider in front of us to speak to anything, I think it's very irresponsible. And the employee, I already know how this is going to go. We're going to get a couple months into the fiscal year, and then we're going to go, we can't get anybody, or we can't keep them, and we're going to have to give them a giant raise because it's unrealistic to even think that you're going to get somebody for that amount. But to make this decision without even talking to county about options, I think is bigly responsible.
But I think he's already talked
to them before we even started. I did.
I mean, when we make decisions, we talk to department heads. Why can't we talk to county?
So when we say we, are we talking about each individual commissioner talking to the county?
Just bring them here.
I'll bring them in here.
I spoke to the deputy county manager who's responsible for IT operations in the county before we even started this. And again.
Well, then if you don't want us to talk to the people that we're going to provide, then is when we do a consensus, I'm saying no.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm just telling you about the process.
Yeah.
It wasn't a secret that we were going out for bids, and Jorge and I have talked enough. He knew that we were going out for bids, and there was no proposal put on the table from the county because they're out of bandwidth and they wanted to move on and focus on their own operations. If you want to ask for a proposal, fine, we will ask for a proposal. But I can tell you that the standards of performance, we'd have to do a heck of a lot more work. And there you got a situation where we put out an RFP or an RFQ, and then we would be coming back and comparing it with something that didn't have the same.
I'm not asking for a proposal.
Situation.
I'm asking if we're going to make a $200,000 decision, we have a discussion about it. That's it.
But I think there's a process that we're talking about here too. We've already put on an RFQ, and then we're going to go to the county and ask them to provide us with another proposal. Then we're not following is that not correct?
Well, why would you all just started this whole thing without even having approval on the decision module?
Because we'd already told it.
We assume it's
we gave directions to go ahead and do this.
They weren't interested.
I didn't have a choice.
I have one quick thing to say, okay? The audit was presented last night, and for the second year in a row, one of the findings is related to IT, and it's a serious finding to me. They do not back us up remotely.
With no on-site.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, it's not good enough for the auditors. And the final thing I'll say is when they first took over, they lost a whole bunch of the accounting data. They couldn't find it because of the way they had the structure set up. They gave me a lot of different reasons, but I know a little bit about computers, enough to be dangerous. And the only way I was able to restore it was that the vendor that we had before, which was James Moore, we had a good rapport with the guy Jerry, and I called him and I said, hey, by any chance, do you still have that last backup that you made for us? And they did. And then it still took the county about 3 months to figure out how to restore it.
Okay, we're kind of spinning our wheels here.
But yes, I'm just saying that.
I understand.
We need to move on with this.
I mean, I'm a victim. I just got back online with email Monday. I was down almost 2 weeks. And I called Penny and I told her, I said, I don't have any email, so anything you want to send it to me, send it to my personal email. That's how I've been dealing. But I think that I'm just going to throw something out here. Maybe we can just kind of move on here. Suppose we just go ahead and move along with the RFP. Mr. Whitson, in order to satisfy some, the interest here, if you wanted to go ahead and get an email or something from the county expressing what their particular position is, whether or not they will consider providing us with service, then you have something in hand from them. Or if they want to come here and tell us, no, we don't want you, yes, we do want you at the next meeting, then we can do that as well, in order to just keep moving along. And then by the same token, as far as the other position is concerned for someone else, Penny has said that she's okay without that person right now, but we could also explore the idea of looking at some companies like a Honeywell or whomever that may be able to provide the service, but by the same token, we also look at what kinds of talent is out there that we might be able to recruit and the average salary is going to cost. To the mayor's point, I think that it may be difficult, but then again, there's some young college students that just came out that are smarter than a lot of the guys that's been on the job for 10 years. So, we may be able to have something in that respect too. And that way we can continue to move on here. We're not just sitting waiting to come back in.
To your point though, those young college kids are making like $70,000 coming out. I mean, this is the game to be in.
Sure. Okay.
So don't we have to decide to put
Yeah, I was gonna
something
say,
in the
We
budget?
have to make a decision
You have to
here.
make a decision.
Still gotta make a
Consensus.
But just so everybody's clear, there is only $50,000 in the budget for IT.
Right. So
So if
have
we
to
don't-
raise it a certain amount.
Yeah, you have to put something more than that in there, or else it'll be a budget amendment, which nobody likes.
Right.
So based on what we have here, what are you suggesting to put in there?
Well, if we can do without the additional contract oversight, okay? And just go with a straight service, okay? Let me just take a guess at somewhere between 110 and 120,000, all in. Now that means that you got 50 already in the budget, so it's the difference between 50 and let's just call it 120.
So by the time we even get this in place, we're talking, what, maybe 6 months down the road? 3 months? I know we can't
No,
wait that long.
the contract, the process I was going to follow was that the bids are in now. They're in evaluation. I'm trying to keep that process proper and have it be a blind independent review so that we get objective, okay, here's the ranking, 1, 2, 3, this is the best, this is the next, blah, blah, blah. All right, and then once that's ready to go, I was going to bring forward the recommendation to hire XYZ company on August 18, which gives us time to transition between the contractor and the county, should that be the direction we go.
Because we have to be done with them by September.
We have to be done by 30 September.
Okay, that being said, Penny, would you be able to?
It's already given us notice.
I know you've already said you can do without that person, but we'd have a window there without anyone supporting that particular system other than yourself and Mr. Whitson. What kind of position is that going to put you in? I know you always make it work, but I don't want you to just make it work.
We'll just buckle down and do it. And, we got no choice. We have to have IT.
I know, sure.
We got no
So
choice.
when we have problems in these meetings with the machinery,
It would be the IT provider, the new one, that would address that.
so they're in Oshkosh.
Wherever they are, yeah.
Orlando's.
Who
If you're
knows?
lucky.
We start a meeting at 5:30. Penny starts setting up at 5 o'clock. And it's not working.
They remote connect into my computer.
It's not any different than the county right now.
Yeah, they don't come running out here when we get something.
Came here and then
Have run
with her, and-
Kind of works the same way.
Yeah, it works the
which
same.
wasn't really good.
Well, that's because it was the people that were doing it over there.
That's why I'm saying that extra level of insurance was why I was asking for it, because we would have someone who would troubleshoot that ahead of the meeting. and make sure that everything was good. And then, of course, we're thinking about the right software, that we have the right licenses, that we have the right hardware, that we have a plan to expend dollars in the future for the equipment we need. That was what the purpose of the position was for. But if we want to forego that, then we would just put that burden on the company.
Okay, so in order to move forward here, in order to get something on the books, we talked about raising it to 110,000?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just go ahead and move forward with that, having a
So
place.
you're not including that extra person?
Correct.
No.
And I would say 120. So the difference between 120 and 50 is 70.
70,000.
That's what would get plugged into the budget.
And the reason we're not including it, because that person is just going to provide oversight, not just oversight, but they would be the person that's actually monitoring all of the stuff here. The contract that comes on would be providing the same level of service, well, better, than we're receiving from the county right now.
That's the hope.
If we're not going to have that full-time employee, wouldn't it bring it down to 100,000? Because in this module, we budgeted the 76,000, and the module is
Yes, ma'am.
166.
I'm telling you that I'm asking for a little cushion
Okay.
there because I just don't know yet until we get through the bid
Okay.
process.
But by the same token, at the same time, we're going to at least put an email or something out to county, say, you know, we're doing this process here. Are you still not
Unless
interested
Drew
or
tells
whatever?
me it's a violation of our bid policies.
Well, that's what I'm afraid of. It's.
Well, if they're our current provider, they could just update
Come
us.
here and tell us about whatever they offer at any time, because they're with us now. They're not violating anything.
So what you're saying is that you want the county representative to come here before us and tell us what they think?
Well, if they did, I know I would have some questions. I would be like, hey, could you guys do our Facebook? Hey, could you guys do, what do you offer? Do you have, what are your cloud capabilities? I mean, I have questions.
They're not going to do it.
Well, they do the sheriff's department, so it would be nice to see what level.
The sheriff's department has their own people do all that. They have a separate PIO that does all that.
I would think, I think it would be beneficial to the residents. That's what my answer would be.
And I've recorded that there was a consensus, I believe.
Okay.
Not for me.
Not from me.
To do what?
Any of this.
Well, what is your
To-
option?
to-
I want to, we have to have IT support.
Yes.
So what are your options?
I would rather hire whatever $176,000 can buy in-house, where we can talk to them, where they can, you know, be part of us.
So you want.
And not 50 or 100 or 200 miles away, where they can't come here to fix whatever.
So you want the support person as well as the technology, everything that we're asking for that 176?
Or if it's more, I
Okay.
want people here. I don't want some company that I don't have no idea who they are.
So you want a Flagler Beach IT team, kind of is what you're
Yeah,
thinking with that
just as it's
176?
outlined in this.
Okay, so you want just what's here, what's asking for here?
No, I don't even want that outside company.
Yeah, the
I
IT,
started with that.
Yeah.
if we were to build our own IT team, you're talking 250 to 300,000.
See, I'm sorry, Eric, but I would rather spend 300,000 to know that I've got people here who will take care of us when we need that help. Not to me, we're taking what we had with the county and making it worse, because this company will be God knows where, and I know they can do stuff remotely.
Were you unhappy with your email before we went with the county? Because that was a company, a remote company. They didn't come here, they didn't have their business here.
I don't remember anymore.
Because you didn't have problems, Jane, that's why you don't remember.
All right, I'm telling you what I think, okay?
Well, what we're doing is we're voting on a decision module, is what we're doing. We're getting consensus on it. So to this decision module, I'm going to say no.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Bob Cunningham, North 10th Street. I've spent the last 40 years in IT. So the idea, many companies use other support companies for all their call-in support, all their help, and they likely will have a person on site. What William's asking for is very normal, right? I've done it for the government as a DOD employee, military, Fortune 500 companies, in fact, Fortune 50 companies. So what William's asking for is very reasonable. If you're looking for a whole IT staff, who has all the security qualifications, all the support qualifications for all the various software, you're looking at probably 500 plus thousand.
I was on the conservative side.
That's on the
I was
low
going
side.
500.
Because if you look for somebody who has security qualifications, you're looking at about 150,000 for that person.
Plus the certifications on the different software packages and all that.
That's just a security person.
Right.
You want a network person? That's going to be 100 to 140. And if you want Microsoft or anything else, any software specializations, that's more. If you want AWS certification services, you can put it out on the web and use AWS services for all your hosting services. That's a whole bunch of other $100,000 people, right? So at 200,000 for what was brought up, very reasonable. Try to do it all in-house, better be looking at 500 to $1 million.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to just go down the line here and see. I'm sorry.
James.
I just had maybe a thought here. We talked about kind of doing little increments at a time. I mean, I appreciate the the gentleman that just spoke's thought process here. But maybe what we do is as we discuss increment things and outsource the the IT portion for now, and then if we see that next year that we need somebody in-house to be here for purchasing and just kind of being that liaison, maybe that's when we have a decision module on, bring that to a decision module for next budget year. And, because obviously, I think the importance is by October 1st, we have somebody here that we're going in the dark ages. So it's, as I think the mayor said earlier too, the single point of failure. I mean, we're kind of at a really, at a crossroads here. So I think it is something that, we definitely need to, figure out.
So what we're saying, that what you're suggesting, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Cooley.
My only thought as far as when we were talking reasonable and price and all that, if some county big shot person told the mayor that they can do it for $100,000, we're looking at spending double that for the same service. Just seems silly. So is 176,000 reasonable? Sure, unless you can already get it for 100,000. I don't know the validity of that number, but I know that if we can get it for half of what's being proposed in this module, it needs looked at.
Okay, I asked the mayor then, who did you talk to that's going to actually guarantee us that kind of price?
I had the email, but I'll just read it to you.
Who is it from?
Heidi Petito. Heidi Petito. To my knowledge, our former IT director, Jared Shoup, informed Mr. Whitson about the desire to end the agreement for IT services. The decision was made due to the city not covering its full share of expense. I believe Mr. Shoup felt if the city went out for a comparable service, they would realize the value in what we were providing. We entered this agreement in 2015 for $50,000 and have not had an increase. The cost to us is approximately $100,000. However, you would have access to all of our IT staff. If the city wanted to update the current agreement, I'm sure we would be amendable to continuing to provide its service. I confirmed with Heidi it's $100,000.
Mr. Shoup led us to believe that the county asked him to send that letter about service being stopped. It wasn't his idea.
Well, they're saying it's Mr. Shoup's idea to say that, so then we would have...
Somebody's not telling the truth
then you know what? Then we ask the county. We just ask them, we're saving the... Right.
Someone's not telling the truth.
Everyone's paying the bill here. We have to be mindful of our residents.
Okay,
Came from the county administrator. That's kind of the end all be all.
Well, I agree, but here again, this is where, and I don't want to cause any problems here, but this is what happens when we have different people going to different people in different areas.
Sometimes you uncover things.
I know, but that's an administrative function where it's not proper. So, I mean, if that is the case and we have that email, and if Mr. Whitson wants to get Heidi on the phone right now and clarify this so we can move on, that's fine. But I think, this can cause a lot of problems. And I think we need to come up with some consensus here because we're stuck here. We've been on this thing here for 30 minutes now.
Well, that's why I made the suggestion that we just include in the three proposals the county. That would clarify everything. We would know what was being provided. We would have 3 proposals from new technology services, and that way we look at 3 new, 1 current, and we can make a decision.
Okay. And all I said was, unless it's not a violation of our rules
Correct.
and our bid policies, which are very serious. So
we should check
I
those
want to
out.
make sure that we are not going out for RFQs and then, whoop, all of a sudden we change the rules.
Right.
And then we're going to get a claim from one of the, maybe all 3 of the companies that didn't get the business.
Can we ask you to, can we move on and ask you to do that and bring this to the back? Maybe you can get some answers.
But we gotta have, we have
Well,
to have
why
a-
don't we
We gotta have a
accept the
placeholder today.
$110,000?
No, I know,
Because it's going to be the cost either way.
Okay.
Maybe you can get some answers today.
All right, so here's where I am. Okay, we can go ahead and ask legal whether or not we can do that, but in this, okay. But what that also requires is that we reach out to the county and ask them to submit a bid proposal just like the others did. Is that not
Well,
correct?
we have one. Isn't it in here? It's
No,
what our current
email.
agreement is, and the price would just change?
No, it's an email.
It's an email for 100,000. If y'all want to just accept that, then fine. We could just toss all the bids and I can stop the process.
I want the proposal to come in just like the others came.
I do too. I've had a horrible experience with the county. I do all my emails on my phone because I cannot get in on my home computer due to security issues on their side.
And again,
So I'm very concerned.
I'm very grateful to the county. We have a great working relationship with them. But opening up this can of worms in public puts me in a really bad position because I have not been happy with the standard of service.
Correct.
That's the bottom line. And they have told me that they have too much on their plate. So yeah, maybe we go ahead and go up to the 100,000, but are we going to get better service for the 100,000? I don't know that. And that really kind of puts us in a very difficult situation out here in front of public where everybody can see the discussion.
Oh, I think it's great that everyone can see the discussion. This is exactly what our residents want to see. They want to see us trying to find the best solutions and save their money. And like I said before, this would be my solution. Approve the decision module for the $110,000. It's going to be 100, it's going to be 110. Ask to have the county put in the proposal along with the 3, then coming back, like the decision module says, in August commission meeting, we decide between who.
That's kind of what I was gonna, that's what I was kind of gonna say, is like, if we agree upon a certain amount today.
That's what I want to do.
And then August 18th meeting, we have,
We have to.
yeah, and then we can, hear out all the proposals, or, Mr. Whitson can bring forth his proposals then, and then
Okay.
we can make a decision on that.
All right, let's put a placeholder for this process to continue to move on. The procurement process is still moving along. In the meantime, you can check with the county, and we can make those decisions
how
at
much are
that
we
time.
putting in?
Why wouldn't we approve it for the 110? Because it's going to be that we had kind of agreed upon that, and that's going to be the price anyway. Even if, let's say Drew says no with the county, I'm just being devil's advocate on everything. We still have that dollar amount there. That way we're moved on with the decision module.
Well, that's what we agreed on.
Oh, okay, I thought you were saying, like, basically take this one and put it in the back. Oh, okay.
No, not at all.
I didn't
Put in
catch up.
110?
110.
Okay, perfect. I didn't understand.
So we take this 657 that we started with and we reduce this by 100.
No, by 70.
By
60.
60.
Because you're because we
I
had-
said 120, but she says
66.
110. Whatever, pick a number, and then it would be reduced by, because there's already 50 in the budget.
Okay, and the final point on this is that it's not that we don't want to be transparent to the residents and all, but there's also relationships that we have to be aware of.
And there's also procedures we're
Right.
supposed to follow.
Jane, you've already scolded me. You did that on Wednesday.
And it didn't do any good.
And it was already done.
Please.
Never mind.
Just as a matter of order and where we are right now, and this is outside of realm of what we're doing right now. Mr. Whitson, I think I would like to, and what I'll do is I'll talk to our city attorney. I think we as a body here needs to have some clarifications on how we're supposed to be
I already
proceeding.
did, Ken.
Please don't interrupt me right now, Mayor. I'll let you talk in a minute, okay? I think we really need to have, continue to move in order. Last night, we talked about moving, resetting, and moving forward. And I see that we're starting to slip back into where we were. So in order to proceed here, let's just kind of get some cool heads here.
Can I say one thing, Ken?
Sure.
One thing. I am sorry, Ken and Jane, if you want to get upset, because you already talked about this on Wednesday. This was something that took place beforehand. All I'm doing at this point is I'm being transparent and I'm sharing the information. I spoke to Drew about it as well. It's public information, it's public knowledge. All I did was ask, and I never sent another email or reached out to any other department since last week. So at this point, I wouldn't be doing you or Jane any justice by not sharing the information that I already had. I've since asked for Penny to email you the email, so you have it.
Okay.
But last night you talked about the reset button. And at this point, I'm really doing the reset button. And I'm at this point working together with you and sharing the information. And this is a department that I actually help run at my own job. So I have a lot of knowledge with it. And you would think that you would want someone to bring that to the table. And so that's why I brought this up. I could have sat here and said nothing, but at that point, I'm kind of being a liar. So I shared the information that I had it emailed to you, and we're still on that same reset button, just for clarity.
Okay, and for clarity, and so we can move on, I'm only talking about the process. And you're not scolding me or Jane because...
Oh, I'm not scolding.
Okay, I'm just saying, everyone up here is aware of the comments that were made yesterday, and we made them in a manner of being to move forward and be clearer on what our roles were. And that's all I'm talking about, is that we have to be aware of what our roles are. And the point that I was making right there is when we do not follow our roles, it's not just the transparency and information.
This has nothing to do with taxes.
We don't. Not at all, Commissioner Cooley. But we're not moving here. We've been on this same subject here for almost an hour.
So would you have rather me just not said anything? And I'm just asking,
Can you take this up later?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Hi.
I'm not finished, sir, please.
Okay.
Okay? So all I'm asking is that we do what we're supposed to do. And when I made the comments yesterday, I'm just saying, sometimes the things that you do have unintentional consequences. And the roles that we have, the relationship that we have with other individuals can be affected by the roles that we have if we go outside of those particular areas. I think the information you have may be very, very beneficial. But anyway, yes, sir.
Bruno, 2700. I would imagine last night Drew would have made a few comments if you were out of control or you overstepped your bounds. I didn't hear anything from him. Mr. Whitson, did you hear? I mean, did he file a report or a complaint or say somebody was out of line?
Just no comment.
I'm just wondering. Okay.
And I'm going to ask for a 10-minute because I'm so hot right now that I'm
Okay.
gonna say something like that.
And I'll go back to where I was saying before. I'm going to talk to Drew. I'm going to talk to city manager. I think that we actually need to have a session with the city manager, as you just alluded to, that would actually explain some of the things that I discussed with him and some of the things that he can reiterate on. Okay? So with that, I'd just like to take about a 10-minute recess to just kind of cool off and take a break. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Phillips.
Okay, in my opinion, this budget, I mean, we just started this decision modules. It should not take 1 hour to get through one module. And I'm going to make a comment regarding our roles. I think we all know what our roles are, but I think some of us are overstepping our roles. Mayor, you are in my opinion, and you know that you are a weak mayor, not a strong mayor. You have a strong personality. I respect you. I think you're extremely smart, and I love your follow through. But budget time is for this group of people with obviously additional comments. So I just want to put this behind us. You might disagree with me, but I just want to start moving on with these modules and.
What
If you
does
want
that
me to
even
be-
mean?
Oh, yeah, what do you mean a weak mayor?
Well,
Is her opinion not as valid as anybody else's?
absolutely. It's a term.
Then what are you saying?
It's a term. She's called a.
What is the purpose of
strong
using
mayor.
that in the century?
Hold on,
saying
please.
that because her-
One person talk at a
Yeah,
time, Mr.
the only reason I'm saying it is because this is taking too long, and you do have some valid points, but in my opinion, you're overstepping at times.
Okay, I'm going to say something. Drew knows that I reached out and I got the information. I'm within my lanes. There is legal and not legal, and it's a very black and white line. It's not gray area of opinions, and I stayed within those. If you want me to be a chair warmer, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be. So I'm going to be the mayor that the residents voted for, and bringing the opinions and the information to the budget should be what everyone in this dais wants. So I'll leave it at that, and we can move on. And I'm sorry that the decision module took too long because we had a lot of information given.
Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I spoke to Drew, and I think it's very confusing to the public in general. It can be very confusing to some degree to elected officials, what their particular roles are, what you're supposed to do when you're elected. We're all here to serve the people, but the roles are delineated based on statutes, based on our own ordinances, and they're very specific, and our charter, and they're very specific. That being said, in order to avoid any confusion and misinterpretations of what our charter says, what I would request, and I hope I can get a consensus, that at the next meeting, we have a workshop prior to the meeting for 1 hour, just for the city attorney to explain what these particular roles are and what our statutes are and our charter says.
Showing these workshops, no.
Well,
Can I y'all have already bashed me in public now for 2 separate meetings. Just put me in, I already have a meeting with the city manager and the attorney, and I'm sorry I'm getting emotional, but I'm just doing the best job as a mayor. And I'm getting all the information for all of you and you because you live in this city. And I did it on Wednesday before I was already publicly humiliated by you and Jane.
well, I'm not going to argue with you. I never mentioned your name. I just made a comment that someone from the dais. That's all I said. I said someone from the
I don't
dais.
think we need a workshop.
Okay.
I'll just have a conversation with Drew.
Well, I think we can get a consensus on it, because I think it's also important for the public that we serve to know what our roles are. And I mean, that's why I did it. And I wasn't bashing you. I wasn't bashing anyone. I never bash anyone. I just made a public comment just to make a general statement, hoping that would help explain.
You went on for
all.
25 minutes.
Susie, I would never bash you. Trust me, I respect you.
Same here.
I mean, I respect all of us, but I just think that sometimes some of us are going outside of our lane.
If y'all are worried about people going outside the lanes, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to county and I'm going to get the straight answer on the IT, because I don't think the county's position's been presented correctly. And guess what? Be mad. I don't care.
Well, you know, Commissioner Cooley, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. And we're not going to sit up here and argue about this, because that's not productive for us to do. Okay? All we're doing is trying to establish some order here. And I'm not going to boast about the fact that I was in the military, but I think Commissioner Sherman and I both agree that in the way that you keep order, whether you're in any type of formal organization, is that you follow the rules of order, and that's how you get things done.
The rules of order are not what y'all make up as you go along, too.
Okay, are we having consensus?
Okay, could I have a consensus to whether or not we can have a workshop on the next meeting prior to the regular city commission meeting?
I would like to.
No.
Hold on, I haven't even called you yet. Commissioner Cooley?
No.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
No.
Commissioner Bryan, yes. So we have
2 and 2.
2 and 2.
Right? 2 and 3.
3 and 2.
3 and 2, sorry.
Can I, if you do a workshop, can we please at least space it out? We have meetinged ourselves to death lately.
Space it out?
Yeah, just push it back. I mean, at this point, we have just workshopped ourselves into oblivion.
It's 2 weeks from now.
Jane, we have, I mean, this week we had 5 meetings alone.
Kidding.
That's
So, I
what
mean, it
we
would
do.
just be, not just,
I'll be there for the regular meeting.
Okay, that'd be your choice. Okay, we'll move on to the next. For the interests of those that are here, that's been sitting here all day patiently, are there any things that, well, what have we decided on this IT module?
That we're putting in $110,000.
Okay, we'll put in $110,000.
110, and then there's already 50, so that's a net increase of 60 for IT services, which we must have.
Just for the record, I'm saying no to that module.
You say no to what?
The module.
So just for clarification, no to the module means that we don't move forward with.
So you're saying no IT services?
No, I know.
No, I'm saying no to how you presented it.
Oh.
That's the module. As we say yes or no to the module.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to know my full opinion, it's we stick with county, or at least we talk to them, and we don't go off the ones you cherry picked and presented to us. We're going to have everybody talk to us.
I don't think it was a cherry pick, but I'm not going to get into an argument here. We're just going to.
Well, and that's what I'm going to find out.
I recorded a consensus to keep the module at 110 and have the county provide a proposal or a letter of input regarding their stance on this. If they're, what they would they offer the service, how much?
Okay, we have a consensus on that.
That was before we went to break. I thought we had this settled.
I thought so too. All right, Commissioner Cooley said no. Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
And I said yes as well. Okay. Move on to the next one.
Okay.
It's page 34.
Page 34.
Yeah, I have a suggestion. Could we do the COLA first before the salaries? Just
Whatever y'all want to do.
Okay,
up
what
to
page is that on?
It's,
56.
Page 56?
Yes.
Because my decisions on page 34 will depend on what we do with this one.
You ready, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, so everybody knows the cost of living is going up. It's no secret. We checked the Bureau of Labor Statistics Southeast region data multiple times. It depends on when you look at it as to what the number is. And given the fact that it's as high as 9%, there's just no way that I felt comfortable making recommendation of a COLA for 9% or 8% or something like this. So I took a look at the numbers and we broke them down to all of the different funds, and I laid out a 4% COLA option, a 1% COLA option, 2.5% COLA option, and basically would like to get feedback from the commission on which one you think is doable, fundable, because like I said, when we started the process, we built up the reserve bubble, if you will, so that you could fund things out of that, especially since most of it is in the general fund, some of it's in the enterprise funds. So the idea is that you would select one of those options, or don't select any of the options and just say we want to go the full amount or a partial amount. I mean, we can rerun the numbers however you like, but I tried to at least give you some options so that you could think about it and choose one.
What's the fourth column, the 8.81% COLA?
I put that in there just to show what, at the time that I did this graph here, to show what the actual COLA rate was and how it would affect us if we were to go to.
So the cost of living was 8.81.
It was 8%.
It was over 9, actually.
Now it's over 9,
Yeah.
So each one of those columns shows the breakdown if you went at 1%, 2.5%, or 4%.
So again, I want to give the employees a raise. I think they deserve it, but there's amounts that you can afford, and I have to balance. Again, remember we talked about this balance between what the city organization needs to run versus what the residents can afford. And so we're trying to reach that balance, and that's the difficult position that I'm often in. And here's some options, and I'm open now to your direction any way you want to slice it.
Part of the reason I wanted to do this first is I think giving a COLA across the board is a lot more fair to the lower paid workers than some of what's in the salary proposal, the employee compensation model. So I'd like to give a decent COLA raise, and I don't know what that number is before we discuss it. But we have some pretty low paid guys. If you look at page 37, and I'm sorry if I'm going back and forth.
We're going to a different decision module.
But to me, they're tied together. We're dealing with salaries. Is that all right to do that?
Yeah. I mean, you're just looking at what it would be.
Yeah, I'm not deciding on salaries yet, but I'm not going to look at the part-time workers, but if we look at a firefighter, 3 of them are making $38,000. That's the suggested, that they will make $38,000. If we give them a decent COLA, what their current salary is, 35?
Current salary is?
They're almost 36.
35.94.
Yeah, so it's almost 36. So just for one of the, take your, what the 8.81, how much you've got the.
Oh, the 8.81.
Yeah, if we did 8.81 on 36,000, let's say, just for round numbers.
An 8.81% increase would bring it up to 39,000.
Which is more than was suggested.
More than the proposed cost salary.
So that's kind of why that's just one example, especially for the lower paid workers. I think it's fair. And I don't think it would affect your fear of compression, because there's already a big difference between what the top salaries are and what the bottom salaries are. So just something for people to discuss. I want to be fit, I too, I think, I don't know what makes them come to work every day except they love Flagler Beach. I constantly think of a police officer, and I don't know if all of you have heard this story. Years ago, we had a police officer who had been working here for a few years. He had one child. His wife got pregnant and had a second child. And that second child, in the birth process, made her extremely ill, almost lost her life. She had to be transported to a hospital in Tampa. So the officer had to find care for the other child, and he ended up sleeping in his car because he couldn't afford for her care in the hospital in Tampa and a place for him to stay. And for a person who puts himself on the line every day, like a police officer does, I thought that was one of the most horrible stories I'd ever heard, and I didn't want that to ever happen again. So I want their salaries. I think everybody works very hard for us and does an awful lot of work for us and for the city. And like I said, I don't know what makes them come in. So I'd like to do the best we can without the residents' pockets being emptied. So if we could start with looking at a good COLA and see what that does for the salaries, I'd be happy to look at it that way.
So just looking at, I'm just doing some numbers in my head here, so and, Kathleen, if you might want to correct me here on my calculations, but so I came out with, so just I'm taking that 1770 that our police officer makes, so at 4% COLA increase, we're looking at their hourly wage going up to about 1841. Does that sound about right?
1770, they do work
84 hours.
That's 2184, I think. Hold on one second, sorry. Oh, it's every 2 weeks. Okay.
1770.
Yeah, 2184. Okay, so anyhow, if you take at 1770, they're making 38,700. With a 4% increase, that would be 40,203, and the 8.81 would be 42,000.
And what would the hourly rate?
Yeah, hold on one second. I'll do that next.
So I think the chief and the union requested 22.
So a 4% COLA would be $18.41 an hour.
Okay.
And they
And the other
asked for 22.
And they asked for 22.
22?
Yes.
And that's what takes them from 38,657 to 48,048. Okay. I don't know, any other thoughts? Yeah.
Commissioner Cooley?
Well, to get back to the COLA module, the state, I believe, is doing around 5%. The county is doing around 6%. I'd be fine with matching county. I would like to tie this the way we used to do it, where it would be tied to evaluations, where any employee that got an evaluation of what would be satisfactory or better would get it.
So you say no cost of living across the board?
No, if you're an underperforming employee, you would not get COLA. That's what I'm saying. That would be my suggestion. And I'd be fine with matching the 6% of county. I think that is smart. And then we can talk about pay when we get to pay.
Yeah, thoughts?
I'm okay. I think the 6% is fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair as well.
It was.
Yeah, whatever they are at.
Yeah,
I don't have the exact numbers.
Yeah, county is 6.6.
Yeah, so that.
I think that's a fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What about the second part of what Eric said, tying it to evaluations?
Did you say tying it to reviews?
Mm-hmm.
What percentage would that be?
If you're anything better than an unsatisfactory performance, I don't know what ratings y'all use, so I'm just going in hypothetical. If you're satisfactory or better, you get it. If you're underperforming, you don't. It wouldn't be graduated.
So you get nothing then?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to recalculate it. So did you say 6% or 6.6?
It would be whatever
6.6.
county is.
6.6.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does everyone in the city get their reviews at the same time? Okay.
People came into the organization at different points in time, so, yeah.
Those are different, okay.
Still, only comment I have, I guess, and it goes back to the salary itself. If our firefighters and police officers are already under what the county and other municipalities are paying, how does that make them competitive as far as attracting new recruits and this kind of thing here?
We have a module for that.
Okay, so we can go back to the.
Yeah, that would be the next,
Okay,
the
all
next
right,
step.
so I'm ahead of it then. Okay, it's just COLA.
They are tied
Always got to
together.
be working ahead.
No, it's,
Clock's moving.
Yeah.
it all deals with salary, so.
Okay.
All right, I'm okay with the 6.6 as a starting point, but I'm not okay with basing it on evaluations. If somebody's underperforming, perhaps they shouldn't be working here. So,
Yeah, I wish Liz were here, but our policy's not written that way. I mean, there's I think it's broken up, Penny, and it like a merit and
Right, cost of living.
and a COLA is separate. So
I'm sorry, William.
It's a merit and COLA.
it's separated merit
Yeah,
and COLA.
yeah,
I think.
it is.
Yeah, under our pay policy.
Wouldn't it be that COLA would go to everyone,
Right.
and then your merit increase
Yes.
would be
Correct.
based on,
That's
yeah, so the COLA is across the
What you
board.
could do is you could break
Right.
the 6.6 up into pieces like, okay, merit would be 2% and COLA would be whatever. You could do it that way.
I'm fine with letting the evaluation piece go. It's fine.
All right, so 6.6 to
Across the
everybody.
board?
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
you good with that?
Oh, yeah. I'm
Haven't
fine.
heard you.
I'm sorry, yeah. I'm reading salaries.
Okay, so
we
now
rated-
each
so
of
the-
these numbers on the prior salary are now 6.6 higher.
That would be correct.
Yes.
All right, so we're moving on to another module. Is that my understanding, right?
Back to the salaries, right?
You're not
Back to
making
the
a
salary, right?
Did you make a decision to do it?
I think we did.
Yes, 6.6%
6.6 to everybody.
across the board
6.6 across the board.
is what I heard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So now you get back to the employee compensation model, and it's far too long to read, but you have all the information in there. And I'll just say this comment, I even had one of the department heads, the maintenance crew, said, hey, we're not happy with just 3%. We work hard. So whatever you decide, I'd like to get a little discretion to address those kinds of situations where, you know, maybe their percentages compared to others weren't as high, those kinds of things. I mean, just whatever discretion and flexibility you could give me in managing the funds that are available, that would be part of my request. But
What kind of discretion are you looking for?
you know, again, to look at different situations, like, for example, I'll just give you the one that Bill Clemens, his department group. What page is that? I bet is that on?
Was it on the pay scale for the maintenance?
I mean,
Page
these suggestions are
38.
line by line.
38, page 38?
Yeah. You could go line by line, or you could just do.
Well, give us your example.
Okay. Bless you. He was kind of arguing that the 3.27% wasn't competitive or enough compared to other groups that were getting more. And that's what he was pointing out to me. So what I tried to do in setting this thing up is the no-win scenario. You know, you just have so much money to work with and you spread it around as best you can. And so remember, you have the three issues. You have the structural issues where you have people, and I keep going back to the police officer position, but we use that. So they're making less than a person at Buc-ee's, right? And then that's a structural issue, like we're not competitive. And then there's the compression issue where we have had, for example, people hired in the maintenance crew at $15, and then we've had people working in sanitation driving trucks for 4 and 5 years, and they make $15.50. And so that's that compression, and how fair is that? And then, of course, then there's the leadership issue of we want everybody to stay here, but if they retire, how can we, you know, go out and you know, get someone with the qualifications we need to run that department? So those are the three major factors involved. It's not easy. And so I put these numbers together as best I could. And, you know, I'm looking for that direction on what you think fair salaries would be, because the idea is for us to get more competitive.
By when do we have to reach the $15 an hour, the law?
I think next year, or is it this year?
No,
It's like 3 years.
it was 5 years. This year is the second year, so
It's the second year.
So 3 years from now?
3 years from now.
Okay.
Commissioner Coley?
Just a suggestion for everybody to consider. The 583, that is the total, is a massive number. And just like a lot of the big projects in there, I think it's obviously, in my opinion, too big a pill to swallow in one shot. I think this is something that should be phased. I don't think this is something that should be done all at once. I would suggest, to stay competitive, that we give the city manager a dollar number that he divides up rather than try to work this line by line. You know what police or what first responders or what maintenance, you know all that.
Right.
We give him a lump sum that we can agree on, let him divide it up, and then be done with it. Because we're not experts at these lines and all that stuff. He is. If I'm going to put out a suggestion, because I'm usually always the low guy, I'd go a little over half, and I would say 300,000, and I think that's massive for a phased rollout, and that's a huge shot to put in the model, and that's really on like the high side of where I would be.
Yeah, I agree, because I think on top, you said 300,000? Okay, so then, I don't know what that 6.6% in COLA, I know the COLA is not, it's a separate module, but I think we need to calculate that into the total.
Well, it's still money.
Yeah, it's still money that they're additional dollars.
What I said is 6.6 plus the 300.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
We can actually tell you what that number would be, and so that would give you an idea.
That helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with it, because I mean,
That's a lot. You're talking 300 plus 6.6. That's huge.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really big change.
All right.
But that's just
so-
my suggestion.
So the total for all funds for the COLA increase of 6.6 is $366,000.
okay, so that would put us at what, 600, and you said?
No, but that's all the funds. So
That's
the
all.
general fund is 220,000.
Okay.
So what's the total? 360
365,701
across the board?
across the board.
Right. And then
But the general fund is 220.
220.
of that 220.
So going back to our
Yeah, let me get that.
summary sheet, we took 110 off for the IT, and now we're taking 220 off for COLA.
So now we're down to that pot that's remaining of 377,000.
Yeah. So if you took 300, you'd still have 77 left there for other things without impacting the 5.50.
And you could take that 300 and avoid compression and all that.
I will try my best. Liz and I would sit and
All
work
right,
with
my
the
other
department
thought was, and I had mentioned this the other day, and I don't know if it would work, and see what other people think. We do have a salary plan that we have not stuck to in a long time. We brought an outside guy in, he sat and he worked with us, and we came up with minimums and averages and maximums, and I'm not using it, and minimum and maximum were the right word. It's the, what's the middle one called?
It's mid.
Midpoint.
It's
Midpoint.
mid, max.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so, I know we've ignored it for 100 years.
That's why we're in the shape we're in.
Yeah, I know.
We haven't followed any kind of plan or done any kind of thing that was.
But if we took this, whatever the salaries are now with the COLA, line by line, but you guys do it, not me. And is there a way we could fairly plug it into the midpoint of that?
Try to get people to, at least to the midpoint, is what you're saying.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that gives you some guidance as to how to
Yes.
distribute the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair thing to do?
I think it would be.
Okay, I don't know what
That's
other people
doable.
think.
Sure.
It's fair to, I think, to everybody because it follows a formula.
Okay. Instead of having to pick and choose.
I think.
I like it.
Okay, good.
I don't want to get beat up. She hits me.
I'm okay. So,
They
so
could come beat on me.
we decided to take $300,000
Right.
in just the general fund. The rest of the funds, I guess, will follow suit.
Yeah.
And use that to bring people up to, for the things that the compensation package was supposed to help. Okay. So now you have $77,256.
So now we have 77 left.
Uh-huh.
Without going up on the millage.
Without going up on the millage.
How, can you run that by me again, how that calculation changed?
So we started out with 657,000, let's just say rough, even, in the return to the fund balance at 5.5 with everything that's currently in the budget. So then we took out 60,000 for the IT, 220,000 for a COLA, and then 300,000 for the employee compensation. And that leaves you with 77,000.
Okay.
On the general fund side.
Yes, just general
to make
fund, I'm
sure.
not looking
Yeah.
at the other ones.
Can I throw something in?
Yes.
Sure.
Someone who's been here a long time.
Illinois.
I don't expect special treatment, but the 6.6 puts me over the maximum. I cannot even take the full 6.6 per our policy. Position wage above salary range maximum. No position shall exceed the maximum range.
This is why.
COLA and performance pay increases will be awarded up to the maximum. So I will not receive the full 6.6%.
Well, then that's not right.
Well,
Thank you for pointing that out. I don't
think
have
that's a
that in
good
front of me.
point, but what I was also wondering was if we did the Evergreen study and redid our ranges, because they're probably low and outdated, then we might not have that problem, right, Penny?
That, and when Mr. Whitson went to department heads and he asked them for their input, and I wrote along, and that was my thing, and I said, I'd be willing, for the sake of my department, offer this, percentage to Janelle. I'll take nothing, but please do another salary survey. Please do an update. It's out of date.
Okay. Yeah, then you just proved that. Yeah, you just proved that.
It's out of
Okay.
date. It was never adjusted by our cost of living increases. It's just, it was done in 2007. That's 15 years ago.
Yeah, so if we could redo that, then back to Jane's guidance, that I would have a tool to begin to try to find what that midpoint was and get people where they need to be.
2007 was
No, it was
when we
after
did-
'06, because I was involved
It
in
was
that.
2007, what was it, the Temple Group is when we did it, and now we have issues, like, I know Liz has issues just even finding what range do you put this person in? It's like, we have all different positions since we did that. We just have a multitude of things that have changed. And there, if we revamp that with just like Mr. Woodson was saying, with the pot of money, we would do it and bring this, the salary schedule is put by our ordinance. It's supposed to come back and be adopted by you after we, put all the mathematics to it.
It's no longer by ordinance, they took it out.
Oh.
Personnel policy for a resolution, so it could be amended easily.
Right,
For things
okay.
like this, but, it's just, and I'm not meant to hold up the meeting, I mean, I'll take.
No, I'm glad you said that.
6.6, I didn't ask for 6.6 in my letter to the manager, and I'm fine with that. I prefer to pay Janelle more and keep that help, because that helps me in the long run. Eventually, you'll catch up with me. The city's been good to me. I'm not saying that, and I don't want to talk another 2 hours about this. Just keep that in your mind. Maybe not for this year. I understand, the mill rate, the tentative, you kind of got that set. I get that, but maybe for next year, please consider a salary survey, please.
Mr.
We
Cooley.
put it in this year, didn't we?
All right, well, you can't get mad at us for going on. But this is a big pot of money. I really don't want to make it any overcomplicated than it needs to be. I'm fine with putting it square on his shoulders and saying, you do the right thing with the money. And if there's employees and problems and all kinds of stuff like that, it's not because we put any rules on it. It's going to be because he's in charge of it. That's my thoughts.
How much would a salary schedule?
We have,
study?
actually, we could piggyback Benell's, which they just did, for $8,500. That's cheap for this kind of work. It's cheap.
I don't know if they have as much position.
Correct, but the point is they could take a look. Maybe it costs us a few dollars more because they have to consider some other factors, but the point is we can piggyback off them for a fairly decent price.
Mr. Cooley.
Okay, I'm not going to be okay with spending $10,000 to tell you where to put the money, though. I'm
That's
not
the
going to do
problem is with the pay
that unless you're
administration.
going to back it out of the
ordinance.
salary totals.
That's up to y'all. I'm just saying, if you give me that and you give me the guidance, I have to have something, a tool to use.
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
what
if
the
it's that, I forgot about how old it was.
That's what the salary schedule does, or the salary survey would do.
Public salary.
It would
All city
give,
employees are public info. That's easy data to pull.
but it's not really, because our structure is so different. Like, I wrote, when I was just researching for the finance department, there's so many finance departments that don't oversee utilities. They don't have a utility billing manager. You have a whole department and they have tech ones, this, that. You
The
can't,
job description,
uh-huh.
the area, comparable cities with the same responsibilities.
Okay, so then what I would do is I personally would modify what I'm okay with. Instead of giving $300,000 to the pool of money for the employees, we'll give $290, and then he can have 10 to figure out where to put it.
We can divide it up around the funds. I think that's a good start. I really appreciate that. I need something to say, hey, this is a fair benchmark for your position and the duties that you're assigned.
I was opposed to that initially, but thank you, Penny.
So I'd be okay. I mean, I got to have something to work with, and I appreciate the confidence that I could figure it out, but it'd be sure a lot better if I had a benchmark tool to work with.
Okay, so Penny, do you have that?
So you're giving him 300,000 and he's to take
10.
12,000, 10, whatever.
10,
it is,
12, yeah.
To get the salary survey done and split the rest as he sees fit.
Can you get a salary survey done that quickly?
It takes, I mean, a little bit of time, but.
Yeah, I mean, we have until October.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Just asking the question.
Sure. I think we could. It'd be tight, but I think we could.
Okay, well, let's do that.
All right, we're out of money.
We're out of money.
Yep, we've got 77.
We can adjourn.
77,000 left to go.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next one, which is back to the
Is this the healthcare?
healthcare.
Wow.
Okay. This is the year for it.
So let me try and simplify this if I can. It comes down to, do you want to go fully insured model, which is what we are now? Or do you want to go self-insured? You've seen the presentations, you've heard the information. Our broker came back with a whole new set of data that I just received yesterday, which I passed on to you all.
Can we stop you?
Yes.
We skipped one.
We skipped the
Oh, I'm sorry.
pandemic
We skipped
$1,000
one.
bonus.
Yeah.
Oh, the $1,000 panic bump? Oh, I'm sorry.
Pandemic.
Apologize.
What page is that on?
What page?
Page 64.
Thank
64, okay. My input is no on that. We've already,
Compensating that.
We've hit the ceiling, I believe, on this year.
yeah, it's up to y'all, but here's was the logic. The legislature, in their infinite wisdom,
Yeah.
granted police and fire another $1,000 bonus for going through round 2 of this COVID pandemic. Well, from my point of as a manager, the rest of these employees, you know, if payroll doesn't do their job, if some of the other departments don't do their job, the police and fire folks can't do their job. So how fair is that to them? And it was a matter of fairness for me to raise the issue. With all due respect to our friends in the legislature, I know they got their photo op and their credit politically, but this is about fairness to me, and I wanted to raise the issue and see how you felt about it.
You know, I'm in agreement with Eric, when the governor gives us the money to
do it.
To do this, then yes.
Everybody's getting a lot of money.
And we're looking at close to 10, I mean, somebody might be getting a 10% raise this year. I mean, that's pretty significant, so I have to say no too.
Okay, we got a consensus on this one.
Okay, healthcare.
Okay, so back to the healthcare. We just got the data from the broker. You have the presentation that we provided earlier. There's kind of 3 ways you can go. You can say, okay, we're going to go whole hog on the self-insured model and jump in the pool and see how it feels to you. You can go with the fully insured model, or we could run kind of a parallel path if you wanted to.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I felt like I needed to speak about the $1,000.
Okay, all right.
We're out here irregardless, day, night, dealing with whatever is happening. I guess what you're trying to tell us is that the next time this happens, for us to stay home? Is this what I'm hearing? You know, don't think about our dedication and loyalty to our job in this city, but $1,000 to show appreciation, I think, is the least of a token that could be done for that. You can forego mine, just let the other staff have that bonus.
Alan, it's not because we don't appreciate you. We started this whole conversation about salaries, saying how much we appreciated all the workers. The $1,000 that the fire department got and the police department got did not come out of taxpayer money, it came out of the state.
I understand, but when this was all taking place, this is before else. This current raise or COLA and everything y'all are talking about, it's just to try and bring us up to a living wage. These people aren't wanting to leave their job here. We're dedicated and loyal to this. We get along with everybody here. We're a good group of people. We're a good tight family.
Questioning any of that.
I am just simply stating that that doesn't go unappreciated, but trying to get us, these people aren't leaving because they want to. They're not being able to pay their rent and things of this nature. So a $1,000 bonus would help a lot.
I'm sure it would.
Okay, thank you, Jane.
Saying no is very hard.
Okay, so back to health insurance. Basically, those are the three choices. How much did we plug into the budget that's already there? Was it 930 or 960?
960.
960. Okay, so from my point of view, depending on which way you choose, we might have a little bit to play with. Again, what I would suggest at this point, given the late hour, if you want to maybe select one of the commissioners to work with me and the staff to come back with a recommendation, since you got all of this data all of a sudden, it's very thick and complicated. I think maybe that would be the best way to deal with it. I want to make sure that, you know, all the factors are considered. And, you know, it really boils down to, do you feel like that we should consider the self-insured model, or if you're comfortable with just doing what we've been doing?
Go ahead, Jay.
I don't want to say I'm comfortable to continue with what we've been doing, but I am not comfortable moving ahead with a new plan because I don't feel like I have the information that I need to make that decision. So I would like to push this out for a year and spend this year garnering the information, the details behind it. I know I saw Mr. Davis at an FP3 meeting that was geared more towards the businesses. All of what he said didn't pertain to how we run. And to have him on the screen like that, I just lost something in the connection there.
There's a lot of information.
And yeah, there's a lot of details that I just can't relate to at this point.
We don't even have a pro forma. Is it going to cost us more? How much more? Is it going to cost us less? I mean, there's some.
You have estimates.
Yeah, we do. We have, it's going to cost more in the beginning and then less later on.
Right.
But not enough of, A, to how does it affect the employees? You know, if God forbid somebody has a heart attack under the present system, what happens if we go to self-insured or a mixture thereof? What happens to that person that had a heart attack? I certainly don't want them to get less treatment than they are entitled to now. So those are the things that I don't understand yet.
Say, do we have a consensus that we're going to just bypass this, stick with what we have, and then review this next year after we've had an opportunity to review it?
Over the year.
Okay, we have a consensus to do that.
Good.
So what tools do you need to do that, Mr. Whitson, to get more?
Well, we have the proposals from Brown & Brown, which finally, after begging them for them, gives us the self-insured model. And then you have the information that Mr. Davis gave on that. So it would be a matter of kind of picking and choosing between those proposals if you wanted to go self-insured model down the road. The other big question out there is clinic or no clinic. Okay, but again, as Mr. Davis laid out, I think it's fair. It might cost you a little more now, but would it bring down costs in the future? I think he showed enough data that the answer is yes. So the question becomes, okay, we have a proposal from our broker. We can go ahead and get that queued up and get it going, and then take this next year to study, okay, the right model. now that we finally have numbers from our broker and another broker, and we can decide whether you want to go into the self-insurance pool or stick with what we've got.
Okay.
So this time next year, you would be able to do a comparative type schedule to show the numbers?
Yes, because I just got the data from Brown and Brown like 2 days ago. I gave them a deadline and they said, well, we'll get back to you on that.
Right.
And that's just how the insurance companies work. They just tell you what it's for, and
No, it's
instead of
because
the
they're a
other way
good
around.
company.
Yeah,
But now we're going to tell them what to do.
Yeah.
there you go. That's what I want, trying to turn the table so that we have more information to make these decisions.
So when we look back at the salary pages, we need to increase the insurance, so that was something.
No, we put
No, we
You
could-
put that, you
yeah,
put it in there.
there's plenty of funds in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
In
That-
fact, we think
that's
we
good.
have about 30,000 more than we might need, just because we didn't know when
I
we
know.
built the budget what the number would be.
Okay, but it is, when I look at page 37 and on, the insurance is already in there.
Yes.
The new insurance rates are
Correct.
already in there.
Yeah, it's for Florida healthcare, right? We're
Right.
staying with Florida.
That's right.
Okay, next item.
Is that the fuel depot?
If you haven't visited, you need to.
Without discussion, I say yes.
Got overwhelming, just go ahead.
I suggest fuel cards.
Fuel what?
Fuel cards, fleet cards. They're very common. They're widespread use. You save money on repairs, you save money on parts, maintenance, and everything. All the accountability that we're having an issue with is all baked into those cards. They're very inexpensive. We don't need our own fuel depot.
Oh, you're talking about just get fuel cards that we could just go anywhere?
Yeah, regular
Okay.
fleet cards.
Yeah, I agree with that. However, I go back to the H word, and what are we going to do when those stations aren't up and running, and with the impact on the operations? So that was I was of the same thinking that you are, but in talking it over with our team, the thought was we need to go ahead and upgrade what we're doing. So
Where you go when there's an H word is to a gas station, which is powered by a generator. If you're within so many miles of an interstate, which we are, most of the gas stations are required to have generator backups. Yes, they are.
Required,
I'm
but
kind
they
of in the
don't all
business.
have
I
them.
know this.
Well, the question I have is, do we get a discount by
We
bulk?
are, I think from
Yes.
Lynch, we pay a lot less per gallon of gas than we would if we were pumping it at any gas station. Our cost per gallon when Lynch fills our tanks, I don't know the exact percentage. I'd have to do a little bit of
Yeah, because
research.
you get a discount on gas with fleet cards too. Do you know that you're paying less than what you would with a fleet card?
I don't know, no.
I don't either.
Do we have somebody here to talk us through
yes,
this?
I'd like for
The
Rob
pros
to
and
come
cons?
forward to.
Alan seems to know.
Alan and Rob.
And Rob.
Rob also had done some research on this as well. So
Yeah, all I was going to mention is it's not just vehicles. We got equipment, big trucks that they got to have fuel. Rob's got a fleet of garbage trucks. We got fire trucks.
It's a lot of gasoline.
And like he mentioned, if you can't get over the bridge, you're kind of out of equipment and help.
And I'll speak to what you're saying, Eric. 27 years of owning trucks and buying somewhere north of 1 million gallons of fuel by myself. I can tell you that when we have hurricanes, that doesn't always work, because when the supply chain's down, they can't get fuel. You have fuel. We have bulk fuel that we only use. And there is instances that might go both ways. But as far as fuel in my garbage trucks, the only place I could really fuel my garbage trucks would be in Benell. Can't go to 7-Eleven because they got a nozzle that's this big. So I'd have to go to Texaco and wait in line with all the dump trucks in the morning. My trucks are going to hold about 60 to 70 gallon per truck. So they fuel almost every day or every other day. That's a time constraint. It's wear and tear on the trucks. So what I found was, and I'll just tell you what I found. I got with some of the other fleet owners in town and in the county that I know, and I found a company that's been around for 30, 40 years. They will supply free tanks. So if we take a 500-gallon tank, you can piggyback them. It's totally legal. Has nothing to do with that, the DEP or I don't know. I'm tired. EPA. So you piggyback two 500-gallon tanks. They're a tank inside of a tank. You don't need a spillway. So it's basically a tank inside of another tank. Double line. So that's what everybody uses now. They don't use a swimming pool like we have over there now where the snakes live and the gas floats on top.
Are they from the Amazon?
Yeah. So they supply the tanks for free as long as we buy fuel from them. They come put the tanks in. This particular company, and of course we can get a bid on whatever you want to do, but this particular company provides a two-way system. It's either from your phone or you have a card. So you swipe your card at the tank, or you use your laptop or your phone or whatever device you have. My drivers don't have phones anymore. They have radios in the trucks. So they would swipe a card. No more paper. And you're right, it's archaic. I mean, to keep track with writing gallons down on paper is idiotic. They put in their code, which is either their employee number or whatever number you sign them. Swipe the card, you fuel your truck, you fuel your piece of equipment, whatever you need to fuel. So my question to him was, okay, what's it cost? He said $4,000 to $5,000, and then there's, but he said they would waive that, and there's only a fee of $300 or $400, I think it was, a year. I sent you the email, Mr. Whitson. So there's a fee, a service fee. If we lose power, we can hook up 12 volt to pump fuel, and you go back to writing it down on a piece of paper till the power comes back up. So there's 3 or 4 different ways that it's foolproof. As far as we could use our facility that we have over there, put the tanks there, just build a new roof, and it's over with. Or you can put them, in a different area. I know Bobby and Alan and Bill have all their stuff over here. I come over here anyway, so it's just as easy to fuel over here for us. But I'm 100% behind being on-site fueling for the city. Off-site, it just creates a big problem because there's nowhere to fuel equipment around here. There is no place. I mean, the closest place to use a truck island is Benel.
Would you have to demolish I know the structure definitely needs to be gone.
Well,
there's no structure there.
You call, I don't know who owns those tanks, if we own those tanks or not, but they're shot. They were shot 5 years ago. But those need to leave, then you put the tanks, they'll install the tanks again. You have to get two more quotes. I know where those are going to come in at. So they install the tanks. All we'd have to do is put a new roof over what we have. That's all we have to do. So, and I'm not a building guy, so somebody would have to figure out if we just need to do sheeting, rebuild the structure. I don't know. That would be relatively cheap. But all this stuff is free as long as you buy fuel from the company. And the prices are not astronomical. They're from the rack to here. Comes right from the rack. It's probably cheaper than Lynch. So I don't know, but it's not anywhere near what we're going to pay to pump to fuel vehicles.
So that being the case, if we were looking at the 40,000, would you say 20,000 would be enough to build a new structure?
I'm not even going to speak to that because I don't touch screwdrivers other than the bolt-on valve covers on cars. I don't deal with nails. So I don't know that.
Things in particular.
Yeah. So I mean, we can, as far as the fuel, I can get with Mr. Whitson and give him more information on that. We can get a couple more bids from other people. There's plenty of people that do that. They want to have their tanks in place, so we buy their fuel. Also, this particular company that I found, they have GPS in the tanks, so they know every second of the day how much fuel's in our tanks. You don't even have to call them. They run around nonstop. Rogers Towing uses them, John's Towing, several other companies in Benel. They drive around every day in town with trucks. So they can stop. But if you piggyback 2 500-gallon tanks, you don't have to get there's no regs. As long as you're 500-gallon or less, you can bolt them together. But as long as you don't have a capacity in one single tank, more than 500-gallon, there's no problems with anything.
Would we have to commit for a certain amount of time? You say that it
I can
price
check
as long as we buy gas.
I would say, I don't know. I'll find out, but I would figure something about a year.
Yeah,
they're not going to come put tanks in and then.
That's why we said that the RFP would be needed. I mean, this is an idea, and I've just seen the staff struggle with the fueling, and I was like, well, it's time to at least discuss it and see what you wanted to do.
It's a very competitive business. They just want to sell fuel, so they're willing to put in tanks and make things work. So, but we can get 2 more quotes from different companies locally, and then go from there. But that's what I found.
Got a comment? I thought Commissioner Sherman had. Okay, Commissioner Cooley?
It sounds like if we're talking just the cost of a roof, I mean, 10, 15 grand, stick it in there and see where it goes.
What was the $40,000?
It's for the whole enchilada, tanks.
That's for everything.
It's for everything, cameras, security cameras, everything. We could trim this back if you wanted to just say 30. You know, we could try to see if we could make it work. I mean, it's up to y'all. But we felt like we just needed to deal with this somehow.
What I can do is get a cost estimate on how much it'll cost to build a canopy over it. I need some dimensions, of course. And I can do the drawings myself.
Yeah. Yeah, we can make it work.
We can make it work.
Yeah. We definitely got to do something. Well, after the police chief showed it to me last week, I was like,
It's pretty bad.
I'll go as far to say Lee and I can work on this the next few days. We'll get together and get 2 more bids as far as the equipment goes and get that set in stone for a number. But I think your number of 40 grand is higher than it needs to be. I would assume, I don't know about a roof.
Yeah, the only thing we have to decide on is a location. And I think I have that, because I had kind of figured that in when I did the South Flagler Avenue thing, if you recall.
He's our floodplain manager.
Okay.
He's talking about putting it in a place that's less risky.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Exactly.
And that's also going to include cameras or something?
Well, now, if you want the camera, you're going to have to kind of go up on the price a little bit.
Well, I mean, that was one of the things that was mentioned in there, so I didn't know.
No,
Right.
You don't need a camera if you got the card system. That tracks everything.
Well, you'd still probably want a camera.
Yeah.
I would
And
think.
you just spend money.
Oh, with the cost,
You're
with the
talking
cost of
quadruple
fuel,
layers of security.
with the cost of fuel, I don't know.
It's up to y'all. I mean, it's
I'd
an
like to
option.
leave it at 40 and to let them
I was gonna say,
design.
where's the location?
Where's your location?
Where's your location?
It's just to it's south of where the current
It's
place
not.
is located on
I
higher
was just
ground.
asking if it was in a fenced-in area like the water or wastewater treatment plant already, where there's already cameras and security.
No,
Yeah, but we want to be on this side of the.
yeah, it's not. It's just a little bit higher.
All right, so it's on the west side of the island, but a little south of where it is now.
Yes.
What I'll do is I'll do a little plot of plan, a map, and have that with the estimates.
Pretty much the staging area
Show you where
for
it is.
contractors right now.
Yes, in that general area. Behind that big tank.
Commissioner
Water
Sherman?
tank, $1 million, million
So
gallon tank.
there was a mention of cameras. Didn't we factor in $65,000 for cameras this year? So I don't think that would have to be factored in here. Additionally, my second question would be, if we bought the materials, again, I don't know what our guys' qualifications are, but could we have our own staff build this and, save the money on labor? And it sounds like we got Lee over here that would do the design. So if we can keep this in-house, I think maybe, again, I don't know the price of materials. I'm kind of ignorant to those things as far as construction goes, but I would seem to think maybe about $15,000 worth of materials would be good. And if we've got our architect and our labor with our own crew, I mean, and again, we factored in cameras already, so 15,000, I mean, would that be realistic?
So you're talking about 30,000?
Yeah, I think we can do it for 30.
Okay.
So that would be split amongst the general utility sanitation and the building code inspection fund. So the share for general fund, I put at 55% with the fire department, the police department.
15, about 18,000?
So it's 16.5.
16.5.
Since I don't really have a real fuel reporting mechanism or anything like that, makes it a little difficult. But one other thing about the fact of keeping it ourselves is that we stay ahead of the curve with, because we fill it up all the time. So, it's like we have the fuel tank filled and then the price starts going up, well, we still have hundreds of gallons of gas at the old price, so that's another benefit.
That's
As
only a
opposed-
benefit if it goes up. It's
As-
not a benefit if it goes down.
Well, yeah, but does it really ever?
It has been the last month.
All right.
It's still like so out of sight.
Yeah. All right.
All right, so we're taking another 16.5 out of our 77,000.
Right, 60,756.
I'm a no on that module.
Right, how much?
What's the latest?
$60,756.
I'm
left.
sorry.
You got
60,000.
6,000.
60,756.
And 056? Okay.
60,756.
I'm still not, you.
60,000.
60,756.
Okay. That's why I wasn't making, so I was hearing 6,000, and I'm like,
sorry.
that's not right.
Just want to remind everybody that 60,000, that's what you have left till you hit his higher proposed mill rate than what
I know.
we were at. Okay.
I know.
Correct. Okay. You ready? Is that a consensus or?
I think so.
It is. I was a no on it. I think it's 4-1.
Okay. We'll record that 4-1. You ready to talk about MS4 CRS regulations? This is one of those things that I don't want to fund, but I gotta recommend that we do it. And this is being pretty much shoved down from Washington DC on us. And this has to do with the National Flood Insurance Program and the NPDES program regulations. So this is really kind of the cost of an FTE, or we could take and contract for the support. It doesn't matter to us which way, but these are the resources we estimate we need to do this work that has now become non-optional.
In your opinion, do you think contracting out would come in at a lesser amount for salary?
Lee, what do you think? Do you think we could get it for less than the FTE that we
benefits.
estimated?
I'm looking at that right now.
Yeah. I don't know. Contractors getting more expensive.
Oh, a contract would be much more expensive.
Okay, that's the question.
That was my, okay, thank you.
The problem with a contractor is, this is it sort of has to be an in-house person to do this. And it's a full-time job. So to hire a contractor at $250 an hour versus an FTE who's a staff member who can also maybe do other things than this, I think it's kind of a no-brainer.
Okay.
Yeah, just want to ask the question. Thank you.
Yeah, they're marking up their labor rates more and more these days, so.
This come out of the stormwater fund?
It's the stormwater fund. This is not
Okay.
general fund.
Okay.
All right, any
And
other
this is
comments?
tied to that increase of the stormwater fee.
Yep.
This is why, the biggest part of why I recommended an increase in the fee.
Any other comments?
So does somebody just do MS4 CRS paperwork?
Oh, it's not just paperwork.
What is it for?
CRS, you know what the program is?
No, what is this for that we're approving?
This is for an individual who can become a certified floodplain manager and manage these two programs, the MS4 and the CRS program. The CRS program is our flood insurance program that offers discounts to our residents who have flood insurance.
20%.
Well, it's 20% as a Class 6, which is where we are now. And I'm pleased to say we got recertified last week.
Oh.
So somehow I'm holding this thing together with paper clips and chewing gum. But there will come a time, because I don't have any time during the day to devote to this. It involves planning, it involves interacting with Public Works and with maintenance. It involves going out into the public to do presentations. Okay, if we can get down, every time you go a class lower, you get another 5% discount. Palm Coast is a class 4, the only one in the state, from my knowledge anyway. But they have 6 people working on it. They got a staff who does this. So it's a lot more than just pushing paper, Eric. It's a lot more. And the MS4 is for our stormwater license. And we have a whole bunch of BMAs, or best management, BMPs rather, best management practices, that we have agreed to do. And these involve keeping track of things that Public Works does, things that maintenance people do. It's a very interactive kind of program.
It basically takes a look at the impacts of our operations on water quality and the runoff that happens throughout the city from our activities as well as our citizens. It's very complex. So we just need somebody full-time on this. We can contract for it, or we can do it ourselves. And probably doing it ourselves is cheaper, but either way, it's got to be done.
So this is another unfunded mandate?
Pretty much.
Okay, question. Lee, under options to fund, you say pay a neighboring community to run both programs under an interlocal agreement. What are your thoughts on?
I'm not sure how that would work, quite frankly.
I am. I talked to Denise Bevan in Palm Coast, the people that, she's got 6 people working on this. She told me that she might be open, and that's a might be, open to an interlocal where they're already doing these things. Maybe we could piggyback and pay them for a half of an FT or a whole FTE, or however we could work that out. But I'm concerned about, the wisdom of doing that, because again, that still would be a situation where they were in Palm Coast. So that's an option. But would it be the best? I'm not sure.
They've got a lot of their own swale problems and.
Yeah. So.
It needs to be a person who knows Flagler Beach very well, because we have our own problems here.
Yeah, unique problems.
Specific to us.
So.
Mr. Sherman.
So you said we were level 6. That's right. So the people that have to pay flood insurance right now are getting 20%.
If you look at your insurance bill, there's a line that says 20% discount. That's where.
So I'm just trying to quantify this. So if we brought somebody in, I know you can't say definitively, but if we brought somebody in, where do you think, could they bring this? Do you think if we had somebody full-time on this could bring?
This could bring us down, no question about it, to at least a class 5, which would give us another 5% discount. Maybe a class 4, but that's a lot of work.
Class 4 is a stretch.
It's a lot of work.
But class 5,
Dream
yes.
big, William.
Okay, sorry.
And the manual for this thing is about 5 inches thick.
So they basically would keep us compliant. Governmental compliance is basically what this job would be a lot of?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And
but it's more like I said to Eric, it's much more than just pushing paper and filling out forms.
I understand. I guess my other question would be, do we have any numbers on what our citizens, all of us that are in the floodplain, what the individuals paid in flood insurance this year, to see what that just to kind of get some sort of calculation to really see
there's a chart that FEMA keeps.
Okay.
And I just haven't looked it up, but FEMA's got that data on their website.
They do.
We can get that for you. I used to teach this CRS across the state back when I was a consultant, so I'm a little dangerously familiar on how it works.
Okay, any other questions? To Lee? Mr. Cooley?
Not a question for Lee, just feedback.
Okay.
If I was to have a suggestion, I would say we fund it at half and try to piggyback off county or Palm Coast to start. And then if they say this is way, it starts creeping and becomes more expensive, then we can look at a full-time position next year. I think it needs to be, we are so high on expenses on this budget. We have got to dial back on some of this stuff and making smaller incremental methodical steps. There's nothing wrong with that.
Could we get a part-time person though at half the?
No.
It's part of the piggyback, yes.
We might be able to work out an interlocal agreement with the county or with Palm Coast.
Well, I'm telling you that a lot of my friends live in Palm Coast. They are very unhappy with the stormwater service they receive.
We're not
And so if we're-
subcontracting stormwater service from Palm Coast.
That was one of the suggestions that he made. So if they can't improve their own stormwater problems to the satisfaction of the citizens, then why would we piggyback on them when we're adding another 3,000 houses?
This CRS program has absolutely nothing to do with the stormwater physical aspects. This is simply a regulatory requirement.
Yeah, but if we're not doing our own stormwater correctly, then our numbers are wrong. So then,
Well, all of the stormwater physical projects and so forth, I'm still going to be handling that.
I'm not talking about that. But if this person comes in and rates how our stormwater is working, because we have to make our discharges clean.
That's not, you're talking about something totally different.
What is this person, Sean?
I'm sorry?
The person, their focus would be on all of the documentation that's owed to the state government, trying to make sure that we catch all our discharges.
Okay. Okay, you said it.
Okay.
So if we are not catching our discharges, then we're not living up to the rules.
Yep.
If Palm Coast is not doing what they're supposed to do with the staff they have, if we add our load onto theirs, they're not going to be able to fix ours either. And they're not going to be able to monitor ours either. That's why I don't think it's a good idea.
They're the highest rated in the state. There's nobody doing it better. This is an administrative role. This is not a functional.
I am telling you what residents of Palm Coast.
We're talking apples and oranges.
Okay, let's get back to the subject here.
We're worried about our taxpayers.
'Cause
My friends are taxpayers in Palm Coast who we're saying we're going to add our workload onto what they are not doing correctly there.
But the position here, okay, let's look at the duties. Entail gathering, collecting, and coordinating data reports in various city departments during the course of the reporting periods of May through April. Likewise, there are also outreach activities and educational materials that must be distributed to the employees and the public. Is that the crux of what they're doing?
It is.
Okay.
And that's what I meant by the programmatic elements of it.
But the information has to be the right, never mind.
So the question to Lee is,
If I've got dirty water and you have to report on that dirty water, right? But the water is discharging in the wrong place, or it's not the right quality to go into the river.
That has to be reported. That's part of.
That has to be reported.
That's part of the MS4. The CRS program is something completely different.
But you're talking about one person to do both these jobs.
Right. Think of it this way. There's one side, the CRS is more of the quantity, and then the MS4 is more of the quality of the stormwater. So that's kind of the way you would divide it in terms of what the focus is.
so right now you're doing all of this,
Yes.
in addition to all the other things you're doing?
Correct.
So the big question is, can a part-time person borrowed, if you will, from Palm Coast provide enough assistance in order to do this adequately for review until next year? Or, to be honest, do you really, you need somebody to do this and focus on this here? That's what we're looking for.
That's his preference.
That's okay. That's what I'm trying to get down to here.
Yeah. The bottom line is, that's what Lee's asking for. Are there other ways to do it cheaper? Sure, we could try it, but I just don't know whether the regulatory agencies will gee-haw with that, and whether we certainly won't be able to go up. We might be able to keep our oars in the water. That would be my assessment.
But we don't know with 100% certainty the Palm Coast will
No, ma'am.
take us on.
No, ma'am. It was just,
was just
I
a
was just
discussion.
looking for
It was
ways.
just a discussion.
Yeah, I mean, to Commissioner Cooley's point here, I'm trying to look for all of your options for how we could do it.
Right, because I'm assuming they've got the employees they've got to do the work they've got, so.
Correct. So they would take our funds and they would hire someone else.
Right, right.
And
but
the
would they
question
hire
would be,
someone at
would
a
they
cheaper-
subsidize that position or would they
Correct.
not?
Correct, we don't know that.
Exactly.
So what's the penalty if we don't do it right?
You don't get your credit on the insurance.
Here's the issue.
I'm just throwing it out here.
Yeah.
I'll be perfectly honest.
I want you to be, yes.
I cannot do these two programs to the level that they need to be done. I am just, like I said, chewing gum and paper clips. What will happen is we will be forced to drop out of the CRS program. The MS4 is an absolute requirement.
Right.
It's
That's
an
why
absolute, that's a requirement, so we can't get around that. But the CRS is voluntary. And what would happen is, by dropping out, our residents would go back to 100% of their premiums.
Okay. That's why I asked, what are the results?
That would be the consequence, yes.
Okay, commissioners, knowing that, what do we want to do?
I want to hire a full-time person.
I want to hire a full-time person.
Commissioner Sherman?
I'd like to see what we could do with another municipality through interlocal agreement.
Half or what he said.
Half of what he said.
No, half or what he said. Half of what he said. That would be like nothing.
It was really confusing.
I'll just go with what he said.
I'd like to see a full-time person as well, because I just don't trust getting a part-time person to give us the level of service that we're going to need.
And I'm not sure it would be cheaper.
I can't tell you that.
Well,
I can't tell you that, but I can tell you.
Nobody can. But to your point, the people that Palm Coast has now, why they are rated so high,
4 people,
is they got 6, and they're engineers.
Right.
So they're not, what I'm saying, lower level individuals.
It's not going to be.
And I can tell you it is not passing on down to the residents. So it might look good at the government level, but it sure isn't looking good for the residents.
I mean, what I'm looking at is I don't want our rates to drop down and then, we certainly do want to keep the budget down, but by the same token, I know I don't want my flood insurance to go. It's high enough as it is.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
let's
we have a
move on.
consensus.
Now, if we could find a way to lower our wind insurance, then I'd really be happy.
Yeah.
That's the biggie.
We're on dune protection.
This has already been budgeted in previous years. If we were to do something with this, it needs to be pulled back out of reserve.
Okay.
So what the commissioner's suggesting is that we just pull this money out of reserves.
Yeah, we already budgeted.
Was this budgeted in previous years?
It was, but it wasn't reserved, so to speak. So, it did,
But it
come back.
is
If
there.
we don't spend it, it goes back to the unrestricted.
So it was earmarked, but it just went, it wasn't
Yeah,
used, so
just
it went back
to the
in.
general pot.
Okay, so we can just,
How much was that? 60. Okay.
Y'all tell me.
60,000 from reserves.
okay, moving along.
So again, it's not going to affect the mill rate.
You'll still have the 60,000.
Crazy. To the historical museum and
Yeah, I'm the one who requested that this be put in our module, so you can just let us know, let me know your thoughts and let, obviously, Mr. Whitson know your thoughts.
I just had something to add to this. I told Liam about it. And I also mentioned it to Kathy. A few years ago, I attended a series, like a course that was run by, it's not the right name, but it's the Florida Museum Association. And we met at UF in Gainesville. And a large part of what we talked about was saving the things that are in the museum in case of one of those H words or some other disaster. And we spent a lot of time with special paper and all kinds of stuff. And a big part of that was having an off-site place for storage.
Right, and I don't want to mislead anything because there's a little bit of misinformation in here. They already have. They already have it, okay.
Yeah. But it's very important that.
Oh, yeah, because they've got, old judge books, like event supplies. There's a lot of things that.
Yeah, and as I reported yesterday, an 1875 coastal Florida map.
Well, exactly. And she did come to me asking if there was any room in City Hall or in the Wick Line Center. And unfortunately, there's not. So she asked if the city would be willing to, on an annual basis, pay for this and then review it every year.
how is there no room in any of those buildings? We have a lot of unused space.
Should have kept mosquito control.
But
We have
I mean,
the room at the building department that the church has their stuff in that isn't being used.
Yeah,
There
We
is
took over
some
2
room over
buildings.
there, possibly. I don't work out of those buildings, I don't know. But what I can say is where they have their things stored, there's some kind of hurricane safety, whether it be the doors or something, the windows over there and the doors are hurricane doors. This roof here will probably never lose, we might lose the rock and paper, but we're not going to lose this roof the way this building is constructed, unfortunately.
Be honest. Tell us how you feel.
But I just don't know if she has some type of parameters that she has to follow.
Well, that's what I was talking about. You do need, first of all, it should be off island. You know, the island floods before the mainland does. So having it at, I don't know what the new place is called, Eagle, but it used to be Eagle.
Oh, that's where it's
Storage.
at right now, right?
Yeah, Eagle's Nest. It's not called that anymore, but that's where the stuff is stored now. There should be a certain amount of temperature control, there should be humidity control, there should be all that stuff. So just sticking stuff wherever there's a little closet is not the answer.
Yeah, and I was originally thinking, as long as along with Commissioner Cooley, that the wick line, there appears to be a lot of space, but is it temperature controlled? If there is a flood, would we have to worry?
We're spending
I don't know.
$500,000 to do hurricane mitigation on it, and it's temperature controlled.
Well, is this 5,200 just for the storage unit?
Yeah, it's $166 per month.
Okay.
That's what they're paying, and that's what they're asking for.
What's the remainder of the money for?
Yeah, because that doesn't add up. 166 times
'Cause that's
12.
$433 a
Put
month.
money in there for the centennial celebration. You could reduce that if you wanted to.
You're right.
Yeah, that's different.
You're right.
Yeah, because Kathy said, right?
$433 a month.
Okay, so I would just have a suggestion for this one.
Okay.
We offer space that we have. If it doesn't meet these super special requirements that they want, and by the way, Eagle's Nest is not hurricane proof. They specifically ask you to get renter's insurance for it. If they want something better than what we offer, then they can pay. And we offer them what we can.
And do we have something to offer, though? That was our discussion. Do we have anything to offer?
There's some space here and there. It would be all divided up. I mean, the issue is the Salty Church encroaching into some of these areas. And again, that's an issue that we need to sit and talk about. But there's not a lot of space over there.
We're talking about some valuable stuff, you know,
Yeah.
it's,
We might have a closet or two here and there, but not a 5x10 dedicated
Yeah,
area.
there's a lot of city archives that are stored in the Eagle's Nest, so. But it was just my job to bring it to everybody's attention, so if we want to do a vote or.
What size storage are they talking about?
So it's 5x10.
5x10.
5 by 10?
If they want a storage unit, it comes to $2,000 a month. This module's asking for $5,200.
$2,000 a month?
Yeah.
No, there's 3,000 in there for the Centennial.
Yeah.
Okay, so you,
Adding more on.
They're paying $166 a month.
yeah. So the allowance was between 180 and 200 a month. It's in the decision module. It's in the paragraph.
We are so maxed out on this budget. We are $10,000 and $20,000 spending our way into oblivion.
I'll just say it. I'm gonna have to say no just due to the fact of how much we've spent. You know, I want to make sure our staff's taken care of and things. I think that's the most important thing. And I think this is just something, unfortunately, this year, I don't think that, you know, I know they're good, you know, I understand the preservation of historical documents and keeping that, those records and things, but I just don't know if this is in our best interest based on what we've spent so far this year, or looking to spend in the upcoming fiscal year. You know, maybe by means of, you know, again, that's not our job to fundraise, but maybe it might be something that we could help piggyback or, you know, have some sort of event on a first Friday or something. I know, just a thought.
I have a thought, if you guys mind. CRA, if we're going to have the event in Veterans Park, maybe they could pay out of that fund. Secondly, if it was my stuff in Eagle's Nest and there was a large hurricane coming and it was very important family documents, you better believe I'm getting them out of that location or anywhere close to the island. Category 4 comes, that area over there is going to be damaged. With that, I put everything that was important at one point in a storage unit off of US 1. I got it as far away from the beach as possible. I think for documents like that, they could load them in their car and take them with them personally. And I would put the money from the Centennial, I would pull it from the CRA.
Well, you bring up a point. There is a lot of storage in the GSB complex. Have we asked?
What's the GS?
Government service building. Those monstrous, there's a whole complex. You got EOC, you got courthouse, you got the main government service buildings, and there is storage galore. I don't know if it's available, but it, you know, yeah, right. Is it worth asking, going, hey, do y'all got a closet somewhere?
It's always worth asking. You can save the taxpayers money.
Yeah, okay, I will have Kathy do that.
So are we saying no to this module, or are we saying yes with the option that Kathy speak to
Some of it.
some other, but
Well,
that if she is not successful, what happens?
I'm saying no to the module.
Well, I thought a portion of it was for the Centennial. Is that correct, Mr. Whitson?
Correct.
Okay.
The mayor said maybe pull that money from the CRA.
All of for the Centennial?
For the Centennial.
This, I don't know if we can do that. Do you know, Penny? The CRA is not for the whole city. Yeah, but
I think that's on the bubble. I'd have to talk to Drew about that, whether that fits you can spend the money from the CRA, but it has to be for things in the plan within the CRA.
Yeah.
There's a two-layer test. Is it in the CRA, and is it within the plan and the goals and the objectives outlined by the plan?
So they may be able to use some of it.
Yeah.
But the CRA would have to be identifying some of the money for, within the CRA, it would have to be designated within the area within the CRA during the Centennial.
Well, Centennial is certainly an event in the CRA.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't like to assume.
But it's celebrating the entire city.
CRA, though.
I live on one of the oldest streets. I am certainly not in the CRA.
I would assume though, like any sort of Centennial events though would probably be held in the heartland of the city, which was the CRA
Yeah,
district.
it'll physically
I think a
be
portion
held
of
here,
it, you could argue that,
That's what I
but
said, a portion.
it's not as simple as just saying you got to
Right.
take all the money from the, you could take all the money from the CRA. That,
Okay, so the
Gotta
bottom
look at
line
that.
is, how much do we want to allocate for the Centennial?
For storage, nothing. We have storage.
and I disagree with that. I think you're taking a history of a city and potentially washing it away by saving $2,000.
We put it in an eagle's nest, you're no better off. If you're gonna move it, like what the mayor said.
Doesn't have to be at Eagle's Nest. I don't think Kathy cares if we moved it.
I think it's just at Eagle's Nest because it's close and, you know, she goes back and forth a lot and swaps out, you know, exhibits and.
There's a brand-new storage right down the street.
Yeah.
Graham Swamp.
In Graham,
That's true.
Ba-da-bum.
seems to make sense, doesn't it?
See, and that's why you're the highest paid admin forever.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the commission? I know you already indicated you don't want, do you want to fund part of it for the storage if it's moved, and then part of it for the CRA, or what do we want to do here?
How
I've already
much
stated
is 166 a month times 12?
$1,992.
All right, $2,000 for storage. Perhaps further away from the city than it currently is.
I would be in favor of it if it's going to move it to a new site that's secure.
That's what I'm saying, further away.
That's secure.
So if I request Kathy to do some research, would we be open to give her $2,000?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
To a more secure.
To a more secure area. Okay, I don't know if she will be in agreement with that, but then she'd be dropping money off the table, so, okay.
I'll say it like Jane says it. Yes.
I'm a yes as well.
I'd say yes also.
So just 2,000 and then you'll come back about the 3 for the celebration?
Yeah, to see if we can do it out of, I mean, that was a great suggestion, so.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if you can break that down more by some part
Well,
from the CRA.
Well, we could just go ahead and say, let the CRA contribute whatever they can towards the Centennial. Then this time next year, we can put some in for the Centennial for the overall.
Well, the committee hasn't really met to decide what they're doing yet, right?
Well, we've met once.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no.
No, there's no solid plan.
So we don't know what we're
Yeah,
funding.
this was
Still
seed
gotta have
money.
money.
This was just seed money.
Okay.
So we're just $2,000 for the museum storage of
Correct.
general fund.
Right.
If she moves
Yes.
it further, what's that direction that way?
West.
West, further west.
I put it down as a location not in a floodplain.
Got it.
That's good.
That's good.
A1A parking improvements.
So are we down to 58,000 something?
Yes, we are. $58,756.
These spots are DOT spots, are they not? I mean, for years, we've been being told that these are DOT spots.
Alan's saying yes.
So then why would we pay for DOT spots? Why don't we get DOT to fix them?
Well, I've started that conversation and it didn't last long.
I bet Chief could make it happen. He seems to be real good at this stuff.
Well,
Like, he didn't like that.
it will probably take years, so it's up to you all whether you want to make the investment or whether you want to just try again down the road.
Keep working on DOT.
Yeah.
So as I say, with the pier coming down, I mean, it's probably gonna have a lot less traffic. I just don't think, where we are with this budget, I mean, this would be a great place to, start.
That sounds
Next.
like zero. Okay.
Oh, one question before that. Was that, when you said improvements, was that just for, was it solid or?
That's the cell block pavers.
Cell blocks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the interim, here again, anyone that, I'm sure it's right across from the 7-Eleven, pardon me, to anyone that tries to park there during the rain requires hip boots.
It's not a good situation.
No waiters. So, I mean, is there any way that some temporary type of repair could be done there?
Well, Alan periodically goes out and puts the fill dirt. I mean, he and I talk about that all the time, and he's done it. But it's just
He's real good about dumping stuff there, smooth
Just
it
a
out.
patch.
Couple hours, he's good.
A couple hours is gone.
Going out to 2740.
Yes, sir.
I know we talked about it, and I know we don't have a plan yet, but a lot of that might be a staging area for the pier. You might lose all those parking spots.
True
So
enough.
until you have that comprehensive plan
We're
with,
going to lose interest in people going.
well, listen, but that equipment's got to be somewhere.
Well, you're absolutely correct.
So, I mean, before you get a plan from the builder or whoever's going to be the engineer there, we wouldn't pay to do it anyway because they could destroy it. So, that's my question.
Yeah, and you're correct.
He's almost at a gallop coming in. He'll be in 5, 4.
Got some long days here.
All right, let's move on. Page 101.
There he
It took you 5 seconds longer than Penny thought it would take you.
Page 101.
Rick Bellium or Flagler Beach. That could be a TDC project.
Sorry.
That was funny.
Running.
We were watching you come sprinting.
Quit smoking and somebody's Bruce Jenner.
Wow. Do public safety and general government.
This is what happens when you have a crazy week.
All right, do you want to walk you through each one of these, or have you read it and understand it?
I read it.
I read it.
Understand it.
Yeah, need
We're
public
on-
safety.
Yeah, page
Yeah.
101.
Okay.
But we take each one separately.
It's up to you. We just packaged them because they were kind of similar. Several of them go with the police department operations. Some of them go with fire. Some of them, well, the last one is the GIS mapping software.
Well, I got a couple of yeses and a couple of nos, so can we do them separately?
Yeah, up to y'all.
All right, I'll start.
Go.
The first one, and Matt, I understand all these things have value, and Bobby, I understand all these things have value, but
I was going to say no.
I know that it would be a lot more, it would be better for you to have an electronic citation system, but I'm not ready to vote for that for this year.
Well, I'd like for you to talk about it and explain what the benefit is to moving towards electronic citation.
So just before we get into this, the DOT has already committed that in 2 to 3 years, they're going to do an entire repave of the downtown area. So any money that you would have spent was going to get tore up in 2 years.
Yeah,
So
that's good. We made the right decision.
you made the right decision. As a kid, I can remember I couldn't wait until the Sears Roebuck or the J.C. Penney catalog came before Christmas. Because you got a chance to circle what you wanted. But you never really circled what you needed. The 3 things here, the electronic ticket citation equipment, will we need those? Yes, because sooner or later the state of Florida is not going to print tickets. Right? All that is another utility piece on Batman's belt. Do I need it? No. Do I need live scan fingerprints or employee badges? No. I was asked to put them in the decision modules. You can scrap the 31,000. What I need are cops. And what the citizens said they wanted in the survey was public safety. So if you want to take that 31,000 and allocate it someplace, put it in the additional monies for pay adjustments.
Salaries.
So that I don't lose cops.
Well, I spent a lot of time with met going over this whole thing, because I wanted him to explain to me, and I think it's important to explain to you as well. I mean, we can just, I'd certainly want to go with cops, but I also want him to give you a little bit of history about the value of having electronic citation. And that's what's important to talk to these guys about these things here, as well as the fingerprinting and these kinds of things here, because when you look at the advantages that he'll probably talk to you about as far as just something as simple as writing a citation, and the time it takes to write a citation as opposed to scanning a driver's license and have it inputted into the computer like that, instead of having an officer standing out there writing it, transforming it, moving it over. Anyway, I'll let you go ahead and do that.
I appreciate it, Chair. So right now, we do tickets the old-fashioned way with a pen and a piece of paper. So a traffic stop takes anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes, depending upon the violation, depending upon how many infractions are going to be written. Right now, the officer takes the driver's license, has to go back to their car, has to manually enter the driver's license number into a computer and wait. If they don't have their license, it's longer. The technology now, working smart and working hard, is you have basically a scanner in your car. You swipe the driver's license because it's got the magnetic strip on the back. It automatically runs the person's information through the computer. You don't have to input anything. And if you're going to write a written warning or a citation, you don't have to type anything in. It automatically auto-populates your tickets. We can use it for warnings. We can use it for parking tickets. We can use it for a myriad of different things. Trespass notices. What it does is it cuts your traffic stops down by about 25%, give or take. If we don't have that technology, can we do it again another year the old school way? Absolutely. Again, there are needs and there are wants. Would I like this technology? Absolutely. It's going to shorten, right, that time down. But if I don't have cops, they can't use automatic ticket writers.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about a live scan fingerprint system?
So if you've ever been fingerprinted in a good way, right, the old school way is rolling it with a card and ink. So that's the way we currently do it. We've actually, during COVID, had people came up from Delray Beach because there was nobody on the East Coast during COVID that was doing fingerprints. And we charge for that fee. Live scan is the new way. It's basically a laptop where it's electronically rolled and automatically sent off for fingerprint scanning. Is it expensive? Yes. Is the return on our investment? Yeah, we can charge more, but it also helps in HR. So when you want to do a background, like you were talking earlier, whether it's for an IT person to see if they've ever been arrested, it's a citizen that wants to get a CCW permit, or a job application, or someone that applies for the city, that information automatically gets sent off. You don't have to mail the cards off. Again, is it a need? No. Is it a want? I think it's a benefit for the city. But is it something we have to have this year? No.
And the employee badging?
And the employee badging, we used to do employee badges for the city. In my opinion, that's an HR function. But right now that the county, we're not with county IT, there's nobody making our IDs. So a new hire comes in, they don't have it. So the technology to do ID cards via a laptop is a little over, was it $3,500? Again, purchasing that equipment, I believe, in my opinion, that should be an HR function. When you get hired, when you go through the benefits packet with Liz, she should be the one issuing the ID card, not the police department.
I have a question. You said the new electronic citation equipment would reduce ticket writing time efficiency by 25%. Would you be able to write more tickets? And then if so, how long do you think it would take could you recoup that cost?
Could you write more tickets? It would give you more opportunity because you wouldn't be, pulled over as long. So if you cut down 5 minutes each time and you did it 4 different times, that's 20 additional minutes you could be out doing something else. plus the printers are in the car. So you print the violator their copy. And
Right
again,
now-
this is coming. We're one of the few agencies in the entire state that still do it old school. There will be a time when the state says, we're not printing tickets anymore. So this is something that's coming. But again, does it absolutely have to happen this year? No. I know it sounds weird. I'm telling you not to spend money. But it's,
No, we like it.
it's great technology. All these things are great, but you know, the realist is, you know, the boots on the ground. And to Mayor, to your point, if this gets a traffic stop reduced by 5 minutes where they can go out and write more tickets or check an additional 2 or 3 businesses at night, working smart, working hard.
Okay, thanks, Matt. I just thought it's important that you explain these particular things here because you spent a lot of time explaining them to me. So,
Right, and the auto population part is the key factor because then you know everything on there is accurate. It's accurate, it's up to date. And you can use it and it's trackable. It goes into the computer and instead of Susie, our records clerk, having to take her time to manually enter tickets into the system, now she hits a button. So it saves time not just on the officers, it saves time over in records as well. And I hope she's watching. Hi, Susie.
Hey, Susie. All right, I don't doubt the value. I didn't doubt the value to begin with, but I'm almost going to quote you. Is that scary?
Oh, geez, which one?
Well, just, I don't think it's the time to be spending money on these 3 things.
okay, so we'll move on to the drone.
That's $30,000 for the legislative things. The drone, I initially said no, but Bobby said something yesterday that changed my mind. First of all, I can't believe that after 2 years it's not usable anymore, not supportable anymore. But that's how electronics are. They got you. So for now, I would like to hear more about it, but Bobby did change my mind.
Bobby did really a fantastic job of kind of explaining it. The amount of uses for it, I was there for the bomb threat on the pier. And the use of that drone before St. Johns County got here, just the heat signatures alone, I didn't know that, you know, when you go fishing, you put bait, and I'm sure the chair knows, they have fans on the coolers to keep them cold. They give off a heat signature. I have no idea. The last time I went fishing, I used a styrofoam cooler and some ice, and that was it.
I thought you used your wallet in the fish market.
Well, I did. As a matter of fact, I just saw that Flagler Fish Company was one of the top 15 seafood restaurants in the state of Florida. It's right across from 204 South Flagler if you're watching. So the uses for it, the use for an elderly female that wandered away from home at 2 o'clock in the morning, trying to find a heat signature down by the intercoastal waterway to see if she had drowned, a missing child on the beach, you know, a report of something floating out in the ocean. Instead of having Tom go out in the jet ski, you can take that drone up and fly it out and find out it's, you know, a cellophane balloon that's just shimmering out in the water. The purposeful uses for those, one of the things that Captain Cox did that we asked him to do was once the new roof on the police department was installed, the drone went up and took video footage of that roof in case FEMA ever wanted to know, what did your new roof look for that got damaged in a storm? We could provide them with video of what it looked like. So it's spread over 3 different departments, but there's actually more. You could use it to actually document the erosion on the beach before a storm. What did the dune walkovers look before the H word came in? What did the erosion look like before the storm got there? So the bad thing is, you know, we had a great program for 2 years and then the government changed the rules.
Another unfunded mandate.
Unfunded mandate, and then said, well, not only can you not use those, you have to use one of these. They told us which ones we could use.
Oh, really?
So they limited the amount of options you have. So instead of going out and, going
Shopping
on
for the
Amazon and
cheapest
shopping, you can only, it's restricted, the amount of vendors that you can actually use, so.
They had strong lobbyists.
So, yeah, I was going to say, somebody was lobbying.
I just had a question too. So, as we know, the FAA regulations change constantly. I mean, that's just the FAA for you. My question for you is, are we going to have our guys and girls, are they drone operators already? Or
We've got 3 at the fire
they're licensed
department.
and everything? Okay.
Yeah, we've got 3 at the fire department and 2 officers, so we have 5 certified drone pilots.
Okay, yeah.
In a city of 5,000, that's incredible.
That was my concern, because with the, if we didn't have those qualifications, then we'd have to go and, possibly pay to get those done, so, okay.
We can always get Jeff Myers to go out.
And just as a recap, the old one may be going on eBay or something.
I was just looking on Gov Deals to see if they had any on there listed, and they don't, so maybe we can get a good, how much was it new? Do you remember?
Like
The old-
20 grand.
The old one? No, I don't think we paid that much for it.
That was like 13 or something.
Yeah, 12, 13, I think we paid for it.
The first one we got was about $6,500. This one's coming in just shy of 18,000, but it is important, and I brought it up the other day to keep in mind the way that we've allocated it. It's roughly $3,500 between the 3 public safety agencies, police, fire, and ocean rescue, and then there's a surplus of what was left with the aeroclave units and the ARPA funds, 7,000 and change. That's going to make the delta, and that's how we're getting to that 18,000. That answers your question.
Okay.
And while they're spread over the 3 public safety, portions of the city, if Jim Raymer needed it to find something out in the woods, or Ehab, or somebody in Public Works, Alan's got a water leak somewhere, that's back off the road, instead of trudging somebody through there, you just put the drone up there and take a look. So, 10 years ago, I would have said, wow, a drone, you wouldn't think of a drone. But now, they take the purpose of going out into places where people probably shouldn't go.
I know when I read the sheriff's reports, Walkman, he uses them
Use them a lot.
successfully to catch people.
Right.
Okay, yeah. GIS mapping.
That one is Lee's.
Oh, okay.
And I can't even begin to tell you the uses of that thing. The GIS mapping is a huge tool for us to really make our data and information, especially in communicating with the federal agencies and the state agencies, a whole lot better. So a lot of the times we don't even know, and I'll give you an example. Powell Parker Park, we were out there doing the park project, and we didn't even know there was a manhole out there near the pathway when we found it. Okay, when we were clearing the pathway, but had we have had all the data in GIS, we'd have known that when we planned the project and could have, maybe avoided that conflict. So things like that always come up, and it's the cost of the software, and Lee is getting trained on how to use it. Apparently there was a lady by the name of Kay who had been here before, and she was our GIS person, and then she left. So I'm trying to reestablish GIS because it's an amazing tool. And this would come out of the stormwater fund primarily.
It's expected, I think, that we have this.
Yeah. Everybody we talk to, the state, the federal, the county, everybody has it, and we need it to be able to keep up with the times.
And this is coming out of stormwater fund?
Mainly, yes.
Okay. Any questions, comments, commissioners?
So, when we're going through these, are we doing
I think I was kind of mentally.
40, because the drone was 18, right? And we were at 58.75.
Yep.
Mr. Whitson, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
So, I might sound a little uneducated when I ask you this. So, I mean, with this software, I mean, what's the difference between what we see on the, I know it's, you might laugh at this, but what's the difference between what we see on the tax collector site with all the way things are mapped out there versus like GIS? What advantage would this give you versus, just having what, is on record?
Well, it's our own, a lot of our water lines, our sewer lines, our stormwater facilities, all our infrastructure, we don't really know where it is.
Okay.
We put our own metadata in there, and we would build on those layers. So, I mean, we can pull the zoning layer, our future land use layer, we can pull the map ones from there, but we would build on those layers, add our own metadata, have our water and sewer lines, which I think we can just transfer those in. I think Mead Hunt already has done most of those, if not all four of them. We just don't have software to manipulate it and add more.
Nobody can go in and say, oh, I'm going to get the hair of the bill.
Okay.
Okay.
We can add those in ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
And we won't have to pay a consultant to do stuff.
Got it.
Makes sense. I took, long time ago, I took the GIS classes, and we could do careers
We have one
just in
more
that. It's
toy
not
to talk about.
Which one is
that? The ClearGov digital budget book,
Did I miss
page
that one?
105.
105 is the last piece of that. So.
We're not even there.
Well.
Here we are.
That's mine.
I thought we agreed to the GIS thing. It's coming out of the stormwater fund. Didn't we agree to it?
Y'all want to go back over it and just make sure, hold on a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so is it a yes or a no on the three items that the chief covered?
No.
I recorded no.
Right.
And I recorded yes for the drone.
Correct.
Yes for the GIS mapping, because it's coming out of stormwater.
Right.
But James just had a question.
Okay.
Well, I mean, pretty much have a consensus, but I think the drone needs to not be in addition to all of this. I mean, we can dial back things like Maltese cross graphics and little small things that are in this book to cover the $3,500 that the departments need to pay for this. Again, we're $10,000 our way into oblivion here. I think that drone, yes, but we need to cut money out of here because there's still tons and tons of marks of things that we approved in here that are not must-haves, and we can take that and to pay for that. That's just my opinion, though.
I agree. I think we need to start finding ways to cut back a little bit. I think it's just it would be the best way. I mean, I want to give everybody what they need, but at the same time, I think we need to cut in other areas.
Okay, well, what we need to do is decide what you're going to cut.
Can we finish the modules first?
Yeah, let's finish.
Yeah, no, I agree. Cut, yeah,
I know, but I'm
modules
saying,
first, yeah, and then
start thinking
go
about
back.
what you're gonna
Yeah,
cut.
Let the
absolutely.
department heads decide it and say, if you want the drone, figure out what you're going to take out.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can we finish the modules first?
We're doing
Sure.
the modules.
So what was the bottom line on the GIS?
I thought we said yes.
It's out of the stormwater fund, yes.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
ClearGov digital budget book.
All right.
Commissioner, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Rick Bellimer, Flagler Beach. A lot of that GIS mapping, would there be software related to the drones that could use the drones to create some of this mapping? I know that the county did a lot, and very much of it was done with their drones. So I'm just wondering if we're going to be capable of doing that.
We are. It's probably Esri software, which is the standard, and we still have to ground truth a lot of the data. But yeah, to the extent the drones could assist, we'll do that. But it basically is a lot of ground truthing to find where the lines are and those kind of things, and that's part of the collaboration the staff is working on to try to identify all our infrastructure. For example, Mary, you remember when you came out on site and that terrible sewer spill?
Mm-hmm.
that was caused by overpressurization of the lines. And I asked Ben to try to help us start building the GIS layers that it would take to be able to figure out a hydrology model that we'd make sure we put in the right size pumps to not have that happen again. So it's all these little things that fit together that we're trying to work on to make sure we don't have accidents, to make sure we don't have spills, to make sure we don't spend money. There's a lot of cost avoidance that you never even see that happens behind the scenes. So we need these tools to be able to do those things.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, moving along.
And the last item was ClearGov digital book, and I'll let the finance department tell you about that because that was their idea. Rhonda or?
Do we agree on the GIS?
Yes, because it's out of the stormwater fund.
Okay. Rhonda, you want to talk to the ClearGov?
Okay. This Clear.gov program that we had put in, I had to meet with Nathaniel, who was representative of the company. And what this tool is basically a very user-friendly budgeting tool that, each of the department heads can actually go in, put their budgets together, because we do that on our end. You meet with them, take notes, we put it in BSNA in an Excel spreadsheet. So in this particular tool, by putting it into the system, it does actually integrate with BSNA. That was one of the things that we did make sure that happened. And it will basically, after input, print out a budget book. And like I said, very user-friendly. There's quite a few other cities that do use this tool.
So it's integrated with all the city managers?
No. It's just a tool. It's a software tool.
Okay, because when you said you put your budget in.
Well, the way it works right now is everybody,
submits their budgets,
and then finance has to put them all in. But right. This would automate it to where they could just directly enter the data, and it would skip a step and format it in the ways that you would like, because then that way it comes out. It's more efficient of a process and how we.
So it is integrated to some point where they can actually input the data into
right.
it.
Well, I think how it works is it'll tie directly to BSNA, because how it works.
Okay.
So like if we change something in BSNA,
then it just automatically
changes it in the book, and it produces a nice book. Because what happens right now is we put it in BSNA, then we put it into Excel.
They have to re-enter it into
and that's how we
software.
get this book done, and it's a bunch of, if anybody's worked with Excel, it's like about 47 spreadsheets that all link together to create the budget summary. So if one thing happens to fall out, we could have a bad mistake on the budget.
So it reduces the number of mistakes you can make as well.
It does.
Right. Okay.
And it ties to the general accounting software package.
And it allows you to put a lot of photos, images, all sorts of things in with it. Yeah.
Okay, I think, I know I've heard enough detail on it. I'm not interested in spending $15,000 on an automated budget book. This isn't the year.
It's also $17,400 yearly, starting 2023, so it's a ongoing cost. That's what red flags to me.
Yeah,
So no.
I'm opposed to it at this point. It sounds lovely, but.
Hopefully somebody can pick up the Excel spreadsheet. No, I mean, we do the budget. The budget is done in BSNA. It's just not pretty. It's not easy to read.
Okay. Yeah. Any other comments, questions?
No.
Chair, just one suggestion. We're going in at 5:30. Can we just ask staff if there's need to have, can we cover them rather than get deep into the weeds of wish list items? Because this is, I mean, it's starting to get ridiculous.
Well, we're the ones that ask the questions. I mean, so I know it's getting late, but when we start getting into the weeds ourselves, asking specific questions, That's how we end up here. So, but I mean, you know, I'm not opposed to that, but I mean, you know, I think it's been beneficial because each one of us has had some.
I don't think the rest will take very long.
Okay, let's go ahead and do it.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I don't think the rest will take very long.
Shouldn't take that long
All right,
anyway.
let's go.
Next item.
Okay, so out of that whole group, just so I'm clear if I've gotten everything, we're getting the drone, but we're using $7,000 worth of ARPA funds to pay for it. And then the GIS is coming out of the stormwater for $8,000.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Then, the Vermac message boards, you see the write-up there. That's to help with, you know, emergency situations. The chief was here. Yes, he's gone.
Well, I don't think we need to talk about it. We have message boards. I think Susie said this a while back. People start ignoring them. They become part of the scenery. And, you know, the first day they're up, that's great. But that one that's been out in the median here about stay off the dunes, you don't even see it anymore. It's been there for so long. So I don't see buying 2 more.
In addition, there's a whole yard of them over at EOC that sit unused 99% of the time.
In front of where?
At the EOC, Emergency Operations Center. There's a yard of them.
Belong to the county.
Yeah.
The ones that aren't
I mean,
here
is there
now.
anything stopping us from asking them to use it?
They have
The ones that we have there now
They
actually
have a
borrowed.
software integration, and then there's probably a rental rate. I'd have to defer to the chief on it.
And that sounds a lot better than $100,000.
Well, I also just don't see how magical they are. You know, they're magical for a few minutes and then not so magical. So I'm opposed to it.
I'm okay to let it go.
Chairman?
I'm the same. I'm okay to let it go.
Okay, we've got a majority says no.
All right. HR assistant?
All right, my comment on that is, good try. You wrote in here that, whoever wrote this, the HR manager has also filled in with the city manager. Well, now you have Katie. So that statement no longer.
But when Katie's not here, that's what Liz has to do, like when Katie was gone for the past 3 weeks.
All right, she's only going to get married once.
I hope so.
She only gets
Right, Katie, you're only
she
going to
only
get
gets
married
one
once.
time.
Okay. Every employee takes some time off. Would I like for Liz to have help? Do I think Liz works very hard? Yes. I just don't, not now.
But I will say this just because Liz is not here, and it's like, Liz is a department of one, so what if Liz wins lotto and leaves? Who's going to do HR?
You hire a new HR manager.
Yeah, well, I really think that.
I mean, what do we do?
The city hasn't won the lotto to keep having employees.
You know, there's just not enough people working here to take care of the load that's come to this
We
city.
also have a finite amount of money to spend, and apparently that message hasn't been received.
Okay. I'm hearing a no, so can we move on? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct. Let's move on.
All right. Recycling coordinator, I think Rob wanted to speak to this.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
All right. I'll be as quick as I can, Eric. I know everybody's worn out. Why do we need an FTE for recycling? To oversee day-to-day pickup of cardboard, aluminum, glass, tin, and other things, even yard waste that we recycle. Also to process the material from the establishments that we pick up from. We currently picking up cardboard 2 to 3 days a week. I go out myself and do it after hours, early in the morning. Matt does it after hours, early in the morning. Dollar Tree, we pick up cardboard 4 days a week from Dollar Tree. Dollar General said they would give us all their cardboard if we would pick it up. It's a tremendous amount, which equates to revenue.
Really? They're not taking it back?
Dout said they would give it to me if I want to pick it up. I talked to the manager.
That's unusual for corporations to do that because they have their own recycling programs.
Dollar
at their
Tree,
warehouses.
Dollar Tree, I could darn near fill up half a truck every 3 days with. So this is all money that's just left laying around that I can get, but I can't I'm working 20 hours a week now overtime, not overtime, I'm salary, so it's wearing on me. I'm trying not to use too much overtime for my employees because it costs me out of my budget. So it's a full-time job for somebody to do this correctly. We've come this far. I'm not doing this for notoriety or fun. We just need to follow through and make a complete unit out of this to where it's self-sustaining and we're doing it right. So it's a fast-growing operation, requires a dedicated person to run. It helps raise revenue for both the sanitation department to curb rising costs and to 100% recycle what we pick up. We're building a sanitation department that's complete. It's not just pick up trash and hope you don't get phone calls. We're building a whole entity of everything in the city. So responsibilities will include pickup of materials, process material, along with baling aluminum cans, crushing glass, keeping records of tonnage, which is important, and maintaining the equipment, which is also a time-consuming thing, whether it's the truck or the glass machine or hopefully a baler. All these things need greased and cleaned. Any questions?
Go ahead, Commissioner Cullen.
Will this position make the sanitation rate go higher than what we already just got done talking about?
No.
I'm good with it. If it's a no.
Yeah, it shouldn't. I mean, the thing is, I'm trying to keep the rates down. Palm Coast right now is at $30 a month, and they're not recycling anything that I know of. The other thing is they've cut their pickup of materials down from where they were. So the only way to keep costs down is by doing something outside the box, selling materials and recycling. I've said this for the past year, it's a two-pronged thing. It's creating revenue to go back into the enterprise fund, and it's also recycling. That's what recycling has always been, always will be, is trying to make money off of something and doing the right thing. So I don't know if there's any other questions.
Only thing I can, this is out of the enterprise fund, and if you want to see a town start rioting and going crazy, stop collecting garbage for a week.
I'd have to leave. I just want to work towards the better deal. That's all I'm trying to do. And I gave some money back this morning in hopes. I don't want to be greedy. These are things that I do need. And I'm getting burned out. Matt's getting burned out. That helps me. He works a lot of extra hours and doesn't charge us.
That's why I said it wouldn't affect the rate significantly, or, because he gave up the 50 grand. Practically, I mean, we left a little bit.
And I didn't do that as a give and take. I just did that because.
But what I'm saying is, if you count that and then you count this, I think we're about where we were. So. Yeah.
And the other thing, by filling the other position that I will have open, because Matt will move over to do this, most likely. I mean, I'll have to do the official deal, but he already knows what's going on. But the extra position that's not going to, it's a position that I already have that I have to fill. That gentleman or lady will work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which cuts down on my overtime by somewhere around 20 grand a year. Because that's the position, what the position will be for the driver that takes over Matt's spot. They'll be working the weekend. So I won't have a regular city employee working on the weekend that's using overtime. So I'm just trying to cut costs where I can and save where I can, and also take advantage of the big investment that we already made a little bit now to operate it successfully and to move forward with what we're doing. At the end of the day, it's all about the residents and the business owners. The business owners are bending over backwards to help me, which is good. And the residents, every week my tonnage goes up for recycling and down for when I'm taking over the bridge. So, and it's incremental. It's not huge. It's not going to be a blockbuster, but it's working. It hasn't went the other way. It continues to grow. The amount of glass that I'm picking up, the amount of tonnage that I'm recycling has grown every week. So,
okay, I'm okay with it.
Me too.
Same.
Okay.
Did we just agree on something?
Hire away. Oh, my God.
Do I get an award for the day, or?
Yeah, you're good.
No, for making everybody agree.
Sit down.
Agreed on track.
I'm leaving.
Real quick, before we go to the next decision module, I just wanted to let the commission know that we had an employee test positive for COVID in the utility area. And so we're doing the aeroclave back there, and wanted to make sure people could avoid that area if they would.
Which area?
The utility area.
Behind the kitchen.
Oh,
Not this one, the real kitchen.
all the way in the back.
Oh, okay.
Thought we all had to stay home tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. So moving on.
I just want to say one thing real quick. Thanks to all of you guys. I know it's late, and I know everybody has our deals going on, but I appreciate all of you and your support, and we continue to all work together and do what we can for each other to make this the best team we can.
And we support you, too.
Thanks, Rob. We appreciate you as
Thanks, you
well.
guys.
We appreciate you, Mr. Everything.
I know. Every week we stand up there and we say how great you are.
Bye.
Okay, next item.
Yeah, there's only two left, and I'm just going to say, let's just talk about the one, because the water plant tank is just a huge expense, and it's just something that we wanted to bring to your attention that we need to start thinking about and planning for, so it's not like I'm sitting here expecting you to sign off on 2.5 million.
That's
okay?
nice.
So I'll just say that right out of the box, but I feel an obligation as the manager. Not only do we have this need for the $2.5 million tank, please understand that we only have one water line across the intercoastal. If that one water line were to be hit or broken, we would have no water on this island. So we need to also think about a second piece of infrastructure and planning and thinking about a new water line that would be a duplication of the existing line, because we have all our eggs in one basket.
Are there grants that you can look at?
Yes, that's one of the things we want to begin collaborating with people on. We're talking about that in this resiliency money, the studies, those kinds of things. We'll identify that, and maybe there will be some sort of federal infrastructure dollars for those kinds of needs out there. That's our hope. But I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
We already budgeted money in the previous year's capital for that line.
I know we talked about it to be.
It was in a previous year's capital.
We budgeted it with a grant, and I don't know what happened to the grant.
I was unaware of that. It's not in the capital plan I saw.
I mean, I'm not going to tie anything up, but if y'all can go back and look at it, because I remember seeing it budgeted in a previous capital plan, because that was, it was discussed and it was identified as a great need.
I remember the discussion. I just didn't remember if we did anything about it.
Was the line item water line or something?
Oh, no, it was notated as like a secondary line going across the bridge.
It's a water main. Yeah.
Water main?
Mm-hmm. All right, so the only thing I would like to talk to you about is page 120, the water plant diagnostic software. I see Jim is not here, so I'll just kind of carry the flag that this is a situation where he has to call somebody in as a specialist to look at this stuff for us, and it's critical to the operation of his plant. And what he's asking for is funds that would come out of the utility department to take care of this diagnostic tool. It's very critical to his operations, and I think $10,000 to $12,000 is nothing compared to several $1 million plant, and all he pumps 650,000 gallons of water a day, and he needs to be able to see what's going on with that.
Is this the same thing where he said it costs $1,000 every time you pull someone in from Jacksonville as a consultant? 800.
Yeah.
Well, my math, here comes the mealy math.
Oh, geez.
I haven't had mealy math in 2 days. It's $800 a visit. He says they come 5 to 6 times a year. That's $4,800 a year, which is a whole lot less than $10,000 to $12,000. So unless I'm missing something about what that money's for,
That's just the ones that he.
Well, that's when he calls them. He probably needs the data and information more often than that, but that's what he has cut back to, when he has to have it. So that was what the discussion was at the staff level.
He also indicated that it gives him the control where it could not be hacked or something of that nature.
Oh, I'm sure it's good. But is it $10,000 to $12,000 good when we were already raising water rates? That's my question.
Yeah. He's getting tired. Okay, commissioners, any other comments on this?
One more comment. I do expect an accommodation the next meeting for 20 hours of sitting here, okay?
Oh, there you go.
You get everybody?
When we get a raise, you'll get a raise.
I'll buy you
A cola.
buy you a Coke.
Yeah, we will get the COLA. I'm going to say no to this for this year.
That's a no for me as well for this year.
Mr. Mealy?
I said no before.
Mr. Cooley?
I'm going to say yes, just to be different. But I already know I'm outvoted.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes, but I'm sincere about it. I care about the plant, and I don't know.
I just think it needs to wait a year. We're so ahead
Yeah,
here.
it's not that I don't care about the plant, of course I do. And I appreciate all Jim's hard work, but
I like to be secure.
That's it. That's all I got.
All right.
Yeah, then there's the tentative mill rate.
all right, do we still have $40,756 left?
We actually have 47,000.
47,000.
756. Because we're using the ARPA 7,000
Oh, right.
to pay for part of the drone.
So that would mean if we stay with the 5.5, we would be returning $47,756 to reserves.
Right.
I'm good.
Commissioners, any other comments?
No.
Mr. Cooley?
On which thing?
The tentative millage rate,
We're at 5.5.
5.50. The idea is you set it a little high, give yourself some wiggle room, and then if we need to dial it back down, you want to look at it some more, we can do that.
So we're looking at setting trim at 5.50?
Yeah.
Is that
the
safe?
initial.
Okay, that,
And last year's mill rate was what?
5.42.
And you want to set trim at 5.50?
I don't know, is that
I think that's.
all right?
Mario was doing that
You're
with
not going to
trim.
have to raise it, we can't raise it if we do that.
Correct. You only can go down.
You can only go down once you set 5.50.
That's what I'm asking you,
Yeah.
is that a safe number?
I feel, based on our discussions today, I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to go any higher.
Well,
No.
we have traditionally set it way beyond,
Correct.
like 5.8 or 5.9.
Yeah, last year we set it at 5.8 and then
Yeah,
rolled down
right.
to 5.4.
Right.
This year, you can say 5.5, 5.55, you can say whatever you want to say. But I would think you would want to at least stay with 5.50.
Second. Second to him.
Oh.
I'm thirding.
Got a third?
I guess I'm a fourth.
I get beat up if I go anything in a difference, so I'm for it. I'm just kidding. No, I think it's fine.
Okay. All right, so we've set the CRA budget, the tentative mill rate, and we've gone through the decision modules and all the budgets. Anything else left?
Dinner.
Yeah, right.
Got one more? Come on.
Matt Downey, Chief of Police. Rather than return the $47,000, we're respectfully recommend that other $47,000 go towards the staff at Mr. Whitson's discretion for salary adjustments. Instead of returning it to reserves, reward the staff that's here, keep the staff that's here.
We're not returning it, though. That's the thing. It's not returning.
It's putting it, okay, I agree somewhat with what you're saying. If we set the mill rate at 5.5, what we were talking about was this number here, and we kept subtracting as we okayed things. And it left 47,756. We still have 2 hearings to go through. And Mr. Whitson, if you can find a cop, and Mr. Whitson says, can we spend that money on that cop? I'm willing to listen to it. I mean, but that money is available.
Yes, yes, at this point, it's still there, unless you say you want it to go back to reserves.
Well, if we
I'm not following you. What do you mean it's still
if we put it
there?
in reserves, can we?
So what it is that at that mill rate, after all the revenues and all the expenses are compared to each other, we still have $47,000 that's going to be returned to the fund balance. So, again, it's a budget, but if we got every dollar we said we were going to get and spent every dollar that we said we were going to do, we would still have $47,000 going back to reserves. So we could spend the $47,000 on something else and still have a balanced budget.
That's almost a warped way of looking at this. The 5.5 mill rate is a budget increase over last year's mill rate. It's just what he requested.
Yes.
And, to say that we're saving money is a fallacy. It's not a money savings. This is a money increase.
I don't think anybody said we were saving.
Okay, but we're talking about putting in reserves and saving money and doing all this stuff, and
I mean, the way that I look at it is 47 that we're not spending, and I think what the police chief is saying is that we could consider putting that back into the people that work for us. Is that not correct, Chief?
Yes, sir.
You could give that $1,000 bonus.
Exactly.
With that money.
And I don't have a problem with that.
Increase the mill rate.
Right, and that doesn't increase the mill rate.
Right.
I mean, because when you look at, in the overall scheme of things, staff has, compared to the others, that their competitors or competent, those others, to colleagues out there and the others, they are below those. So, I mean, I don't have any problem. I mean, we had a guy that came up here this morning, he worked his tail off, and all he did was say, if you guys can find a little bit of money to help us out here, then do it. I'm not opposed to that.
Well, I'm sure every department can come up with an argument about why they use.
But I think we're talking overall, the staff, everyone.
But none of those arguments change. I don't think what we just decided. It's if the money is put into the fund balance or reserves and a use for it is determined by staff, we can do that, correct? It doesn't have to stay in reserves. It can go to
No, it could go towards, in the pots that you had set up.
But you have to,
But you would have to give me that direction.
Right, you
I
have to
can't
give
just
that
do it
direction.
on my own.
Or we would come to you with a budget amendment. It's like anything that's in the budget is already, we have, and also operating within our purchasing ordinance. We're not just going to go out and spend $19,500 on bathrooms. We're going to get, quotes and stuff. But everything that's budgeted already is budgeted for us to do. But we can't just take the $47,000 and allocate it without coming and doing a budget amendment so that it's in there. So that's a transparency thing.
So for this year, the money that I'm just looking at our general fund for this year, the rest of that would go back into the general fund. And that's a discretionary fund that can, that would take a budget amendment to say, okay, we stayed under budget. I would take an amendment for us to then say, okay, we can give out this much in bonuses because we stayed under budget.
Right, because we can't move, so it's like whatever in a department's budget, you cannot move, we can't move $50,000 from the fire department to the police department, but we can move money within, like if, we could move money from, say, say our utility bill is high and our phone bill's low, that's how we keep the budget in check. We can do budget line transfers. And those are provided to you every time I do well, I won't be doing it. Sorry, I forget. I'm not going to be here. But every time
You're not sorry.
Some magical person.
Every time that the budget report is done, you get that long, boring list of numbers. Those are all because those are all the transfers that are done. We provide that report to you so that it's in the public. So nobody's moving money around without it being known. That's part of what the audit is about and all that sort of thing. When we do budget line transfers, they're reviewed by, in-house. That was part of that journal entry thing. And that had been going on. I've always brought the report of what transfers were done each quarter to be reviewed.
So, but Kathleen, do we need to let you know this tonight? The 47,000, whether?
It would probably, no.
I'd like to leave it in the reserves for a couple of minutes. There were a lot of things where it was, well, maybe this is the amount, but it might be more expensive.
Exactly.
Or it might be less. There was a lot of and not a criticism, because I know what the world is like out there.
Right. Prices are changing all the time.
Every minute.
Yeah.
So this gives you, all of us gives us flexibility without having to hit money that we had already been saving up.
Right. So let me tie a bow on this, right? You got the budget balanced at 5.50. You got a little small bucket of money. We're going to have another workshop later on in August to kind of tie all this thing down, because you have to go ahead and set up for your trim hearings, right? So we'll do all these adjustments, check the health insurance is a big swing. You may actually have more than that by the time we get into the health insurance numbers, all right? So the next workshop's when you can finally begin zeroing in on the real millage rate. This is a tentative millage rate, and it needs to be set a little bit high so that you have, as you say, that flexibility to kind of figure things out. That's how we did it last year. That's the way it usually is done.
Is there a date set for the August workshop?
I think there's one meeting in August, which is the 18th, and that's a commission meeting. We could always set I think the week of the 25th, we had kind of targeted if you wanted to have another workshop to kind of finalize things. But then we have the trim process that has to get started in September.
The two hearings.
Yes, ma'am.
So the next thing that will be happening is on the next commission meeting, you'll actually adopt the resolution to set the tentative mill and set the dates in September.
Right, for the real trim hearings. But if you wanted to have one more workshop where you could kind of do a little looking at the 47,000 or whatever other decisions you've made, then, you can do that.
I'm okay with what we've done. Are you okay with what we've done?
Yes. I'm okay with what we've done.
I don't think we need another.
Okay.
Unless the majority does, I'll come.
It's up to y'all, but I think you've done a good job, actually.
Yeah, I do too.
To go through this entire process and be within 47 grand on a $29 million budget.
In the past, we were not so informed about every little, it was a lot more guesswork. And
Okay, we're done for today.
Motion to adjourn.
One more comment. You guys that showed up, stayed here all day long, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Really do.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
All right.
I have to go to Publix because I have to make stuff for Bunko.
Can I go back?